but unfortunately I've lost the tosses before. So this is my first time winning the toss for the season so far. But this has been the game plan from Jamaica coming into the tournament to bat first, with our batting expertise and what we can do with the bat and ball. We've always wanted to bat first, so that's why. And the pitch is a good condition of batting, the breeze, just a good day for cricket.
Yes, and from your last game, were there any changes that your team did make for this present encounter?
Yes, actually, we have made three changes coming into this game. Dante Clark in, Nikolai Mackenzie and Odean Binns, and Roshan Mackenzie out, Revon Morgan and Deshaun James.
Okay, thank you very much and all the very best in this encounter. Okay, I will now invite the captain for Guyana. And with me is the captain, Jonathan Van Long. Yes. And Jonathan, if you would have won the toss here today at the Connery Cricket Center, what would you have done different?
Yeah, we would have batted as well, but I guess that's how it goes. But we're looking to utilize the first hour play. It's a bit overcast conditions. I think the pitch has a bit of moisture up front. So just looking to utilize that and hopefully get some wickets early up.
Yeah, because usually from every preparation of a cricket pitch for a match, there is always usually that element of moisture. So no doubt you would be hoping that your fast bowlers can exploit that moisture. Are there any changes for this encounter differently to the last game that you played?
Yes, we have Shamar Apple out. He's done with an illness, and Sachin Bhagavan is back in.
Well, all the very best to you, and may you all have good performances here today at this Connery Cricket Center. Thank you very kindly. A pleasant good morning to everyone and welcome to the Connery Cricket Center where we have Guyana coming up against Jamaica. We greet you with the news that Jamaica has won the toss and they have decided that they will bat. Well, so far this morning we had some early showers and the ground staff they did a very good job by covering the surface and getting the turfs in place for the match, and we will have play. And with me this morning is Novel Mokal, and we will be bringing our deliberations here from the Connery Cricket Center. Jamaica won the toss, Novel, and they decided they will bat.
Yes, Jamaica pouring through the through their last encounter against the Windies. They lost that one and lost their first game as well. The team news for you, Guyana. It's Romeo Dianarine, Rampasad Ramnath, Prameshwar Ram, Jonathan Van Lang, Afraz Ali Budu, Romario Romeo Hall. It's Sachin Balgobin, Gulai, Rayad Latif. That one's wide down the leg side. A feature that we've seen in this tournament. Rayad Latif, Salim Khan, and Amsterdam. Myla Amsterdam.
Yes, and really to start with, Guyana starting off with a wide delivery, so Jamaica are off the mark. So for the Jamaicans who won the toss, captain is Brian Barnes. You have PJ Nelson, he's the wicket keeper. Tariq Bryan, Odean Binns, DeMarcio Scott, Kev Andre Virgo, David Diwa, Nikolai Mackenzie, Vitel Laws, Danette Clark, Reverend Morgan, Roshan Mackenzie, Tamaria Redwood, and Deshaun James. So we thought what we have is Afran Bayan. We are not too certain which one he's standing. But the first over is operated from the National Heroes Park end at this particular ground. There's runs coming from the bat. The first one being played down to a fielder coming off the square leg boundary. So Jamaica, they're off the mark with 2. And we are just into the first over. And it's being operated from the National Heroes Park end here at the Connery Cricket Centre. A nice cool breeze coming across the ground though. And no immediate threat of rain, and the players are out there in the middle. First over is in progression, and it is 2 without loss. Jamaica, after winning the toss and decided that they will bat first, a delivery pitch on about centre and off, being played quietly out to short extra cover, and there is no run. Barbados who have played 2 games. They are top of the table. They have won both of their encounters. So this should be anticipated to be a very intriguing and competitive contest between these 2 teams. Number 58 is operating from this National Heroes Park end. That one goes down the leg side. It might have just brushed the pad, so there was no signal from the umpire. So, Novel, Jamaica won the toss and confidently decided that they will bat first.
Well, yes, in their first encounter against the USA, this batting pair had a 100-run partnership where Virgo got 51 and Brian got 58. So, both capable. They did not get off in the game against the Windward Islands. And having a start as they did, they were chasing a total, I think, of 210 against the USA, and they still managed to lose that one. And these 2, clearly, they have the capabilities to get going. So, a lot, I guess, depends on Virgo and Brian, the man facing as we speak, and just defending that one out into extra cover and hustling through for a quick single. A very good sign, something I love to see in our cricket, which has slowly crept out with the 6 hitting approach that the Caribbean players tend to go for these days. But the rotation of the strike is critical in any aspect or in any form of the cricketing game. So Micah Amsterdam is the bowler operating from this National Heroes Park and Vic.
Yeah, and another run is going to be risky, but in the end, making it into his ground. So the first over have been completed by Guyana, and after over number 1, Jamaica, after winning the toss, they are 4 without loss. Well, Novel, that also too might have been the first opening partnership of this on the 2025 cricket tournament. And to see that they got such a good start and still ended up losing and not getting to that 206 for victory. But it just shows that, and we have seen it ever so often, Novel.
It is forecast for some showers. We're not sure the extent or even if we are going to get it, but it is overcast, and there has been rain falling between both islands. And I think the game in Nevis has been affected by that rain. And so something to look out for probably would have been a thought in the back of the captain's mind, both captains' mind. As we see number 32, Alexander Chase, coming from the far end, and Alexander Chase would have been handed his cap earlier. So this is his debut for the Trinidad under 19 team, and we're hoping to see what he presents here for us today.
Even if there is rain, VJ, it would not be torrential. It wouldn't be soaking. This time of year, it's just a passing cloud that keeps the place cool. So let's hope that it's in keeping with the norms of the weather patterns in the area. We had some rain in the last match. It was just a cooling element, which allowed play to stop for a couple of minutes. There were no overs lost, and if there's rain, it would be much the same in my view. There was quite a bit in the mountains area to your left earlier, but that has now passed. To the east, it looks a little cloudy, but one would hope that things will go well as it relates to the weather up against the continuation of the match.
Yes, and there is a steady breeze coming from right to left on your screen, coming from the Atlantic Ocean, and it's a lot more heavier than it has been throughout the previous matches. This one just clipped into the leg side for a single. Score moves up by one, and for chase, there's a backward square. There's a wide mid on the onside and a deep fine leg. And on the offside, there's a slip. There's a third man on the boundary, a backward point, a cover, extra cover, and mid off. So Toppin would probably be looking to utilize that breeze and swing it into the batsman. This one short, cut to that man at backward point. The batsman probably would be disappointed. That was a short one, but the bowler got away with it there.
Yeah, he would be advised to keep the ball up. I mean, there's only one slip actually for Chase. You say he's making his debut, and that explains it. He was short and wide. He wasn't punished as he should have been, but that, of course, may be dependent on the movement that he might have gotten.
When this one full, and just it's a no ball. So a no ball delivered here by Chase. He's marking over his run now. Uh, uh, One thing I wanted to note, McCall, was the points. And Trinidad and Tobago, who is normally a regional powerhouse, have struggled a bit in this tournament. They won their first game against the USA men team two uh, by by 1 wicket.
It was a close encounter.
And this one shot stood up in the wicket, and he's hitting this one through mid wicket. It's slowing up, so batsman crossed for two, and so the score now moves on to 7 without loss. Yes, as I was saying, the Trinidadians would have had a slender win against USA men too, but would have been thoroughly trounced by Barbados, who made 295 and would have restricted Trinidad to 151 all out in 34 overs. And
Yeah, mixed fortunes for Trinidad. They got by the USA number two, really, and coming against the powerhouse Barbados, they capitulated terribly. Looking at Chase, the bowler, he seems to be delivering in the manner of a fellow by the name of Tanvir, the Pakistani international. It looks very similar when he delivers.
yes, he has a quick arm action, and I do agree there's some resemblance to that action. Of course, Tanvir would have delivered off of what we would call the wrong foot,
Yes.
and so that made his action a lot more difficult for batsmen to pick. But he was a really good bowler. He was able to not only be uh, very efficient in both line length, but he was also able to swing it and move the ball both ways. But as we were discussing, the USMN in their go in this tournament so far, they would have beaten Jamaica right here in their first match. They would have made 209 for 209 all out and restricted the Jamaicans to 196 in that game. The last 2 wickets would have rallied for 100 runs, and that would have assisted them in getting that victory, as at the end of over number 2, they score 7 without loss. And also against Guyana, they would have beaten them really comprehensively, restricting Guyana to 150 all out, and they would have gotten to that score 151 with 7 wickets left. And so they sit on third on the table. They have 10.2 points, and there is a bonus system in place, as we would have been.
We were discussing. Yeah, I was trying to go through it this morning, trying to figure out. There's even points. You must declare your bowlers
Yes.
prior.
Top in. And this one played nicely through the offside, the batsman crossing for 2. So well-timed shot there by Arminder Gill, and gets him 2. Just opened the face and placed it past that gap between point and extra cover.
So the ball seemed to be coming on well. He hardly hit that ball. He simply pushed, and the timing was just correct, and it raced away. Topping seems to be going through the motions yet. Still not comfortable.
And this one, he's put a bit of gas behind that one, but a bit wayward there. And I should note as well that in the previous game against Barbados, the Trinidadians would have bowled all but, or they would have conceded all but 31 extras, including 21 wides and 2 no balls. Of course, compared to the USA men in their previous game, who would have just bowled 5 wides. And so the ill discipline of the Trinidadian bowlers is something that they would be hoping to address.
Yeah.
As we see another wide, this time outside the off stump. And so trying to compensate for going down the leg side, he's gone too far outside the off stump.
I'm of the impression that Topping is not yet settled with his run up and delivery. The delivery before that, he really put some back into it. It flew down the leg side, and in my view, not yet to full throttle or comfortable.
This one. So he's finding his range here. He did seem to just be going through the motions in his first over. He is a muscular player. He's tall and well built for a fast bowler, and I think he should probably extract good bounce out of this wicket. We would have seen in the previous game the bowler Apidi, and he was tall but not as
muscular, not as muscular.
This one again, this one really wide at the keeper diving in front of first slip, and so Toppin struggling with his line in this over. He's already delivered 3 wides, and there's still 4 deliveries left in the third over.
Again, outside off stump, slightly wide, drawing the batsman into a stroke. In fact, he pulled out of it in the last minute, but that was a little closer than the one prior. And Topping seems to be the type of player that once he gets to his full work, he might be able to create some problems, but he's all over the place as we speak. Doesn't seem to be yet comfortable.
Seems like a rhythm bowler. And this one more full, driven to mid-on or single. Yes, he seems to be a bowler that works with rhythm, and I do believe once he gets his rhythm right, if he gets his rhythm right, he'll certainly be a handful on this wicket. As we would have noted, he's a tall man. He's not express pace per se, but he is bowling with good pace, and I do believe if he exerts some effort, he can get one to rush the batsman. This one side the off stump again. So he's finding his range, he's finding his rhythm. The Trinidadians would hope that he can get a breakthrough soon.
Yeah, teams that indisciplined as it relates to their extras. Normally, I say they play against themselves, and sometimes the extras that you create, you have to turn on and bat to make those runs. And when you bat against yourself, it's not good.
Ooh, and this one nicely lined outside. You have some batsman playing and missing. So a good delivery to end his over topping at the end of over number 3. The score 12 without loss.
Still early yet in the exchange. It's a bit overcast, and the bowlers are finding their range. Gill and the other opener just trying to feel things out. It's a good day in prospect here, even though the forecast suggests some rain. If there is rain, it would be, in my view, not heavy, and so we would be able to have a full day's work. However, the Trinidadians have continued the indiscipline as it relates to their wides, and no ball, well, it's particularly the wides. Topping has delivered about 4 already, and this is the last. This is the 4th over being delivered.
Yes, and we should note that there haven't really been any high scoring encounters here at Keon. Ooh, and this one just moving away from the batsman, and Gag beaten all ends up there. And with that delivery, considering the bounce and the movement, I would be thinking or hoping that the captain would probably think about adding an additional slip because the likelihood of that edge going to at least second or third slip, well, based on that delivery, um, is very high. This one played to the man at backward point. So Chase, well, he certainly found his range much faster than Topping from the other end. And yes, as I was noting, we haven't seen really high scoring encounters yet, Keon, and overall in general throughout this tournament. But the games have been really exciting. There's a need to apply yourself here.
But we have had one of the highest scores, 208, 210.
This one wide, and Gag is looking to drive that one to the offside, just gets it to the man at cover. Yes, we have seen a 200 plus score here, but again, we need to remember that in that innings, it may not have gotten to that stage at
Had it
one
not
point.
been for the last
2 wickets.
2 wicket rally
Yes,
with the gentleman who made 85.
and yes, Switan, who it was the U.S. men's team one that was able to get that score. This one he's driving to the man at cover, quick single taken. Ooh, good backing up by the man at backward square. So good quick single taken there. Score moves up by 1. And yes, the US men would certainly be, I would want to believe, confident coming into this match because not only because of their results, but also because of what they have done at this ground in their first match. So they are more familiar, at least, with the conditions here than the Trinidadians who would be playing their first game here. And so something for them to be confident about, and one might even say an advantage in that regard, having been exposed to the conditions here. He's looking to drive, and it beats the man at cover, diving over the ball. So a misfield there by the man number 63. That looks like Abdul Rahim Toppin. So the fast bowler misfeeling that one in the covers, but a good shot by Gill. He got forward and hit that one well, and the misfield allows a boundary. So the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, it came from a first flaw in the fielding, a ball going through Topping at extra cover and all the way down to the boundary for 4. I'm still saying if Gill and Gag are driving when the opportunity avails itself, why not employ a second slip, given the fact that we're having a left-arm bowler coming across the right-handed batsman, and they have only employed one slip.
Yes, he hasn't been really too full. He has been more a back of a length or on a good length. And so the first delivery that he actually has allowed for the batsman to go and drive, unfortunately for him, it was misfielded in the covers. But he has been more back of a length in his spell so far. At the end of 4 overs, the score 17 without loss. A bit of a sedate start, of course. I would have mentioned that it's important for batsmen to get in on this wicket, and the longer you bat, the easier run scoring becomes. Topping to continue from the pavilion end. This one full driven to the man at mid for a quick single, and so even though these two batsmen have not got off to a flying start in terms of boundaries, they have ran well between the wickets.
Yeah, they have turned the strike over frequently enough. Topping bowling that full delivery. Well, it wasn't all that full, but the batsman stepped and reached the pitch and drove it out to mid off. Um, two slips employed. Driving should be encouraged.
And he's looking to drive his gill and flashing outside the half stump, and that's what you want. You did mention that there are two slips in place, and there's only three people on the leg side. There's a wide mid on, there's a backward square, and a fine leg on the boundary. And outside of those two slips on the offside, there's a deep third man, there's a point extra cover, and a mid off for Topping, who is coming in again. When you can hear it now that he's found his rhythm. He's exerting a lot more effort now into his delivery. So certainly took some time to get warm, as we would say, but certainly we can see the pace and bounce that he's getting off the wicket. It does look like a good wicket to bat on. Again, there's good carry for the fastman.
Good bounce and carry. I don't think once the pace is on, they should have anything to worry about.
And this one
Timed
timed
played out
again.
nicely and well backed up from a throw coming from the guy at point. And so you see the ball is coming off the bat beautifully. That means the pace is true. Um, Topping seemed to have found his rhythm. Reminds me a lot in terms of his body structure of Gabriel,
Yes,
Shannon Gabriel,
yes,
in terms
he,
of
yes, he,
height and bulk.
yes, he is muscular,
Yes.
and this one back of a length outside the half stump, and he's just running that one to third man. Yes, he is by far at least the most muscular, let's say the biggest in terms of his size. He's one of the biggest persons on the field for Trinidad and Tobago. And I do agree, he does have that build of Shannon Gabriel. The action is different.
Yes.
Gabriel more round arm, but he's more of a conventional fast bowler in terms of his action. He just
He
falls
tend to
away
put-
to the left a little when
Yeah.
he delivers.
tend to put everything into that delivery stride. You can
Yes.
see that. But he would be advised though to take the ball up to the bat rather than short of a length. If you have two slips and point and cover and so on, you should take it up to the bat, give the batsman a chance to drive, and whatever sideways movement may be available, that could take it to slip. Then he can do that. What is strange though is that when the left-hander is bowling, they carry one slip. And when the right-hander is bowling, they carry two slips. I want to think it has to do with the wind.
Yes, I
The
agree.
wind going across the ground from right to left. And the left armour, he beat the bat last over. A ball that's pitched down, a touchdown just about center and off. When the gentleman came forward, it was, he was missing everything.
Yes, chase to continue. And it's nicely lined. I, I would say yes. I agree with you. If anything that the Trinidadians may have been guilty of so far is not particularly being full enough in encouraging the drive with slips in place. A next thing to note as well is that it's important to maximize the fast bowlers at this phase when the ball is new. We did note in the previous game, as the ball got older and as the game progressed, it was not conducive for the fast men at all. So it's important for the fast bowlers to utilize the newer ball and get wickets. And this one full again. He's looking to drive just to the man at cover.
For the two previous games that we had, um, what happened was after the spin came on, there was a drying up of all the runs, and then wickets began to tumble even quicker. Um, Not that the USA one has gotten away with a flyer, but one would like to see the Trinidadians taking the ball fuller to the bat, giving the ball a chance to swing, and which will bring your slips in place.
This one.
So it will bring your slips into contention.
Yes, the run scoring has been restricted here a bit. They're just going at just over 3.5 runs and over. But again, it's important to get yourself in on this wicket. We have seen the two batsmen so far who have, sorry, four batsmen who have scored 50s here. They've all uh, ensured that they've given themselves the best chance of scoring runs. And this one played delicately to deep third man for single. The score goes up by 1. And so, and a battle of attrition here. No one is taking any undue risk per se.
Well, it's for the bowlers to force the batsman into error by their variety in terms of length and line, and but the important thing, since the ball is new and there's bounce and carry, there's a little sideways movement. A fuller length should be employed.
And this one full, and he's walking down to that one and hits it over mid-on for 4. So a bit of aggression shown there by Gill. He just took a step forward and hitting with the ball coming back into him over mid-on. So good shot and gets the second boundary of the inning. Does Gill.
Yeah, he stepped down somewhat, bringing the ball fuller than it really appeared, and he got it on the full. In fact, just on the bounce, and he hit it way over into the boundary for 4.
And, a good recovery delivery by Chase there.
Really, the modern game now, if you hit someone up over long on for 4, it means that they were a bit full, and there will always be an adjustment to the length the next ball. Now, if you wait for it, you will get it short, and I don't think he capitalized on that well enough. But and then he wasn't that short either. He was simply back of a length, and so there could not have been a reprieve or a follow up to that 4. But Chase seems to be varying his length, and the Gill and Gag seem to be reading him well enough. What I do not see, I haven't seen topping bowling a full length, consecutively. He's simply too wide sometimes, so too wide of off stump most times.
Topping to continue from the pavilion end. And we see a change in the field as a quick single taken to the man backward point. A good run in by these two batsmen so far. We see a change. The second slip now has been removed, and he's now in a more orthodox cover position, and that may signal two things: maybe a change in the plan of going full, maybe they've noted that there's not much in terms of movement available right now. There is again that gentle breeze that's coming across the ground now, but we haven't really seen any lateral movement per se. Oh, and this one, good length. and the batsman just trying to fend that one would probably be better advised just to leave that one alone altogether. Gill, but he is the man who has been hitting it uh, better of the two batsmen. He is the batsman with the two boundaries so far, so he's probably uh, trying to feel for the bat on the ball, but lucky not to have edged that one. Ooh, and he's fishing again, and so topping two top deliveries there. Gil just flirting a bit outside of the off stump, and with that, McCall, the question then is, do you still keep one slip in place, considering that he is showing that there is an opportunity to get the edge?
Yeah, and not only that, he has gotten his range. You can hear a grunt when he bowls. I mean, he's going at full tilt, and they might have been
Oh, and
well
this one
to.
flicked nicely by Gill. Strain is stopping after two deliveries outside the off stump, getting a bit straight, and that one whipped over backward square for four.
Yeah, too straight. Uh, and bowling as quickly as he is, once the ball touches the bat, the ball flew and into the boundary for four. I was going to say that the seeing that he was at full tilt and he was grunting as he delivers, it means that he's now comfortable. You know, he has to now prevent those wide deliveries, and trying to adjust that, he simply overcompensated.
And he's full again, and this one clipped two forward square, and the batsman collect two. Yes, he's just lost his line these last two deliveries. And also important to note that we haven't really seen an out and out shot delivery on this surface yet. They've been back of a length, but we haven't seen the bowlers try to test the batsman with a short delivery. We should note that in that first game with the USMN, they did in part struggle with the short delivery, of course. It was a much slower pitch than the one that we are playing on. It was on the strip to the furthest left of the screen. This one wide now, really wide outside the off stump. That might have been too wide, McCall.
Yeah, that's simply true. I think he needs to settle, um, find an area and bowl to that. He's simply too straight sometimes. That's when he got those uh, 4 runs from him, or 6 runs, and then he's too wide off stump. He needs to be just about 2 inches outside off stump. Allow the batsman to drive. Let him come and drive. You have a slip in place. There's a cover, extra cover, a point. You know, you can't lose, but you cannot go too straight.
And this one edged down to third man, flew down there, and a single taken. So at the end of over number 7, they scored 34 without loss.
So control seems to be the problem with uh, this gentleman. Lack of control. He needs to be Topping needs to line up with a even ball off stump or just outside off. Cannot get too straight. The field is set for him to bowl just outside off stump, but then he's bowling too wide of off stump. And when he compensates, he overcompensates and bowls straight, gets clipped on the onside. I haven't seen, as you said, a rank bouncer, and with his pace, something like that could be useful.
As we see a change in bowling from the far end, and this is Adian Racha coming from the far end. Racha looks to be a fast bowler.
Right arm.
Yes, right arm fast. And he's tall. He's not as muscularly built as Toppin, but he does have some good height, and it would be interesting to see if he extracts any bounce from the surface. Ooh, and he does a really good first delivery. That one seems to have taken off from the pitch, and no one taken. We should note as well, and we should commend this start from these two batsmen, in particular Gill, who hasn't taken any undue risk so far. but he's now 20 from 22 deliveries with three fours. These two batsmen doing a good job of dispatching the bad deliveries, but also taking the quick singles we available. And so the scoreboard hasn't really stagnated per se. And this one, uh, running this one down to third man, that looked to be single regardless. There was the man at backward point running around to his left Ruplal. But that one seemed to be a single regardless. He was just being safe though, was the non-striker Gag, ensuring that he beat the backward point before he took off.
Well, the idea is to shadow, just to give the impression you're taking it, and it brings a little doubt in the batsman's mind whether he should continue or stop. And
This one wide by Racha.
again, the bowlers transgress, as it were, by bowling wide, and I hope that the wides do not surpass what they did previously, which was 31, as you said.
Well, 31 extras, 21 wides.
21 wides. Okay.
Yes, well, they've.
Let's hope that they can do differently.
Oh, and this one just. It seems to come off the edge. We'll wait for the umpire signal down the leg side, just beating the wicket keeper. And yes, so no signal from the umpire. So a chance there, maybe a half of a chance for the wicket keeper. And Raja just strained down the leg side, got a bit of an inside edge pass. The keeper Lal single to Gag. And he's going down the leg side again. In his delivery stride, you can see that he seems to be falling away at the crease a bit. His body leans to the left, and so he's a bit wayward when he delivers. He's pushing it wide of the leg stump naturally, and so in regard to that, he needs to probably go wider of the crease to get it to angle back in. This one, a better line delivery.
Drawing the batsman into a stroke, missed it. The keeper gathers. In fact, that should be the plan of action, to bowl close enough so that the batsman would reach and or try to score, bringing the slip into play. Again, on the leg side, he seems to be, not that it's wide, but he's not lining properly. Simply needs to, with the field set, he should be more on off stump or just outside off stump.
Yes. Actually, he's bowling with good pace here, though. This one, play to backward point. No one taken. So at the end of over number 8, they score 38 without loss.
Yeah, which represent a very quiet start by the American number one, American team number one. A quiet start, an availability of extras, which keeps the score ticking nonetheless. A few bad deliveries that were dispatched, and well dispatched they were. And this the bowler not settling during his first over, a little wide in some cases down leg side, and not as settled as he ought to be. We see a continuation by Topping. We'll continue to bowl from the pavilion end, or from the southern end, and as the coach is encouraging him to pick up one.
Ooh, batsman just beaten for pace there. Coming down late on that one, it just gets the bottom edge to the keeper. It bounced before it got there. Yes, and Toppin, who has figures of no wickets for 20 runs in this is fifth over. Has been on, I wouldn't say a touch on the expensive side, but it's been going at just around 5 runs in this spell, 5 runs per over. And this one uh, wide again. And I should note, McCall, this is the ninth over, and we have had a full over of wides. And so essentially they've delivered
10
nine.
over.
Yes, they would have delivered 10 over, just about an extra over plus one of wides. And it's important to be consistent, limit your extras. And this one wide, and he's driving this one nicely to the gap between points and cover. Length on that one nicely, timed it well, and gets a four. So Gag now getting into the act with his first boundary of the match.
Too wide of off stump to be comfortable, and it was put away by Gag. Topping still struggling, it seems. He's bowling with good pace, nonetheless, but his directions are not good. He's wide or sometimes too straight.
This one putting some effort into that one, just and a poor misfield by the man at third man allows a boundary, and so two boundaries back to back. The man out there looks to be Adrian Racha, the bowler that was coming from the far in the previous over, and so a bit of sloppy, real sloppy feeling there. It was an innocuous fielding effort. The ball just dribbled past him, and so Gag now with his second boundary, and Trinidad, well, it's been an expensive over so far, and he's full now. Good comeback by the bowler, full and in the block hole, and Gag does a good job of keeping that one out.
Yeah, okay. He bowled one bad delivery, which was struck through the cover area for four, and then he bowled a short delivery, which was close enough to the batsman, but he chopped it away down to third man, and the third man allowed the ball to just go. I don't know if he had a slight bounce or something affected him, but he allowed it to go into the boundary.
Ooh, and this one, the first actual real short delivery that we've seen from Topping. He really put some effort into that one, and the batsman playing that one about chest to neck height, but well negotiated by him. But the first short delivery that we've seen from Topping really got there quickly to the batsman.
Yeah, the first ball in anger, in my view, as we say sometimes. That one was short and quick, but he was a measure of it. He put his hand up to his chest area and played and brought it down.
And again, he's full in the block hole, and the batsman look for a quick single. And again, we must commend them. They have run really well between the wicket. Their communication has been clear, and at every instance when they would have wanted to collect a single, they have done so without fuss. At the end of over number 9, they score 48 without loss.
See, the Americans feel like this is their ground. You see, this is their second time playing on this surface, and they feel like they have the measure of it. They're playing with a measure of confidence, and whenever there is a bad delivery, they put it away. They this apart from the quiet start, they do have members of their team that could accelerate, but there's no need for acceleration. The indiscipline of the Trinidadians have given them a reprieve in terms of their apart from their running singles, they have been given quite a bit of extras.
And this one shot and cut past the man at backward point who misfield. It will run away to the boundary for four. So a bit of indiscipline in the field here by Trinidad. This is the second boundary conceded by a misfield, and really the man at backward point there, it looks like Anil Ruplal would be disappointed diving over that one. It was short and cut away. Should have stopped it though, but four, and that brings up the 50 for the men from the USA. So 52 without loss in this, the 10th over. Solid start by these two opening batsmen.
where the sun is fighting its way through. Once it begins to heat up, we would see the spinners coming into play a little later on. But normally, the Americans, they have the measure of it. They know that they have to play the pacers out and then contend with the spin later, if there's any movement, that is.
Ratcher to continue. And this one full, and he's driving to the man there to cover. Good diving stop by him. No one taken. It's a really solid start from these two batsmen, and they would be hoping, and the US men's team one would be hoping that they can build on this good start. And we have noted, yes, McCall, that with the introduction of spin, the run scoring has dried up significantly. It's really been a battle with the spinners on the surface for the batsmen.
Yeah, the previous two matches, the pace bowlers didn't have a great impact. Only the Leeward Islander Miller, captain, he showed some pace and some speed on on this wicket. And then when the spinners came on, then they settled things down really well.
Yes,
And so the Americans, I think they have their plan. Let's play and get as many runs as possible from the pacers. But when the spinners come on, things will slow down.
and this one shot, and it's just short of the man at third man, that is Basant, Aaron Basant, in front of us here at third man. That one flew quickly to him, one bounce, and the score moves up by one. Uh, it it hasn't been really an electric start in terms of boundary scoring, and we should note that the boundaries here, they are wide, square of the wicket. Oh, and he's edging this one just past first slip. Basan comes around again to his left this time, and the score just moves up by one. So at the end of the 10th over and power play one, the score 54 without loss USMN. Good start by them.
Again, this represents a very quiet but cautious start by the Americans. They have been aided and abetted by inconsistent bowling in terms of the indiscipline, a wide here or there, sometimes too wide per over, which gives them quite a few balls to negotiate. And then when that happens, it eases the pressure. Um, Not many questions are being asked of the American batsmen. Again, Toppin, though quick, is all over the place, wide, sometimes too straight, and now he's been replaced by a spinner, number 45.
Yes, Aaron Basant coming into the attack as we see a spin being introduced as soon as the power play has ended. And the field for Basant, there's a top in at long on, there's a short mid wicket, there's a man at on the deep mid wicket boundary and a short fine. And on the offside, there's a mid off, there's an extra cover, there's a point, and there's a slip in place as we see that fine leg now being moved to more of a backward square position. So Basan coming from the pavilion end. He'll be bowling to Gill.
Right arm off spin.
Yes, it looks to be right arm off spin, and immediately a single taken by the Mandir Gag. Yes, and so really we must commend them. Sorry, it was Gill who would have gotten that single. We must commend them for their run in between the wickets. They have shown that two things really, that they want to take quick singles and they want to drive there. So one full again, and he's driving this one to the Mandir extra cover on the run. Yes, they have shown in the two games that they've played here that they are keen to get on their front foot and get to the pitch of the ball and drive, regardless of whether it's a spinner or fast bowler. And they're also keen on getting the quick singles. Of course, we see the batsman Gag here, his gloves are off, and seems to be an issue.
Fumble, just before he stumbled, and apparently his shoes became dislodged,
Oh, okay, okay.
and he was um, reapplying the shoe. I don't know why it came off. He slipped a while ago, and I believe that affected him. Um, but we are not seeing in these matches persons willing to turn ones into twos.
And this one short and just play down the ground too long on for a single.
Mhm.
Score
I-
moves up by one, yes.
I've seen situations where you thought people would come back for a third, and nobody come back for a third. They were settled with two long before the ball was due, and but these Americans they're taking every single possible, and if you do not be careful, if they get three, they'll take it.
And this one just played to the man at backward point with soft hands. And yes, I should note that although these batsmen they have six boundaries between them, but they're still striking at a good enough rate.
Yes.
This one a full toss, and this one off the outside edge, and it's gonna run close to the boundary, fielded by the man there backward point, and two taken by Gill, and that brings to an end the over. The score now 58 without loss at the end of over number 11.
Yes. Normally at over number 10,
Oh,
we
sorry.
see drinks. Normally,
Yes.
taken.
Well, there's one left. Sorry, I
So
thought
this
I
is
was
number
trying-
10 now.
Yes,
All right.
this will be the final delivery of the 11th over. He's flighting this one nicely outside the off stump and left alone. And yes, good call by you, dear McCall. At the end of that over, we see a drinks break being taken, so the players are about to get some refreshment on the field.
Yes. Well, Topping had his refreshment before because having put out the effort that he did, the body could have been drained of certain minerals. And so water has been taken out. They're having a nice little, it's a time for them to regroup and talk about their fielding, maybe talk about how many boundaries were allowed that could have been stopped, etc. And the bowlers, their lack of discipline, maybe all that could be discussed during this time. But I think that the score, as it is now, was aided and abetted by a few wides and some indisciplined bowling from the Trinidadians.
Yes, without doing much, without taking much risk, the men from the USA have gotten to a relatively good score, a solid start by them. They are scoring at just over 5 runs and over, and at this rate, uh, they are projected to get to 264, and that is not even taking into consideration the fact that they have all their wickets in hand, and if they keep this up and get to maybe over 40 with just maybe 4 wickets down, they can really have a good go of putting up a really big total here. They have done a good job so far, the Trinidadian bowlers. Just to recap the innings so far, Abdul Rahim Toppin, he bowled 5 overs for 30 runs. Alexander Chase, who made his debut, would have bowled 3 overs for 14 runs. Then Aiden Racha, 2 overs for 10 runs. And Aaron Bassant, the off spinner who bowled the last over before the drinks break, he just conceded 4 runs. Arminder Gill, he's on 25 of 31 deliveries with 3 boundaries, and Sahil Gag, he's 25 from 36 deliveries with 3 boundaries as well.
I want to commend the batsmen, how they, even though the bowling was not asking too many questions, the discipline with which they batted, they simply took each ball as it came. They were not looking for anything that was not there. And sometimes when batsmen do that, they get themselves out. But they were just simply playing whatever was in front of them. Getting to the score as it is, 58 without loss, is a reasonably good score, 10 overs. And with the introduction of the spin, of course, things will slow slightly. but their discipline would take them even further. Of course, they are capable. In one game, they got up to 210, and much of the this competition, we have not had a batsman who have gone into 100, and so I saw one guy who, in the first game, got 85. He has the capability, and he's not yet in.
Yes. And
He
that,
has the capability of going further.
yes, that is the man Sarhash Switan, who would have made 85 runs in that first match. He currently is the top scorer for the USA men team with 127 runs in the two innings he's had at the crease. So he is in good form, and that bodes well for the men from the USA, that they have had such a good start here. These two openers they have put on a really good partnership and a good platform for the men from the USA to build on. Of course, they would be cognizant, though, that they need some time to refocus. Of course, the likelihood of a wicket happening after a break in play, such as a water break, is high. We've seen wickets fall in clusters after different breaks in this tournament, and so they need to be wary of that and continue to build and push the score forward. This one again, he's coming down just a bit late. Racha continuing from the far end.
I think you're correct. Normally, whenever there's a break, there's also a break in concentration, break in rhythm, and when it gets back to the play, things are not as they remembered, and so therefore they sort of lapse, and wickets do fall sometimes. Not in every case, but in many cases, that's the way it happens.
So now we see the slip being taken out for Racha. He's driving this one to mid off for quick single. Is that Mangag. Again, good running. So the field for Racha, there's a deep third, there's a backward point, there's a man sweeping on the cover boundary, there's an extra cover and a mid off in the circle. On the onside, there's a mid on, a mid wicket, and a man at deep backward square, and a man at deep fine leg. And so,
So we're going to see a few short stuff then, given the fact that a deep backward square and deep fine leg,
say,
something up to the chest area.
well, it would certainly seem that way based on the field. But he's full again outside the off stump. So good battle here between these two teams there. These two batsmen though have been winning so far. They really haven't been bogged down per se. They haven't let the lack of boundaries get to them. They've taken their time and they've seek to get the singles whenever possible. And this one short and wide outside the off stump. That man Gill allowing it to pass through. And just to note then that in this inning so far, this is the 12th over. The Trinidadians have bowled 9 extras, 8 wides, and 1 no ball. The no ball being delivered by the debutant Alexander Chase. Oh, and he's edging this one, and it flies past the man at third man, goes for 4. So Racha getting the edge there and beating the wicketkeeper Lal and gets a boundary. So the first false shot that we've seen from Gill, and he's lucky to get away with a boundary. McCall.
Yes, the beat the keeper to his right, who was diving. So that should have been a slip. Am I correct? That would have been
Yes, that
easy pickings for the first slip.
Lal takes a step back. And this one, good carry.
Good, yes.
Yes, and you can hear Racha now is delivering with some effort. And I would say that the wicketkeeper has shown to be that he's very agile. He's very light on his feet. We've seen a few takes of topping where he would have taken a few in front of slip, how wide those deliveries were. So Lucky the batsman that he was not able to snaffle that one. Would have been a brilliant catch by him.
Simply too wide and too quick.
And he's edging this one again. Isgil to Basant here on the third man boundary. Single conceded. And so at the end of over number 12, the score 65 without loss. USA men won.
The two last deliveries suggest to me that there needs to be something, some kind of slip in there. One thick, nice edge going past the keeper to his right, who was diving but still couldn't take it. That means there should have been, that would have gone down slip's throat. And then the last delivery, a drive again, it was thicker. It went a little wider, maybe to between second and third slip, and we went on to the third where Bassan collected. Like I'm saying, you must know who your bowlers are and what to do with them. But this is the 12th over. Many teams at this time, they have removed the slips and so on. But if I see two coming off the edge, I would have tried something.
Yes, and this one bit full driven to the man at extra cover for Basant. There's a long off and a long on. There's an extra cover, a man sweeping on the cover boundary and a backward point and slip on the offside. Driving this one to that man and a misfield, but gets away with it. The man at backward point, and on the leg side, there's a backward square, wide backward square, mid wicket, and a man at the deep mid wicket boundary. He's coming forward nicely and playing it back to the bowler, and then there is that man topping here in front of us at long on. He's pressing, and this one played nicely into the offside for a single. And interesting to note as well, McCall, is that we haven't heard the Trinidadians chirping. It was a huge part of the previous games that were played here. But the Trinidadians more sedate in the field so far. And
Well, if after 12 overs you have 60 without loss, and you have bowled so many wides and a few missed fields, you're supposed to be down a bit. That's need for chirping, really, to help to lift the spirit of the guys.
and this one shot, and it gets away with it. Just a
Yeah.
single to top in a gag. So watchful here, these two batsmen. At the end of over number 13, the score 67 without loss.
Yeah, Basant has a nice little loop. I think he needs to give it a little more air. I think he's a little flat. He's a short man, and a little loop will give him some bounce. But they're negotiating him easily. No need for alarm. I was even thinking that if he was getting turned, he could seek to put something just back of the batsman, just to to bother him. But I haven't seen much as it relates to turn. And now they start the 13th. This is the 14th over.
Yes.
Now there's a slip in topping.
Yes. And this one cut to that man, backward point for a quick single. The man at mid on backing up, yes. And it's interesting that they have persisted with the deep fine leg and the deep backward square. I was thinking that we haven't seen him really bowl anything short per se. To get those two feelers in the game so far, probably would have been better served in getting one of those men in the slip region, I would say, because that man, to me, who is at backward square or
There's
at
no need
fine
for
leg,
him.
yes, there's no need for him to be there. But nonetheless, they continue. So there's a wide gap from mid on, who is wide. He's in the circle. So there's a huge gap between mid on and that deep backward square. So if he's straight, there's a likelihood that he can be. There's a wide gap there to collect runs in.
Yeah, that is quite some discipline. He must be disciplined. Backward square leg and wide long on. That's a big gap between there. Long on, that is. And anything at all too straight will be worked between just close to the umpire, and that's 4 runs. He must be disciplined.
And he's driving this one nicely down the ground. That's a lovely shot for four. He just uh, got on the front foot, did Gill, and played a nice straight drive. Lovely execution by him. And he now moves on to 35.
Yeah, slightly over pitch. All he needed to do was to get back on it, hit it nicely, and once he didn't go back to the bowler, it was four.
And these to continue in this really good opening stand. They haven't taken any risks so far. They've just played really good cricketing shots. And he's full again, and he's driving again past that man at wide mid on. There's a chase on, and he just wheels it in. And the batsman looking for three, but only get two. And so Gill getting a bit more expansive here. But he has been driving it well.
I think the bowler is getting a bit straighter, which gives the batsman the opportunity to caress the ball down the ground, and once it comes from the bat nicely and sweetly, 2 or 3 runs would be had.
Gill again getting nicely forward again. These two batsmen really keen on getting on the front foot at the end of over number 14. They score 74 without loss. And they are going at a good rate here. It's just over 5, and the projected score for them is 265 at this rate. Should they
Which should be a
complete it?
really large
Yes, sir.
score. Well, the wicket looks good. It's bouncing and carrying well. There's much to be had in terms of, runs. The two previous strips that we were playing on, the bounce and carry, they were minimal. First 2 overs, keeper was taking balls down by his ankles and so on. But this one, he's taking it in the midriff, and which means that the bounce is true, and the cuts and pulls could be on, providing the bowler errs.
And this time Gag using his feet, and that is a good sign. We haven't seen that much batsmen using their feet against the spinners, and so a bit more comfortable. These two batsmen really now have they've gotten themselves in on this pitch, and they'll be hoping to carry on this good start that they've had. And this one nicely flighted, nice flighted delivery, just trapped the batsman there on the crease, and the ball, he played the ball, he was running back to his stump, able to keep it out. And he's chipping again, hitting that one to the man there at mid wicket. So 3 that delivery so far in this over. Ooh, and this one wide. The batsman pretended that they were about to use their feet and probably threw off the bowler who delivered it wide. So another extra added to the score. Again, and this one is short, and he's cutting that one to the man sweeping on the cover boundary for a single. Score moves up by 1 to 76 now. 1 delivery left in this, the 15th over. He's driving this one to that man extra cover. So at the end of over number 15, the score 76 without loss. USMN 1 against Trinidad and Tobago here at St. Mary's Park in Keon.
Yes, Basant going very quietly through his overs. The problem was that he looked at the batsman. The batsman seemed to be coming at him, so he delivered wide, and the batsman didn't worry to come at him. So therefore, it was judged wide. But he could have been out if he was stumped
Yes, yes.
in wide. So he stayed in his crease, but he's going about his business quite quietly. There was one well floated up, which asked a few questions of the batsman. Apart from that, I think he needs to continue to be as tight as he is and give nothing away, given the situation as it is. From a United States position, they need to keep just working it, singles and twos, and when a bad delivery presents itself, you deal with it.
Archer to continue, and Gag is looking to drive. This one gets a single to the man. His position that orthodox cover, and we see a change in the field here. So the man at fine leg has been taken out, and so there's no fine leg. There's a man at backward square, and that man from fine leg moved to mid wicket. There's a slip in place, and there's also a man at long on now, and that is probably to counteract the two straight drives of the previous over. That man Gill, who would have been the one who would have got 6 runs from that straight drive. He got a boundary and 2 runs hitting it straight as that man goes just a bit straight at the long on. Gill again on strike. This one short and just played nicely for single. So smart batting here from these two batsmen. They are not too hard pressed on the boundaries. They have gotten boundaries. They have dispatched the bad deliveries, but intermittently between that they have rotated the strike really well, and that in turn has kept their run rate going above 5 for the majority of this inning so far. He's full and he's driving outside.
I hope that the bowler doesn't allow the batsman to try him off his game. He bowled 2 full deliveries. They were smacked down to the ground for 6 runs. Well, 1 for 4 and 1 for 2. But that doesn't mean you must get shocked. The fact that they are driving means that that's what you want. Now your line is what is going to determine, what will happen.
And he's full again in the block hole. Plays that one out to extra cover. Actually, he's bowling with some good pace here,
Yes.
and he has got some good bounce. As I said, he's a tall man. He gets good bounce from the wicket, bowling with good pace here. So he hasn't done a bad job per se. He's a bit expensive, but
Yeah, there was one over where he found the edge on 2 occasions.
again he's on that line. But a quick single again taken by Gag, and so the running continues to be good between these two batsmen. They seem to have probably batted a lot together. Their understanding is really good. There's good chemistry between them. They call clearly, they call early, and so we haven't really seen an instance. We have seen in this tournament before batsmen some miscommunication causing issues and a lot of anxiety in the running between the wicket. Not the case so far. This one driven nicely by Gill to that man sweeping on the cover boundary, and the over now concludes again.
Yeah, he previously he had 2 deliveries that one went right of the keeper. There was no slip in place. The other one, of course, went more like the 3rd slip. A slip was put in after. It's like when the horse has bolted, you close the gate. Okay, so the slip was in. He continued to bowl full of length. He was smacked on the ground twice. And from since then, he's just back of a length. And, of course, you must make some adjustments. And but he's bowling with good pace, good heat, good bounce. And one would hope that he will continue to bowl full of length rather than go short.
Gill now, the man on strike, getting forward. Basant has been steady from this pavilion end. He's bowled. He's in his 4th over now. He's only conceded 8 runs so far. So really economical from him. And he's flighting this one nicely. So he's been steady. And as we have noticed that the spinners,
Slow things down.
yes, they certainly do slow the scoring down. It's flighted again. That one flighted nicely, but well played to the man at the deep cover boundary sweeping Score moves up by 1. And Gill now moves into the 40s with that single. Gag on 31 on strike. And he's chipping. Good use of the feet. And plays that one nicely for a single down to the man here topping at long on. When this one takes the outside edge, open the face there and gets a single, does Gill. A risky shot there, considering there is a slip in place. And so I would say lucky to get it. He played it well, but there is a element of risk in that shot, considering the first slip in place. And this one a full toss, and he drives that one nicely to long off for single. The score moves up by 1 again. So at the end of over number 17, the score 84 without loss. USA men team won.
Yeah, Trinidad really trying to get well. They would hope for wicket. They are trying combination of pace and spin, and not much is happening. The spinner has slowed things down somewhat, Basant, but he needs to loop every now and again, because when he did loop one, there were some questions asked, but he hasn't done so quite again after that. 5 overs for about 12 runs. That's Basant. That's a good
4 overs.
Yes. Maybe we'd see a second spinner after this next over, given the fact that nothing much is happening, and they're scoring much freely from the pace bowlers rather than the spinner.
Yes, we see a change in bowling from the far end. Anil Ruplal comes into the attack. And he's a leg spinner and starts just short. And this one punch to the man there at wide long off. So for Ruplal, there's a slip, there's a backward point, a man sweeping on the cover boundary, an extra cover, and a wide long off. On the onside, there's a fine leg, a man at deep forward square, a mid wicket, and a long on. So this one flighted nicely, but driven well to that man at sweeping on the cover boundary, and the single taken. We should note as well that the outfield is a bit heavy in terms of it's carrying, but it's sometimes it plugs in here in the outfield. And this one played in the ear. So first fall shot there by Gag. That one probably sticking in the wicket. It was short and played it in the ear, but just past the man at extra cover, luckily for him.
Yeah, I think he might have played it a bit earlier than he expected. Maybe deceived in pace there from the leg spinner.
Yes, and this one taking the inside edge now of the bat of Gill. Batsman crossing for a single. The ball running to that man there at a fine leg wide. And the Ruplal, of course, is joint highest wicket taker for Trinidad alongside topping the opening fast bowler. They're on 3 wickets each. And of course, for Trinidad, they'll be hoping that he can add to that tally and add to that tally soon, with the US men 87 without loss. 88 without loss, sorry. 89 now, with 1 delivery left in the 18th over. And the run rate now just dipping below 5 runs per over for the first time. Oh, and this one played 2 mid wickets. So a solid start by Ruplal in his first over. Only went for 5. Now at the end of over number 18, the score 89 without loss. USMN team won.
Of course, there wasn't a boundary, but he was picked for 5. Well, all over the ground, offside, onside. If we can restrict a couple of those, it would be good with 2 or 3, which will build pressure. And with Basant doing well on this side, then it will create some indiscretion from the American batsmen. There was one foul shot, I think, came from the fact that the batsman played a bit early,
Yes.
but there was no one in place to take that catch.
It's Basan to continue from the pavilion end. He's Gag playing that one out to the man sweeping on the cover boundary for a single. And there's a discussion between the coach and the man tapping here at long on about the fine leg as Gill reaching for that one. Yes, and he has noted that the fine leg hasn't had anything much to do, and now he's been moved to a short third man position. So the man that backward point, it just comes a bit more fine. We're in an orthodox point position now. And this one short outside the off stump and just cracked. So the man there sweeping on the cover boundary. So there is a man on the onside. He looks to be just forward of square on the boundary. So no one really behind square for the off spinner. So inflated. And so if he gets to full on leg stump, there is a chance for the sweep.
He seems to be that disciplined,
Yes, he does.
given the field placing, and they're still trying to work him away here and there, but he's rather tight. And Trinidad, in my view, hoping for wicket.
Yes.
The batsmen are disciplined. They're not creating shots that are not there. They're just taking what's presented to them, and that's the discipline of good batting.
This one short, and that dot ball concludes the over. So at the end
Number
of over,
19.
yes, at the end of over number 19, the score 92 without loss. Yes, I do want to concur with your sentiments there, McCall. These two batsmen have shown great application on this wicket. They have not been flustered. They have not shown to be any rush, and they shouldn't be. They both of them have built a good platform here for the US. Gill on 44 from 57, Gag on 38 from 58 deliveries. So the US men would be hoping that these two can carry on and carry this innings as far as they possibly could and set them up for a really big total here. This one short and just played past the man. A misfield by the man at mid wicket allows the single for Gag. Score moves up by 1.
I began to praise in the first 5 overs. I gave some praise to the Trinidadian fielding, and now every now and again there is a lapse here or there, and we'd like to see this tightened so that they can restrict, the runs per over, restrict the US, and give themselves a good chance of winning.
This one flighted nicely, but well played for a single. Yes, I would concur with your sentiments, McCall, in that we have seen some misfields that have actually cost them runs, boundaries.
Yeah, if you're going to bleed in the field, and your bowlers are going to bowl so many wides, you're not giving yourself a chance to restrict and giving yourself a chance to win. Again, like I said, the way I say it is that when you bowl a lot of wides and extras, you're playing against yourself. And those are runs that you have to now go and make. Then you have to bowl more balls than is required.
Good early call there by the non-striker Gag. One delivery left in the 20th over. Yes, the Trinidad team just seems to be waiting for a wicket here. And this one driven nicely and the man there at extra cover, he was able to get a hand on it, and so single taken. The man there, Luke Ali, number 14 in extra cover. So with that single, the 20th over concludes with the score on 96 without loss USM, and they're going at 4.8 runs and over, and the projected score for them at this stage is 240, which would represent a really good total and certainly the highest that we've seen on this ground so far in
Yes.
this tournament. And so they would be encouraged to continue. Gill just 4 runs short of a half century, and the Gag 10 runs off a half century. So both would be hoping to get to those milestones and push on in this innings. This one.
If I'm to put that in context in terms of the projected score of 240, 240 on this wicket now that is bouncing and carrying well may not be quite that dangerous as previous strips that we played on, where it was low and no sideways movement. Now this wicket will give you a chance to make 240.
Yes, and we see the sun now shining in its glory. And we did start off with an overcast morning and the threat of rain, but that seems to have dissipated for now. The sun is shining and it's getting heated here. But there is still that calm, cooling breeze. It's not heavy, but it's cool in the ground, and it has been steady for our duration here in Keon. This one short, and the batsman disappointed. His Gag should have done better there.
I thought he played it how he should be played. If he had gone for it, he could have come here to topping or gone to a long off.
He's flighting this one nicely. Is Basant. So Basant has been steady, and he's certainly been economical in his spell so far. With one delivery left in his 6th over, he's only conceded 16 runs. And this one flighted nicely, but well driven to the man at long off for a single. So at the end of over number 21, the score 98 without loss.
What Trinidad will have to do now is to just keep things quiet. If you can dry the runs up as much as possible, you can do that. These two batsmen are set. And in my view, no need for them to rush or hurry. They're both going towards their centuries. Gag has 47 or Gill? Gill has 47 and Gag has 41.
Yes.
Now the fact that they're going below 100 has nothing to do with this. Okay. Yes, they have more balls than what runs they have scored, but that's not important. What's important is that they have seen the first 20 overs off. They have a full team still to come, as far as I'm concerned, and they have another 30 overs, or 29 overs, to get themselves to a score of respectability and a score where they can win. The Trinidadians, on the other hand, would have to get these wickets or keep them restricted. Now, it is difficult to restrict a team that has not lost any wickets. And so the spinners, of course, to my mind, they have done well. Basant in particular. I would like to see him loop it a little more and see what happens. Force them into error. And here's the left arm, the right arm leggy.
Yes. And I do concur with you, McCall, in regard to the wickets part. The Trinidadians seem to be waiting on a moment. Yeah, I can't see where wicket is going to come from. This one is driven nicely. These two batsmen have really done a good job of playing solid cricket. They haven't taken any undue risk. They haven't let the fact that they are not scoring at a run of ball impede their efforts so far at the crease. They're just happy. This one a full toss, flick to the man there long on. They've been happy just to do that, just to rotate the strike. They they haven't been too consumed with trying to go for big shots. And
Yeah, I'm
yeah,
looking at where the number 81 is standing um,
mhm.
in the slip.
Yes,
His name is Ali, and Ali seems a bit straight to me. If he
yes,
could come a little wider, a little to his right. 'Cause if something slips off,
yes.
I think he's a little too straight.
I concur, and we've seen that issue throughout this tournament where the slip feelers are a bit too fine for the leg spinners, and batsman wrapped on the pad. Yes, the Trinidadians seem to just be waiting for something to happen, and it certainly seems like it's going to take a moment of magic. Now, where that comes from, probably a good delivery or something in the field, as Gill strokes this one nicely out to the man there on the extra cover boundary for a single. So he moves on now to 49 with that single. This one now 102 without loss in the 22nd over.
Well, I've seen this sort of thing play out already. We were here once when Jamaica had 111 without loss, facing 210, and lost the game. Right. So it is cricket is a good old game, and as they say, it's a game of glorious uncertainties, and then later on they say it's a game of uncertain glories. And so, even though you see the Americans are going well now, that's not the end of the game. The Trinidadians will have to be on their P's and Q's, make sure they dot all their I's, cross all their T's, take those catches when they come, restrict singles, restrict the boundaries, and let's see what happens from there.
Yes, as we see a change in bowling from the pavilion, and the captain, Christian Rampersad, introduces himself into the attack. And he's bowling right arm off spin.
Yeah.
And the field for him, there's a man at long on, there's stopping, there's a mid wicket, there's a man at a deep forward square, there's a fine leg, and that's on the onside. On the offside, there's a long off, extra cover. A man sweeping at a cover, a point, and a single, and that brings up the 50 for in the Gill. So really solid knock from him so far. He has 50 from 67 deliveries with 5 boundaries, striking at 74. And so really good knock by him. Certainly has given the US a good platform to build this innings on. This one looped by the captain, just played into the mid wicket region, a run. This one flighted again and beating the diving mid wicket. Top in here cleans up and a single taken. And Gill, he has played a really good innings so far, but well supported by his partner Gag, who is on 43, 44 now, and this one flighted and wide outside the off stump.
See, and that shows you the merit, Vijay. It shows you merit in batting in partnerships.
And he's flighting this one again. And so he's certainly giving it ear.
Yes.
Is the captain, as you would have noted, McCall, that Basant was a bit more flat. But Rampersad is looking to give it some flight. This one flighted again, looped high. And so he's certainly tempting the batsman with those deliveries to see what they would do. The batsmen so far have been keen on just
You realize he has
being
brought
watchful.
Basant quite short
Yes.
there at short
Mid wicket.
mid wicket there. Yeah.
And this one just tickled. Is it now? It's a signal wide. So another wide by the captain, and 2 runs now added to the total. It should be 107. But he's certainly trying something, as the captain is. He's certainly giving it a bit of ear and tempting the batsman to do something. try to take on the probably the fielders in the deep as Gag is stripping down the wicket and playing that one back to the bowler, no one taken. So at the end of over number 23, the
Again,
score 107 without loss.
sorry, credit to the batsman. In spite of however he looped those deliveries, they were not taking off their game. They were still willing to stretch, hit it for one, hit it in the gap every now and again. And as you know, the good old game where a wide will come every now and again. So they, they got what they wanted. Um, they were not tempted to go into extravagant shots, and that's because the run rate is reasonably good, and the projection, varies based on the overs remaining and how many runs that they do have. And so far as I'm concerned, they were not turned off by the flirting of Prasad. He was really giving it appreciable ear, giving the ball a chance to turn, but they were not forced into any error.
Adesso mi vediamo.
As we see,
Right arm leg continue.
yes, no, it's a change in ball actually. It
Bowler,
is,
yeah.
yes, it's Brendan Budu. And this one chopped nicely past the man at slip for a single. Well played there by Gilly. He has shown an affinity to play that shot. And it is there is some danger with a slip being in place. However, he has controlled it well. Brendan Budu, right arm leg break bowler. And now we see that man at slip moving a bit wider. And Gag stopping that one. So the field for Budu, there's a slip. There's a man at short third, a backward point. There's a man in the cover region. There's a man sweeping at extra cover, and a long off. And this one played to that man at long on now. There's a mid wicket and a deep forward square and boundary.
Well, they're trying to plug all the gaps possible, but having done that, the bowler went short, and he was struck down to long on area.
And Budu, and this one quicker by Budu. And the Gill, the man who just got to his 50, just hit that one straight to the man at mid wicket there. So the first wicket falls for the men from the USA on 109.
Yeah, it was a short delivery nonetheless, and he pulled it not with a full face. Apparently, hit more to the he hit more to the top of the bat than the middle of the bat, and it ballooned. It ballooned to Rampasad at short mid wicket, and he was the first wicket going down for the Americans. The opening pair, in my view, did yeoman service to their team, and the Trinidadians worked, and something really is now paying off, and let's hope that they will continue from here on in. But like I said before, 100 plus without loss does not mean that the game is won. Okay.
Yes, that is as we see the players being refreshed here, and that wicket brought about a water break. And yes, I do agree with you, but it was a really solid platform set by these two opening batsmen, in particular Gill, who would be disappointed with his dismissal. It just was a short delivery. It really deserved to be punished. And what I can say is that probably what would have taken him off guard was the speed of that delivery that was a bit quicker and probably got onto him a bit faster than he expected. And he just was able to hit it to the captain, Rampasad, feeling at a mid wicket. So the first wicket falls, and it would be interesting now to see how the Americans continue to approach the innings. There's no need really for them to do anything different than what they've done before. Of course, now Trinidad having gotten that wicket would be hoping that they can continue to apply pressure and get more wickets now that they, or at least one of the two set batsmen uh, have been given out, and they would probably be hoping to bowl as much deliveries to the Newman Utkarsh Srivastava, and that is because, as we have noted, that it does take some time for the batsman to get in on this wicket. You do require playing some deliveries, getting a few dots in, just to feel the pace of the wicket. And so the Trinidadians would be hoping in that case to get as much deliveries to the Newman as possible. The likelihood of getting him out is much,
Greater.
yes, is greater, considering he's at the start of his innings as opposed to Gag, who is
Yeah.
on 45. Sorry,
So this is the 23rd over,
24th.
24th. Okay, so look, there's another 26 overs to go. Huh? If my calculations are correct. There is no need to panic. There is no panic here. We have 109 runs. We have lost one wicket. There's still a full team. There should be a little more urgency to get to where you want, but risks should be eliminated. Just keep the risk out of it, and they could get closer to 50.
And Srivastava getting nicely on the front foot to that one. So that delivery concludes the 24th over with the score on 109 for 1. Yes, and that man Gag, who shared such a good partnership, 109 for the opening wicket.
Yeah,
He's on
that's
45.
kudos to the American team. They did fairly well in the opening exchanges. Like I said before, I've seen teams crumble after 111 for 1. So they can't be too complacent. They still have to do the work. At the same time, Trinidad would have to get themselves more organized in terms of fielding. The run rate has fallen because of the spinners, and therefore it is their duty to maintain things as they are, build pressure, and who knows, may see more wickets falling.
Captain is flighting this one. He has done a really good job, the captain, of flighting, putting good loop on his deliveries, and he's asking the batsman to do something. Gag has shown that he's not afraid to use his feet as well. So it's a good battle as we see a change in the field. The man at long off now coming into the circle. So the captain now is asking Gag to go over his head. He's giving it flight. And
You
he
say
is,
thank you.
yes, he obliges.
Say thank you.
And that's a lovely shot. Again, he's using his feet, trying to get to the pitch of the ball and hits it nicely down the ground. He moves on to 49.
Yes, you see, this is where the game is. It's a game of wit. The long off was well placed. He was looping, and the batsman was not hitting. He was simply pushing for singles. For one brief moment, he asked the long off to come up, and then he went over one bounce for 4.
Yes, and
Now he's back out of the circle.
and this
Now
time,
he's pushing down to long off,
yes,
mid
and,
off. No,
and that brings up a
for a
well
single.
played 50. And that
brings
brings,
up his 50.
yes, a well played 50 by Gag. He has 50 runs from 75 deliveries with 4 boundaries. The latest being that strike over mid off for 4. And we see a change in field now for the new man Srivastava taking his guard. That man who is sweeping on the cover boundary now comes into the circle. So there's no fielder out on the offside. On the onside, there's a long on and a deep mid wicket on the boundary. And, nice delivery. I really like the fact that the captain is giving it ear. He's asking the batsman to have a go at him. Of course, Gag, probably the wrong customer to ask a question, considering that he's the set batsman. But certainly, nothing to lose by doing that for Shrivastava, who of course is early in his innings. He'll probably be looking to get himself in here. As we see a change in the field now, there's a long off and cover going back on the boundary, and he's driving this one to top in here at long on for a single, and the score moves up by one. So at the end of over number 25, the halfway mark in terms of overs for this innings, the score 114 for 1.
Well, if you look at it as half and half, 25 overs bowled, 114. If you multiply that by 2, you understand what
Yes,
I'm talking about.
115.
But that's not how cricket works.
Yes.
That's not how it works. These last couple of look at the last time, the last 2 wickets yielded 100 plus runs, and so much more could be expected of this pair and of the Americans if they keep their heads together.
Yes, and that man Budu to continue. The only successful bowler so far in this innings for the Trinidadians, and I do agree with you. It's played again nicely. It is difficult, but I would say, well, sorry, it's difficult to assess what what the final score would be. The Americans have chosen to be quite sedate in their innings. They haven't done anything to rash. As we see the field set for the new man Shrivastava, there's a slip in place. There's a short third man. There's a point, cover, extra cover, and a man in the circle at mid-off. And this one wide, and a really athletic take there by the wicketkeeper. We have noted that he is really agile. He moves around really well behind the stumps, and a very acrobatic take from him there. This one driven to Langan. An important work by him there. There is no man at fine leg. And so had that beaten him, there was a likelihood, yes, he could have run away for 4.
You see, Vijay, you may not be old enough to have seen David Williams, Trinidadian keeper and West Indies keeper. Yeah, his agility was really agile, and
and this one, lovely shot, slug sweep employed there by the set man Gag. He now continues his run. His runs in this innings, he is now up to 54, and the score now moves on to 121 for 1.
Well, he feels that he's set now, and he has seen everything, and he's now beginning to take a few liberties. And in that case, he took a ball from maybe centre and off, and he went all the way down to mid wicket for 4 runs.
Yes, and little risk in that shot. There's not a man on the boundary there. And this one faster by Budu. And he does seem to have a deceptive faster delivery, considering it was one of those that got Gill out in the previous over at the end of over number 26 to score 122 for 1. Yes, I was saying Budu, he is deceptive with his pace. At least he doesn't seem to change his action much, but he does get it to go through a bit quicker, and that seems to certainly caught Gill off guard in that instance.
Well, Gill was into a pole, but the ball sort of rushed him, if you want to say that.
Yes, as the captain Rampasad to continue from this pavilion end. And flights it nicely and just dropping short of the man there at mid-wicket Basant. Basant, who would have had a good few overs from this pavilion end as well in his spell. And this one flicked nicely off the hip by Shrivastava, by Gag, as Shrivastava now gets on strike. And there is an effort by the Trinidadians to get Shrivastava on strike. I noted in the last over, they allowed the single for him to be on strike for the following over. So there is a plan here by the Trinidadians to get as much deliveries to Srivastava. He's chipping down. And there was some hesitation. A quick single taken by the batsman. And for the first time in this innings, we've seen now a bit of hesitation in the running.
Well, the
but
hesitation was in the calling, apparently.
yes,
The call belonged to the non-striker at the time. The ball went back of the striker.
this one flighted, and he's looking to go over mid wicket. This one will fall close to the boundary. Actually gets there, so it beats the two men in the deep, bisects the two men in the deep, and the Gag coming down the wicket and just clipping that one over mid wicket for 4. Good shot by him.
Hence, you see the reason why they prefer to bowl to Srivastava. Given Gill is set, Gill is
Gag.
pumped up, Gag is pumped up. He has well over 50 plus runs, 60,
Yes, he's on
and he
60.
feels he can take his liberties at this point in time.
He's really confident. Now is Gag. This one shot and just played to the man at extra cover. No one taken. And of course, the runs will come. You just need to occupy the crease. And Gag has shown so far that once you apply yourself on this wicket, you can score runs. This one a little flatter, but played nicely to long on. And it's interesting to note that there is a really wide long on, but the long off is really straight, as that single concludes the 27th over with the score on 129 for 1. Yes, for Rampasad, it is interesting that as for the off spinner, there is a really wide long on, but a really straight long off.
Yeah, because he's an off spinner.
You see,
The ball goes naturally into the right hand batsman, and by all means, the long off may not come to it quite as often. But what I saw happen when that 4 was hit, there was someone coming around from deep backward square, or from square like it was, or mid-wicket, coming toward mid wicket, and the wide long off. So both
Yes.
were converging. Maybe there's need for someone out, to eliminate all that.
well, to be
There
fair
needs
to
to be
the
someone here, a long on, a deep, a wide mid wicket.
To be fair to the Trinidadians, though, Gag hasn't really shown inclination really to hit it in that area. But we have seen signs, though. He did play a slug sweep in the previous over of Budu, who continues here from the far end.
Point.
He's driving this one nicely again. His Gag moves on to 62. Srivastava now back on strike, and we are seeing the Trinidadians apply pressure to Srivastava. They're ensuring that
doesn't
at
get
least,
off strike.
yes, on the offside, there's no quick singles. Everyone is in the circle there. Oh, and he's playing this one nicely. Good looking shot over long off. That's gonna run for boundary. And so good shot there by Srivastava. Safe shot. The man was in the circle, but he lifted that one nicely and got boundary.
Yeah, the Trinidadians have shown the propensity to always wanting to bowl to Srivastava, to starve Gag of strike. But Srivastava is no slouch, really.
Yes, see,
He bats up number 3, therefore he should be capable.
when this one again, Budu bowling a bit more faster, and that shot brings a change in the field. There's now a man at long off, and in many ways the Trinidadians have been reactive in the field. And this one flighted nicely, and he's hitting it over cover this time. That is a lovely shot, and it runs away to the boundary. So really good shot there by Srivastava. We would note that in the first game, the coach did note that he's one of the players to look for, and we're seeing it now. 2 lovely shots, hitting it really on the up. They're not bad deliveries. He's hitting it off a good length, but certainly
Yes, and deliberately over the fieldsman and down into the boundary for 4. In fact, now the cover has been put out, and so they are trying to limit his options.
And Srivastava now hitting that one nicely to long off. And again, in some ways, a reactive by the Trinidadians.
Well, when you given the fact that both openers were uh, playing the game as it should in terms of not taking liberties, but now we see having gone through the 27th over, there is a tendency for them now to beginning to open up, having reached 100, having seen just about every bowler that is available. They are now taking their liberties, and so the Trinidadians have to react.
Yes, and at the end of over number 28, they score 139 for one. And yes, I mean, it is interesting though that you would react so quickly. I think that again he's still settling into his innings. He's still just 13 deliveries in, and so there is a risk involved. Of course, you do risk those boundaries in trying to create pressure, and so there's a fine balance to be found as the captain continues from the pavilion end. As
They're taking the slip out.
and we see that man
On the
at
onside.
yes, so there's now a square leg in place, a short square leg, well, a wide mid wicket one once and a short mid wicket. So two men close on the leg side. So there's a short mid wicket and a more orthodox mid wicket in place. And this one short, and he's cutting this one is Srivastava nicely to the offside. That's four. It was short, stood up in the wicket, and he got back and just cracked that one to the offside for four. And again, we see a change in field. That man now goes back to cover. Now,
See, the attitude when Srivastava came to the wicket was that, oh, he's a new guy on the block, and so we are going to bowl as many balls to him. But there's a number 3 batsman.
he's flighting this one again and tickled nicely for a single on the leg side. Srivastava has shown really good intent in this innings in terms of his shot selection. He has been certainly the most aggressive of the American batsmen so far. Of course, we've only seen 3, but he has done a good job so far in taking the attack back to the Trinidadian bowling. As there's some adjustments, there is a change. There's a man now at deep mid wicket for Gag, and that probably is a result of that shot where he used his feet to get down the wicket and hit it in that area. So there's a short mid wicket for him. There's a man at forward square and a man at fine leg on the onside, including a long one, and that deep mid wicket on the boundary. He's chipping again and just getting it to the man topping. And so really smart cricket here being employed by the Americans. They have a good platform, and so far Srivastava has exploited that by his positive intent. And this one short, and
They are not giving it away. Even though they have a good platform, they're still playing things. Every now and again, they would take an opportunity to go across the line or to hit over the top. But they're playing very good cricket.
his final delivery of this over and played quietly back to the bowler. So at the end of over number 29, this score 145 for one. And I must mention for a good bit of overs now, McCall, the run rate now has just creeped back over 5 runs and over. And so in that middle phase, initially when spin was introduced, it dipped below 5. It never really got below 4.5 though. The batsman was still able to score at least 5 runs and over to keep it just about in the range between 4.5, 5, but it goes back again over 5 runs and over. And so the USA would be really pleased with how they've really set up this inning so far. And of course, the man Gag on 63, he's still batting. He lost his partner Gill on 51 with the score on 109. A really good platform set up by them. This partnership now were 36, and he's looking to sweep again, Gag, and that one a slug sweep again to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So he continues along his merry way, and the partnership now moves up to 40 in quick time. I must add, they have this partnership. They've scored at better than a run a ball.
Yes, you see, if Gag continues to take balls from say center on off down to the mid wicket area, it will force the captain to shift one of the men from the offside onto the onside, which will give him a lot more opportunities on the offside to score. But right now he cannot go to the offside. It's packed with fielders. He doesn't want to take a chance, so he takes a chance for going to the empty area. Now there's one employed now, a deep mid wicket, employed, deep backward square, and now there's another one coming over, going to a short mid wicket.
Yes, still a slip employed. And he's using his feet again, and he's hitting this one over cover this time. So lovely use of the feet again by Gag, hitting this one nicely over cover for 4.
So then, having moved 2 persons from the offside to the onside, now he goes over the offside and goes over extra cover for 4.
Yes, and
smart cricket.
Yes, and Gag is really toying with the field here. He's manipulating the field as he pleases. He's really he's not only identifying the gaps, but he's able to hit it in those regions and maximize those opportunities. So really solid innings from him so far here.
He is practically dictating to the captain where not or where to put his fielders.
And we see now that slip being taken out. He's now moving to a third man position. Ooh, and this one again. Ruplal, the man, there was a change of bowler, and it's Ruplal now back into the attack from the far end. He was dispatched first delivery. And Gag now nicely getting well down the wicket. And again, we have to really commend the men from the USA. They have always seek to get on the front foot. They want to get forward. They want to drive the ball. Done a really good job. The 150 came up with that for the score 153 for 1, and in this the 30th over. And so a really good platform set here, especially by Gag. He's driving this one to mid wicket, no run. And that concludes the 30th over. So at the end of over number 30, the score 153 for 1. And I know you were discussing earlier, McCall, to double this score at the halfway point, but I think more in the modern game, especially you multiply it from the 30th over,
yes.
And because of so much T20 cricket that is being played.
No, well, I was looking at it holistically.
Yes.
We had 114 when we had 25 overs. So I was saying, well, since we have another 25 overs, just multiply by 2. That's simple.
Yes.
But that's not the way cricket goes. Because one guy can stay there with a tail end and put on the same amount that's already on the card.
Yes, as we see a change in bowling here, Basant back into the attack. His first spell, he bowled 6 overs for 17 runs. He's certainly been the most economical of the Trinidadian bowlers, and certainly the captain, Rampersad, would be hoping that he can just peg back the scoring a bit. These 2 batsmen scoring freely, and starts well from this pavilion end. There's a long off, and a man sweeping on the cover boundary and extra cover in the circle, along with backward point and third man. Ooh, and this one driven nicely by Shrivastava. Down to long off for a single. On the onside for Basan, there's a wide long on. There's a orthodox mid wicket and orthodox fine leg in place. Short fine leg, I must add, and a man just in front of square on the boundary. And this one short and keeping a bit low. Gag hitting this one to the man topping here at long on in front of us. This one again played nicely by Shivastava. Shivastava is really diminutive in stature, but he certainly hits the ball really well. He seems to have good
Yeah, his
quick
timing.
hands. Yes.
His timing of the ball is impeccable.
Listen, Gag. This partnership now getting close to 50 runs. Ooh. Son shooting again a bit low, a bit of footwork there by the man coming around at backward point to limit that to a single. And so easy going in this over so far. Basan continues to be economical for the most part.
Apparently, because he's not looping as much as the captain was. He's flatter through the air.
Oh, and this one taking the outside edge runs to the man there at short third man, and the score turns over by one. So at the end of over number 31, the score 158 for one. USA men Sahil Gag 73 from 94 deliveries with 8 boundaries, and he's joined by Utkarsh Srivastava in the middle, who has 19 from 20 deliveries with 3 boundaries, and this partnership now worth 48 runs in just 7 overs, 42 deliveries, and so really good work done here by these two batsmen so far. You would have mentioned, McCall, that we have seen stranger things happen in regard to a slew of wickets falling in that Jamaica game, and we may add context to that. And it was the US team that was able to dismiss Jamaica, who would have had that start of 110 without loss, and capitulated. They lost at that time 96 runs for all their 10 wickets. And this one negotiated nicely by Srivastava as Ruplal continues from the far end. Just 18 overs after the completion of this one left in the innings. This one keeping a bit low. I'm starting to notice, McCall. I'm not sure if you would agree, but it seems now that, as you would have mentioned many times, that once the sun comes out, the pitch plays a bit differently now. We're seeing some keeping just a bit low, in my estimation. And this one played nicely by Srivastava for a single. And again, there was the threat of rain earlier in the day.
Yeah, well, according to the forecast, the weather forecast, and there was some rain in some areas, like I said, to the left upon Mount Layamigua. There was quite some rain. In Nevis, parts of Bastia, there was rain. But where the sun is out, nice and hot now, things are back on even keel. So let's hope that things return to normal.
Yes, and this one getting a bit of bounce is Ruplal, just takes the edge but falls harmlessly into the offside. Yes, the sun is now shining in all its glory, and you can feel the heat from here, commentating area. This one just a bit short and whipped away off the legs by Gag, and the batsman come across for 2. And so at the end of over number 32, the score 161. Sorry, is it 160? Yes, 161. Yes, for 1. 18 overs left in this innings, and the Trinidadians have used so far 7 bowlers in their innings. As we see Basant continuing for his 8th. And of course, this partnership now worth 52 runs. And so, really good job by these 2 batsmen in getting to this 50 partnership. They will be hoping to push on. And this is driven nicely by Shivastava. Really pressing on his front foot, getting to the pitch of these deliveries, and he's driving it nicely. And score moves up by 1. Gag now on strike. Gag, who is now batting on 75. He's 75 from 97 deliveries with 8 boundaries. This one. And this one just falling short of the man at mid-wicket there. And the batsman topping, the fielder topping comes across and limits it only for 1. There was a chance for 2 there, but the batsman seemed to have just taken their intensity down a notch. And this one driven in the air, nice shot, and that's for a lovely shot there by Srivastava, again pressing on his front foot, and with a flick of his wrist getting it in front the man there at extra cover, but a lovely shot. And once it passed him, it was always going to get to the boundary. So Srivastava has shown in this inning so far that he's going to be more of the aggressor. He's more the player that is looking to score quickly, and a really good shot by him there.
Score 167.
And again, he's looking to get forward. 1 delivery left in this the 33rd over. And this one played back to the bowler, no run. And so at the end of over number 33, they score 167 for 1. And must say that with this score where we are at this present stage, the US would be looking at a total well over 200. I'm thinking at this point they should be probably looking at 250, in excess of 260 at this stage.
Well, 167 for 1 wicket, by the way. Your entire team almost is still intact. And if they decide to go helter-skelter on you in the last 10 overs, they have the resources so to do, because having only lost 1 wicket, of course, you can really do a charge, and especially if you have the quality of players that could really give it a good whack in the last 10 overs, you could be looking close to 300. That is if the resources are available.
Yes, and interesting to note again is that the main batsman for them so far in this tournament, Switan, he hasn't had a turn to bat yet, as this one is swept to the man there at a short fine leg. No one taken. Yes, so the farm batsman for them so far has not had a knock, and of course his main innings, major innings so far was on this field.
Yeah.
Yes, and so this one cut, and the batsmen are pushing for 2. They're coming back, and so
That's
really good running by these 2 batsmen. A Gag in particular.
excellent running, actually.
It wasn't hit too far from that man who was on the deep cover boundary, but really positive running. And I must say that yes, there was a really good start to the innings, but the intensity shown by especially Srivastava in his innings so far has really helped to push, continue to push the US men to score at a much faster rate than they were in that opening partnership.
Yeah, but he's 26. Shivastava is 26, and he he has just gotten to the crease, and so he has with his partner compiled 50 plus runs.
Yes,
60 runs.
yes,
about?
60 runs. Yes.
Exactly.
Oh, and Gag is looking to play across the line of this one. Polite inquiry by the Trinidadians, but the umpire not interested.
Struck outside off stump, actually.
And this one, Gag is coming nicely forward, just spots it into the offside, no one taken. So at the end of over number 34, the score 169 for 1. And yes, we were noting that the partnership now is worth 60 runs, and they've compiled those 60 runs in 60 deliveries. So going at a runner ball, they haven't dropped in terms of their run scoring. If anything, they've continued to be steady. They're currently going at exactly 5 runs and over. Sorry, yeah, just about 5 runs and
per
over. Yes.
Yeah,
And
Gag in particular has been quite innovative. Where he find it difficult to score, he has taken on the field, like going up against the leg spinner, going from off to mid wicket, force a change of field, and then where the changes came from, he went there. So it's quite a game that Gag is playing, and having reached 169, you don't have to be surprised.
And Gag just negotiates that. Actually, there was well, I wouldn't say an issue, but there was a bit of a mix up there. The fielders were changing, thinking that it was the end of the over. It wasn't, but that final delivery negotiated, no problem. And now at the end of over number 34, the score 169 for 1. And I am curious to see, first off, the approach by the Americans in terms of how they're going to negotiate, especially these last 15 and then 10 overs, and as well as the score that they end up getting. And again, we have to mention that they have the advantage in terms of playing at this ground before, and also the result that they had on this ground before. Well, it's not only that they were able to rally their last 2 wickets for 100 runs in that game, but they were also able to rally their bowlers in restricting the Jamaicans to 196 all out.
Yeah, they are confident, having won a game here, having made 210 in one. They were 103 for 7, and ended up with 210. So they are quite confident that they can rally and do better, and even beat the Trinidadians.
We see a change in the field here for Shrivastava. The man at backward square now moves to point. Sorry, at fine leg he moves to point. So there's an extra cover and a cover, and they're catching. But Shrivastava, good feeling by the man there in that short extra cover region. So the Trinidadians, they have identified that he's strong on the drive, and so they've set a field, and Basant would be hoping to just tempt him into making a mistake, hitting in that area. And he's now hitting this one firmly to top in here in front of us at long on, and the score moves up by 1 to 170.
Bowling with only 3 persons on the onside. And all the other fielders on the... So he's gone from off to leg, 1 bounce, 4 runs through mid-wicket.
Yes, and that is a lovely slug sweep there by Gag. He has played that shot really well in this innings. He's played it against the 2 leg spinners that were coming from the far end. This time now Basant coming from the pavilion, and he's hitting with the spin. And again, as you would have noted, McCall, just 3 men on the leg side for the off spinner, and so you can't afford to be
too straight. You have
to
be wide. Now, if you're too wide, it can cut you down past the point area and still achieve much the same thing.
And this one, a lovely shot inside out over extra cover. The man sweeping on the boundary comes across, limits it just to two. So Gag really has shown a good penchant, not only uh, in terms of his usage of the feet, but also his shot selection. He has played some really good shots throughout his innings, and he moves into the 80s now. He's 84. This one shot, just driven back to the man fielding at the long off boundary. And so at the end of over number 35, the score 177 for one.
Yeah, which is a really big score in the making, if I want to say that. You see, we can't put things past the Trinidadians because they have quite a unit, and the attitude for them should be, well, if you can make it, then I can, which is what we want to see in cricket. This belief that you bowl me out for 110 and you will be bowled out for 109, you know. But Gag is really manipulating the field.
Yes.
At will, when they were 7-3, he goes onside and he gets away with it.
Again, he's looking to sweep this one. It falls. Oh, it bounces over the man that is at the deep forward square boundary. He's putting his hands up. He's exasperated. He couldn't do much there. It just took a bad bounce for him. But nonetheless, Gag now moves on to 89, and he'll be certainly eyeing that century mark, and it certainly would be a well-compiled 100 if he gets there. He has played a really good inning so far. As you would have noted, Macaulay has manipulated the field countless times, and now we see again a change in the field. The man at fine leg now, he's...
Was there a need for the change of fielder, given the fact that the ball bounced and went over his head?
Well,
he jumped,
yes,
but it still got over him.
And Gag again using his feet, and now moving into the 90s. He's now on 90, and yes, it's interesting. There's not really much the fielder could have done there. It was just a bad bounce. He would have needed to be at least 3 more extra feet tall to get to that one. Oh, and this one, Srivastava punching it. It stood up in the wicket, that one, but he negotiated it well, did Srivastava. And the partnership now worth 74 from 70 deliveries. 3 deliveries left in the 36th over. And this one just short of a length. And again, we have to say that it seems like the Trinidadians now are waiting for this wicket to fall. There's not much that they seem to be able to do. And you would think then, McCall, that the next wicket will probably come. Of course, all wickets come from batsman mistake, but more so now that these batsmen will be the ones to create their own demise because they seem to be batting so well.
Yeah, the Srivastava, in my view, has come to the wicket. I think they underestimated him. I thought they did, and they were trying to bowl more balls to him, which got him set quicker than he ought to have. And for some reason, he is, he has put on a 71 partnership with the opening Gag, and in my view, I wonder if we should have got if Trinidad should have gotten the wicket, things might have been much better.
Yes, as we
this
see,
guy has stepped things up since he got there.
yes, he has played with great intensity, as we see change in bowling here from the pavilion end. That man Abdul Rahim Toppin coming back into the attack. His first spell, he would have bowled 5 overs for 30 runs, and so a bit on the expensive side. He's went for just about a run a ball in his spell, and the men from the USA scoring just over 5 runs and over. This one played nicely by Gag, and again, we haven't really had the opportunity to see the fast men at the death. Well, at least in my experience, I haven't seen the fast bowlers bowling at the death, and so it would be interesting to see how the deliveries play out. We did note in the last game, Apidi, the fast bowler from USMN2, he had a return spell and he got a bit of tap.
Yeah, you get hit around the park.
This one, again, some good aggression shown here by tapping. It's wide, but I think, if I'm correct, McCall, that might have just been the second shot delivery we've seen from for the innings so far.
And both bowled by topping.
Yes.
I was suggesting that he try something earlier, but he did one ball from the spell, bowled a short delivery, and now that's the second one.
Says Topping steams in. This one short, and they just take the single. So again, the Trinidadians seem to just be waiting for something to happen here.
Yeah, I was telling you earlier that nobody seemed to have made 100.
Yes.
And the only person seemed like they could have was the guy who made 85. And he's not yet at the crease. And Gagno has 92. So the two possible hundreds both came out of guys from the US.
Yes, as he plays this one nicely down to third man for single. And again, it's important to note that the Americans have run really well between the wicket. For the most part, there was just one instance I can remember between these two batsmen where there was some hesitation in the calling, as you would have noted, McCall. But for the most part, they have done a really good job of rotating the strike. It hasn't been a boundary-filled innings overall. They have scored boundaries, yes, but what they've really done well is rotate the strike, and they've run really well between the wickets and put the pressure on the Trinidadian fielders. And this one shot, and he's pulling this one backward of square. It's running between two men. Good footwork by the man coming forward of square, and 2 runs added to the total. And so Srivastava is not backing down from the short delivery. He's looking to take it on. And one would, yes, and one would assume if he's going to bowl short, and he needs to change his field a bit up, which he does. He moves his fine leg a bit more wider.
Well, if I were to have been topping, I wouldn't bounce at Srivastava.
Ooh, and this one, no ball. Yes, and the batsman are crossing for a single here.
Yeah.
And we're waiting for the call.
It's a no ball.
Well, the
There'll be a
umpires.
no ball above the waist.
Well, the umpires haven't called it, and so that one probably just died before it got to Srivastava. It seemed like a really, a beam, as you would have said, well over the waist. He is a short man, is Srivastava. Oh, and this one played nicely, and coming across for a single.
I would say that was a no ball above the waist. However, the umpire is in the best position, and he ruled it wasn't.
Yes.
But I was suggesting that he shouldn't bounce to Srivastava, because Srivastava being short, it may not affect him badly. A good bouncer is neck height. When you slam it into the wicket, it comes about neck height. If it's above the head, there is no pressure. Yeah? And if it's below the neck chest area, then it is susceptible for being pulled. And so the neck area is just above the height. And if he bowls short to Srivastava, quite obviously it will get above the head. And however, that one went straight from his hand to the batsman. And whether it was above waist height or not, that's to be looked at maybe sometime later.
Sangag continues along his merry way. There gets a single day off Ruplal, who is into his 8th over. He has figures of none for 34. And this is a lovely shot, and he's sweeping this one all the way for 6. So a lovely shot there by Srivastava. He played it There's a huge gap there. The man that is on the boundary, he's forward of square, hit that well behind square for six, getting across his stump and sweeping the leg spinner. And Shivastava certainly continues on his merry way. He now moves on to 38 from 38 deliveries.
Yeah, ball that was well pitched up in my view. He picked it up just on the volley and flicked it from about, say, mid-off, middle and off, and swung it over the backward square leg for six. And mind you, this is coming from a right arm leg break bowler.
This one short, and he's cutting this one to the man there on the cover boundary, and that brings up the 200 now for the men from the USA. So the USA men team now 200 for one in this, the 38 over, and 12 overs left after the completion of this one. And Gahag just driving this one nicely. So he's looking just to get Shivastava on strike. And Shivastava has played a really good inning so far. He's going at a runner ball for his 39. And he's looking to sweep again. Lovely shot. Again, backward of square. And it runs all along the carpet for four. Really good execution of the sweep shot. We did see the former sweep shot going in the air. This time he rolled his wrist on that one, kept it all along the ground. And yes, all the way to the boundary for four.
The Shivastava has brought some momentum to the American cause. The run rate, which was dipping at one point, it was retrieved and put even now in a better position than it was prior to his arrival at the crease.
So, Ruplal pushing that one faster through, and no one conceded there. So at the end of over number 38, the score 205 for one. And I think that will signal the final drinks break of this innings, as we take a bit of a small break here as well. Yes, and we're back from that final drinks break of this American innings with the Americans on 205 for one at the end of 38 overs. And the batsman on strike, Sahil Gag, he's on 96 from 116 deliveries. And his partner Shivastava on 43 from 41 deliveries. Oh, and that is well played in the end by that man Gag. It was short and it followed him, but he played it with nice soft hands and got it to the third man boundary for single. And of course, McCall, we would have noted in our few commentary stints that batsmen need to be careful coming off of a break, not to lose their wicket. So it would be, though, interesting to see how the US approach this innings. This one shot again and pulled to the man down on the fine leg boundary for a single. Yes, it would be interesting to see how they approach these final 12 overs. I think once Gag probably gets to his 100, he'll probably look to be a bit more expansive. But Shivastava, who is on 44, has been certainly the more aggressive of these two batsmen in this partnership. And
Well, any more expansive than what he is now, it would not spell good news for Trinidad. So, well, he has been taking balls from off stump and hitting them all the way down to backward square. And he has been taking his liberties because he has been there for quite a long time. And of course, he has 96, and he has batted well, in my view, with his two partners, and deserves 100.
I would concur. The more aggressive Shivastava, and this one full, and he's driving this one to the man there at extra cover now. The field for topping, there's a man, well, there's a mid off, there's a mid on, there's a mid wicket in the circle, there's a man at deep backward square, there's a man at deep fine leg, and there's a man at deep third man, there's a point, there's an extra cover, and a man sweeping on the cover boundary. This one short, and he's pulling this one just past the man there at mid wicket, and they should come back for two. And that was a bit of a lazy effort there by the man at mid wicket. He probably should have dived for that one, and it just eludes him. Luckily for Shivastava and the men from the US, that man there at mid wicket, Basant. And Basant, who has had a steady spell bowling wise, but the Trinidadians would probably be disappointed that he didn't make more of an effort to get that ball. McCall?
Yeah, I think a better effort was required. He did not do so. And now there's one that's short, pulled away, one bounce into the deep mid wicket area by Shivastava.
Yes, and
now he has reached 50. Is that so?
Yes, he has.
Shivastava has reached 50. And speaking of Basant and his effort, it was a bit lazy, but I would forgive him. Given he has had a long stint on the field, he has been bowling, and you know, for other reasons for other reasons than being tired. I don't know why he did not put a better effort into that one.
Yes, and with that boundary that brought up the 50 for Shivastava, who has 50 from 45 deliveries with 6 boundaries and 1 6. And that also brought up the previous delivery would have brought up the 100 partnership. So there's now a partnership worth 105 runs in just 91 deliveries. So these two have really done a good job of not only continuing to score, but score quickly and score with positive intent. And they would be hoping to continue to push on. Now, it's important that these two bat as long as possible. They have now gotten the pace of the wicket. They have seen themselves in, as we see a change in bowling from the far end from us. The debutant comes back for his second spell. Alexander Chase, left arm, fast, medium.
I made a prediction. I said this thing can go close to 300. I see it's still possible. Looking at it's 214 now, another 10 overs to go. We have all but one of the team members who still cannot bat. And that's the one that's out. So the entire team is still intact.
Yes, and it is important for at least one of these two batsmen to bat through the innings, regardless of which one it is. If a wicket were to fall, you don't want a situation where you have two new batsmen at the crease, as we have noted that it does take some time to get acclimatized to the pitch, and that's something though that the Trinidadians would be hoping for with the reintroduction of Chase. Garg on strike. The bowler just misses his run up, and he needs to be careful. He did deliver a no ball early in his spell, and we look.
A couple of whites too.
Yes, we look at the extras, and there are 14 wides, 15 extras so far, 14 wides and one no ball. And this one is full, and he's driving back to the bowler. So Garg just 2 runs off of what would be the first century of this tournament, but a well-deserved century as well. He's started slowly, got himself in, and as his innings progressed, so did his aggression. And this one full, just clipped to mid-wicket. Bowler lucky to get away with that one. A full toss on the pads. And as we can see from here now, McCall, the sun is really pelting down on us. We can see the heat waves on the field. And there is still that cooling breeze coming from the Atlantic side. But again, still intermittently. And Garg is driving. He's pushing for 2. They'll only get 1 though, as Shrivastava now comes back in strike. I think out of these 2 batsmen, Shrivastava would be the one to be the more aggressive from here on. Now he has shown that.
Yes, Garg is on 99. He will consume a couple of balls before he gets to 100. And that this will only work to the advantage of the Trinidadians. Most people take a few balls, 98, 99.
And Shrivastava clips this one to the man that is just backward of square. There is more of a wide short fine and a single take, and there's just, I think, there's 2 deliveries left in this over, and the Garg now on 99, and so all eyes on him to see if he can complete what would be a really well compiled century. He's struck on the pad, and that's probably going to be a leg by. And it actually is not. And so he gets to a well compiled 100, does Sahil Garg. He gets to his 100 from 122 deliveries with 10 boundaries, and the first 100 of this CWI Rising Stars Men Under 19 tournament, and a lovely innings compiled by him, McCall.
Yeah, all the congratulations are due to Garg for his patience, his tenacious attitude when things got rough, and of course batting with his partners. It's important that he bat in partnership, and he did very well. 100 runs to Garg, and of course the score moves on by 1 to 2.
Well, it moves to 2 because that was a no ball.
It was a no ball.
Yes, and again, Chase transgressing in the front crease. Yes, he was the one to deliver the first no ball in the innings, and now again. And so Gaga now on 100 has the opportunity with a free hit. See what he does. And this one is wide, but not given by the umpire. He was really reaching for that one. Probably
Well, the umpire
lucky
is
chase.
led by a particular indicator on the pitch, and of course he judged that it was not wide. Gag was doing all he can to smash that down to point. He missed it. It was too wide.
Yes, as we see the 100 on replay there. As we enter now
Last power play.
yes, the final 10 overs of the innings, with the US men now 219 for 1, and with 9 wickets in the hut, you'd be hoping that they now try to maximize these last 10 overs, and with 2 set batsmen at the crease, they'll be hoping to get in excess of at least to 50, but really should be challenging to 75, if I'm being really honest. A stopping continues from the pavilion end. And he's short and he's skying this one, and the bowler takes the catch, and so Shrivastava falls, trying to pull that one away onto the leg side, and that ends a really brilliant partnership by these 2 batsmen worth 110 runs. The score now 219 for 2 in the 41st over.
Shrivastava came and he gave some momentum to the innings. Things were pretty quiet up to when the first wicket fell, but since he came, he stepped up the whole process of scoring. The Trinidadians, I believe, misunderstood him. They judged him incorrectly. They thought he was not quite as potent as he was. And so they were trying to give him as much strike as possible, trying to deny Gag the strike. But they didn't realize that he was just as important and just as talented as Gag in his stamping his authority on the innings. And so Gag himself came in. He was much of the pressure came off him once Shrivastava got there, because he began to take the bowlers on.
Yes, and Shrivastava, who would have scored 52 runs from 47 deliveries with 6 fours and 1 6. He was striking at better than a run of ball, and a really well compiled 50 from him. He was the more assertive of the 2 batsmen, and he really helped to push the US forward after they lost their first wicket for 109. As we see the new batsman at the crease, Nitish Sudini, and it's probably a move. He's probably gonna be looking to score quickly, as in the previous game, it was that man Switan who would have batted at 4 in that game. As we see the batsman now changing his pads. This one is interesting. I don't think I've Nitish Sudini.
Okay.
So we have a bit of a short break in play here, as the new batsman changes over his pads. I've never seen that before in my life. You normally change your pads in the dressing room. So I'm not really sure. It probably was prompted by the umpire though. And topping now, the successful bowler, his figures 1 for 47 in this is 8th over, and he coming into this game, he was the most successful, or tied as the most successful bowler in terms of wickets taken in this competition so far. So he adds to his wicket tally, as the new man Sudini now is on strike. There's a man at mid-off, extra cover, deep cover, point, and deep third man on the offside. And topping persists with the shorter delivery again. And on the onside, there's a long on, there's a mid wicket, there's a man at deep backward square, and a fine leg. So it seems like Toppin will persist with short bowling, and he would be encouraged by that dismissal of this set to Shrivastava. But now the set man Garg is on strike. And this one short again, and he's hitting this one wide of the sweeper. He'll have to come around that man to his left as they collect 2 more runs. And so 2 more runs added to the score, and the score now moves on to 221 for 2. And so they score 2 for 2. And as we call that one, that's the Nelson. And so the superstition is that on this score, there's a likelihood of a wicket falling or something eventful happening. The US would hope not. And this one driven nicely. And this one is going to test that man on the cover boundary. Can't get there. And so a lovely shot played there by the man Garg. Again, this one over pitched by Toppin. And he leant nicely into that drive, beating the extra cover that was in the circle, but also the man sweeping on the cover boundary. And he continues his merry way, does Sahil Garg.
Beautifully timed drive with 100 plus. One would expect no less. I mean, he's been there all day, all morning.
Top into Annie shot again, and he's playing this one wider now. And this one again is going to test the boundary. It goes for 4. And so Garg has been a trademark of this innings so far. He's toying with the field, and he just gets a short one outside the off stump, and he hits it to the wide third man boundary for 4.
Yeah, Topping transgressed in the sense that the bowler baller was full of length. He was structurally covered for 4. He overcompensated. This time he went full. He went
short.
Even short.
Yes.
And he was cut down to the point area for another 4. So he needs consistency.
And he is short again, and this one caught just in the ear, just in front of the man at backward point. And he's lucky to get away with it, but he's insisting on pitching it short in this spell, and it has brought him some success. However, he has gone for a few boundaries, and that concludes the 41st over. The score 230 for 2.
Yeah, well, from here on in, we're looking at 260. That's the thing. I was saying closer to 3, but one wonders.
Yes, well, I do think that they're still in the hunt for at least 260 to 70. Now, this stage, it's only 30 runs short of that 260 mark with all but 9 overs left. And really, if Sudini can get himself in and get a few boundaries, they certainly would be hoping to challenge that 300-run mark. And you'd want to believe that with a score like that, it would certainly be competitive on this wicket. Sudini now faces up to chase. And this one a full toss, and it's driven firmly to the man there on the long on boundary for a single. Gets Garg back on strike, and this is good work by Sudini. Just getting this set batsman on strike while he himself takes his time and tries to get himself in as much as he can. Now, of course, he'll be looking to maximize these last few overs. And this one, he's looking to flick away, and they take a quick single to that man there, fielding at mid wicket. And again, the running continues to be good.
The running is good. That has put some of the fielders under pressure as well, because I've seen some grabs and misses and some balls bubbling. But the Trinidadians, basically, they have not been terrible, but they could have been a lot better, a lot more clinical in the pick up on throws and their feeling.
When this one flashes at this one, and it's gonna run away for four. So a good shot there by Sodini. It was outside the off stump, allowed him to freeze arm. It got the outside edge, but it flew away wide of backward point for four. And so he gets his first boundary of the innings, and we'll be hoping to get a few more of them. Score now to 36 for 2 with 3 deliveries left in the 42nd. And there's certainly no no chirping at all. There's no encouragement
No,
for the
it's,
bowler here. And this one, a good recovery here by Chase.
No.
Yes, and
One cannot overemphasize the importance of the innings by Gag. When you make 100 in circumstances like these, shouldn't be just 100. Should go on and get as many as you possibly can, which will help the team score to be better. For if Gag had gotten out at 100, I mean, he only has 111, but he's still in.
And Sudini, this one is on his legs. He's clipping this one to the man out there on the deep square boundary just for a single. It was in the air for a while, but fell well short of the man feeling on the boundary. And the score just goes up by one, and that man Gag again. And yes, it is important for batsmen to carry on once they get 100.
Yes, I think that one almost eluded him. He had to go to his full height to to pull that one down. So once the ball drops, it has some bounce over in that area.
And he's looking to go over the top. It's in the air, and a good running catch there by that man running around at backward point. It looks like number 50. It looks like Brendan Boodoo. We'll verify that one, but we see now the end of the innings for Gag, and he now departs for 111. So he was on the Nelson 111.
Yes.
And as I was saying before, there's always something that may happen with that number. But take nothing away from Gag. He played a lovely innings at the top of the order, and he departs for 111 runs in 128 deliveries with 12 fours, and he'll receive a standing ovation by his teammates. As we see Saharsh Switan now coming to the crease.
Yes, 236 for 3. Am I right? Oh, 2.
3.
For 3. Of course, Trinidad would have liked to have 3 wickets down when they were at least 110, but now they are 236. However, it's a good catch by the man Boudou, running away to his left, and when he took the catch, he rolled about 2 or 3 times, because of his balance, and he took a good catch to relieve themselves of Gag, 111. And of course, it's important when you make 100, make it a big 100, and 111 in the context of a one-day match is considered really good. And it was a great innings.
Yes,
tremendously good innings, backed up by Shavistava and Gill.
Yes, and really good batting effort, especially by the top order of the USM, and all getting over 50 and one going on to score 100. So certainly a commendable performance so far. And this one again short, and the man Sudini, who is on strike, he gets a single. Yes, and we also mustn't understate the difficulty of that catch by Boudou. It was running away from him. He had to make up some good ground, and he had to dive to get there. So again, it did take some good work, some magic in the field to effectively get Gag out. And the new man now, Saharsh Switan, And he, before this game, he was the top run scorer for the USA men, and he would also have good memories of this ground, having scored 85 in the first game against Jamaica. And so he'll be hoping to see how much he can add. And this one is short, and it beats the wicket keeper, and it goes for 4 buys, I believe. Yes, and so short delivery, Topping insisting on bowling shorter in this spell, and the ball just dying in front of the keeper, Lal, and runs away for 4 buys. And we did note that Lal is he's of a diminutive stature as well, but he's very agile, as you would expect from most wicket keepers, but unable to gather that one. And 4 more added to the total. Score now 241 for 3.
Yes, it's unfortunate that he didn't pull that one in. Toppin continues to bowl short because he's having success with it.
Yes. And this one shot again, and he's pulling this one to that man there at a deep fine leg for single is that man Switan. And so Sudini now comes back on strike. He's 8 from 6 deliveries with 1-4. And
Well, having gotten rid of Gag, I could understand him really employing the shorter, quick delivery.
this one shot again, but well played by that man. Sudini got on his toes and just patted it into the leg side for a single. And of course, now with the fall of Gag, the Trinidadians would now be hoping to restrict the men from the USA to at least something under 275. You would hope.
Well,
There's still 7 overs to go after this one. Shot again, and he's pulling this one well in front of square. It's gonna run close to the boundary. The man at forward square covers, and just a single taken. So really good work there by the man Ruplal, that is on the deep square boundary, just limiting that to a single. But he did strike it well. He just too close to that man at deep square leg. Shot again, and he's looking to pull this one, but no harm done there. So that ball to end the 43rd at the end of over number 43. The score 245 for 3.
Well, this is the opportunity for Trinidad to pull back and try and restrict as many wickets as they can get, and as many overs they can get in without boundaries, without the excessive scoring. This will restrict the Americans to a more manageable score. You say below 275. Well, at least the both fast men are on now, and so we'll see a series of short deliveries, I believe.
This as the debutant Chase continues from the far end, and he would have been the successful bowler that removed the Gag after that mammoth innings from him. His figure is 1 for 26, and he's going to start his 6th over here. And this one, he's struck plumb in front, and he's given. And so a good delivery there by Chase. It was full, it was on the stump. Switan looking to swipe that one away over the mid-wicket boundary. He missed it, and the umpire affirming that he was out LBW. And so he now departs for 2 runs, and the USA men lose their 4th wicket with the score on 245.
The more wickets you lose, the score it will restrict the scoring. Now, if Gag and Shavastiva were still employed, then we would have seen something bordering 300. But now with both gone and other wickets are falling, the Trinidadians have the ability now, the opportunity to restrict for as restrict as much as possible. Slow the scoring down, take wickets, and then you have a better chance of making those runs.
Yes, and we see the new batsman Adnit Jamb stride into the crease. And this one full, and he's driving this one to the man at the wicket. There's a ooh, and he's hit the stump. And the question is asked about a run out, but the umpire doesn't answer in the affirmative. But that was a really risky single being they tried to take there.
Yeah, very few mishaps by the Americans. In fact, the missed calls have been few and far between. This is one of them, but no eventuality.
Probably that was one for the third umpire to take a look at. This one just played into the offside for single. And Jam now getting off strike. And as we would have noted, it's not that it's really a bad wicket to bat on. Obviously, if you have 3 batsmen getting 50 runs, but it does require, though, this wicket does require you to apply yourself, and it may not be the easiest thing to do when you have overs running out. And so, certainly an opportunity for Trinidad to exploit that. This one played again for a quick single in the offside. Yes, the Trinidadians now should be hoping to at least restrict the men from the USA to something under 275. I think that would be a really good effort on their part, considering what a lovely platform the top 2 batsmen would have set the USA up with. And at one point, we were talking about them going close to, if not over, the 300-run mark. And so they have done a good job in these last these last few overs to peg back the USA. And he's looking to hit straight. That's a lovely shot. And it's going to run close to the boundary. And it plugs in the outfield and spins away, beats that man at a long on for 4. So unfortunate for him. We have seen some incidents where the fielders in the outfield, they've had some unfortunate incidents. Sometimes the ball bouncing over their head. At this point, the ball spinning away from the man they're fielding at long on. But fortune favors the brave, and that's 4 runs added now to the score of Jamb. The score now moves on past 250, so 250 up for the men from the USA. And again, he's looking to get on the front foot and drive, and he gets a single. So the score now moves on to 252 at the end of over number 44. 252 for 4, and 6 overs left now in this innings.
Well, the wicket is quite placid. The spinners did fairly well by restricting the score. It's just that after a while, because Gag stayed long enough, he got accustomed to whatever the wicket was doing, and he practically dismantled the spinning attack. Topping has come back with his second spell, and he has gotten a few wickets, digging it short. Gag got out because Chase bowled him a beauty. He went after it and got caught by Badu, running away to his right and taking, to his left, that is, taking a fantastic catch. And things have slowed down much. And 6 more overs to go. It's still 252 for 4.
So topping into his last over, he's going short again, and the batsman just plays this into the offside for a single. Yes, and Topping, who has bowled with a good pace throughout the day. He had a bit of an expensive opening spell, but since he's been returned to the attack, he has been really aggressive. He's really used the short ball to his to his benefit. He got the wicket of the set Shrivastava with it, caught and bowl. Again, he's putting some effort into this one. It's wide, signaled by the umpire, but you could have heard the effort he put into that one to get it short. And well, he certainly sold on the short pitch bowling, and we should note that the ball doesn't carry as well when it's old as it is new, but he did get some good bounce on that one.
Well, the bounce was much too steep,
Yes.
and so he got over the required level for the umpire. He called it a wide.
To continue, and he's looking and he's punching this one is Sudini, but only to the man at mid off. And so the field set here, there's a man at mid on, there's a mid wicket, a man at deep square and a fine leg. On the onside, on the offside, there's a deep third man, there's a man at deep point, and a man at deep cover, and an extra cover and a mid off in place in the circle. And he's looking to pull this one and just gets it down to that man there at fine leg for a single. And so Toppin, really, you can hear the effort he puts into it when he's trying to get it short. And he is extracting some good bounce and pace
He's
from this
getting the
wicket.
bounce, but the ball not being new, is not as effective as he ought to have been. If he had done a few of those short balls earlier, he might have been rewarded with something different. But he was short, but not that short, and sometimes he was a bit full.
And this one cracked to that man at mid off, and good work by him limits it to a single there. And so Toppin has had a good return spell here.
So they're not finding the boundaries quite as frequently as earlier. Again, because the ball is older, the set batter is no longer at the wicket, and so these new batsmen have to find their way.
Short again, and he's pulling this one in the ear. The fielder is trying to converge on it. It falls well short of him. The batsman take a single, and one delivery left in this over, and the umpire is signaling that is the second short delivery allowed for the over. And so this delivery will conclude the spell for Toppin. Let's see what he can do. And he's full, and he's looking to drive this one. Is Sudini just for a single. So that brings to an end the spell for Abdul Rahim Toppin. He bowled 10 overs and he got 1 wicket for 69 runs. And at the end of over number 45, the score 259 for 4. And so Toppin would probably be a bit disappointed overall with his spell, being only able to get 1 wicket. I think, as you would have noted, Macaulay probably should have employed that short ball strategy when the ball was a bit more new. We did note that in the first game, the US batsmen struggled a bit with the shorter deliveries, and they probably missed a trick there.
And Topping has the pace.
Yes.
He has the pace to go with it. But once the ball is older, he's not as effective as he should be.
But he did get the big breakthrough of Shrivastava. They set Shrivastava. And Jam is looking to pull this one. He hits it through mid-wicket. That's going to run away for 4. Sorry, that's Sudini. So good shot by Sudini. It was back of a length. It stood up in the wicket. And Sudini just hitting that one past the man there at mid-wicket for 4. And the score now moves up to 263 for 4 in the last 5 overs of the innings. What do you think the score is going to? What's the range do you think the score is going to end up, Makal?
Well, you were saying 275. It's almost there at this point in time. I was saying close to 3, but we'll have to wait and see.
Oh, and it's a lovely delivery, a Yorker length, and well done by the batsman to keep it out. But good follow-up delivery by the debutant
Chase.
Chase, who is in his 7th over, and he's bowled 6.2 overs, 2 wickets for 37 runs. And apart from a few no balls that he's bowled and a few wides, he's been relatively consistent and was able to get the big wicket of Gag, as well as a Switton, who was LBW playing across the line to chase as he continues from the far end. Oh, and he's looking to swipe that one over mid wicket. Beaten all ends up and bowled. And so Sudini, his little cameo innings comes to an end. He's out bowled by Chase for 17 runs from 15 deliveries with 2 fours. And the USA now lose their 5th wicket with the score on 263.
Yeah, a good delivery. I'm told by the experts, you must always aim at the stumps. So when they miss, you will hit. In this case, he missed and Chase hit. He's out. 263 now for 5. Still a formidable score. The wicket looks good, looks full of runs, and I know the Trinidadians would back themselves to get this score.
Yes,
they have no choice.
Yes, as we see the new batsman coming to the crease, it's Arjun Mahesh, and he's the captain of this team. And as we would have seen on the replay, Sudini, while playing that shot, he lost his shape. His head was all over the place. His head was in the ear, and so obviously, if your head is not still looking at the ball, the likelihood of you missing is very high. And he did pay the ultimate price. Probably tried to overhit that one, lost his shape, and ultimately lost his wicket. Now the captain on strike, and Chase are doing a good job here of getting wickets in the back end. He now has 3, and we'll be looking to add more to that. And Mahesh now just chipping this one to the man there at mid-wicket in the ear for a bit. But no harm done, single take, and so he gets off the mark immediately, and score turns over by 1. But I have to say that after an initial difficult opening spell, which really, while those 3 batsmen were at the crease, all the bowlers really suffered. But Chase, outside of, again, the wides and the funeral balls, he has bowled relatively well, and now getting the fruits of that hard labor that he's been putting in with these 3 wickets. And really, he seems the more likely of the 2 fast bowlers to get wickets. We have noted that Toppin did get some success with the short deliveries, but wasn't able to really get them in clusters like Chase. And again, he's going full again, and Son driven to that man at mid-wicket. It is interesting when you think about the line that he's bowling and the shots that the batsmen are trying to play. There's just a man at deep square leg, but there's no man at that deep mid-wicket, and they're probably keeping it open to entice the batsman to hit across the line.
Yes.
And in the instance that we saw with Sudini, if they miss, then there's a likelihood of LBW and are bowled. And again, he's looking to go over that mid-wicket boundary is the captain. But that concludes the over, and a successful one for Alexander Chase at the end of over number 46. The US men 266 for 5.
Well, the Trinidadians are moving with a lot more purpose than they were before. But of course, the damage has been done. 266 for 5. Like I said, they will have to back themselves. They will have to determine that we are going at those runs and organize in such a way that gives them the best opportunity to make just 1 run more than the opposition. Topping missed a trick in the earlier exchanges. He came back with the short deliveries, which worked for him. It worked for him because the runs were restricted, and he got a few wickets from it. As it relates to the Americans, they feel they have put their work in, and yes, they have. Particularly the gentleman called Gag. He really did well in uh, manipulating the field. Once an opening was in the field, he utilized that. And of course, the bowlers didn't get much of assistance from the wicket. Normally, it's a spinner's paradise. That was not quite in evidence today. It was overcast earlier. Apparently, that had some bearing on it.
So as we see Racha now being reintroduced into the attack, and he's wide, and this one cut, and a bad bounce, well negotiated by the man at backward point, limits it to 2 runs, and I really have to commend him for that effort. There was an odd bounce as it got to him, and he was able to just parry it, and had it beaten him, it certainly would have probably gone to the boundary, and so good work by him to limit it to 2 runs. We have seen some inconsistency in the field by the Trinidadians. They've caught well, yes, a great catch by Budu, but there are also instances where they've allowed the misfields and they've paid in boundaries for them. And this one full, and he's hitting this one, trying to get it over the man. They're running back at a mid-off, it's stopping, and it gets a boundary. So Mahesh gets a boundary, and it's interesting that the man is not back straight at this stage of the innings, and well, he took the offer that was there.
That was off, yeah.
Because it was a full toss, and he slapped it over mid-offside for 4, as we see a change in the field again. And he's bowled inside edge by Mahesh, looking to get that one over mid-wicket, it looks like, but only succeeded in, and it seems like there's a no ball. So a no ball called by the umpire. And as I was noting the umpire call, that there was a change in the field, and there are 5 men outside the circle. There's a deep cover. There was a deep mid off. There was a deep long. Sorry, there's a long off, a long on. There was a man at the deep square, and I think a deep third man as well. So I think there's something. It has something to do with the amount of men outside the circle.
So there were more out of the circle than is allowed at this point in time. And I remember hearing the coach telling you can't get 5. So they went out of the circle. That was not the case. There were more than 5 out of the circle. And though he was bowled, it was deemed a no ball.
It's a free hit now for Mahesh. And he's looking to swing that one away, and he gets away with it. It's a boundary. And so Trinidad paying the price there for that transgression with that no ball. No fault of the bowler, really. It wasn't a front foot no ball. But Mahesh now taking full advantage of that one. And the score now moving on to 272 for 5 in this, the 47th over. And it looks like we'll get to my pass score and close to yours, Mahal.
Yes, past 275 and heading more towards 300. However, it's a technical foul. It's a technicality. There were more men out of the circle than is required, and the umpire deemed it was a no ball.
Full toss
It
again.
is the umpire's prerogative to call the game as he sees it, and so he says a no ball, and the batsman that was clean bowled was deemed not out.
Yes, and
Strange old game.
yes, and I want to apologize. The score is now 278 for 5 with 2 deliveries left in this, the 47th over. Which again is full. Gets away with it. The ball punched to that man at long off. Top in, and a good throw back to the wicket keeper limits it to just a single. Yes. And he's a strong man. We would have noted that he is built like Shannon Gabriel-esque, if I can use the term. He's tall and he's muscular. He gets good pace and bounce out of the wicket. Racha as well is more taller, not as muscular, but he certainly bowls with good pace. And this one driven to that man at extra cover, and a simple catch taken there by the man at extra cover. And so Mahesh, his short stint at the crease ends on 13 from 7 deliveries with 2 boundaries. He did get a reprieve off that no ball, but didn't add much more to his total. And so the 6th wicket falls for the USA men with the score on 279.
At least he was trying to capitalize, and in an effort, he struck a ball to the fielder at short extra cover, and the fielder caught the ball with his fingers up. I was surprised. I thought most persons only do that when the ball is above head, but no, he caught it well, though, I must say, and with some confidence. Trinidad's resolve to restrict the score to less than 300 is on, and of course the bowlers are doing their best to probably dismiss the team entirely, which will benefit them if that happens. And of course, the Americans are trying to go further, deeper, go closer to 300 to bat Trinidad out of the game, per se.
Yes, and that wicket concluded the 47th over. I think what happened was that the fielder, he was on his knees, and that's why he took it hands up. So he wasn't in an upright position. It probably was dying on him, and it got down, but he took a good catch. It was low as Chase just aborts his run up, not feeling it. A new batsman at the crease is number 14. Sorry, that is Advait Krishna, number 12. And this one just struck to the man there at a cover for single, and that new batsman Krishna now comes in to strike. So these 2 batsmen will be hoping to get this score as close to 300 as possible. They're just at this stage just 20 runs away, and certainly possible to get 20 runs in these last 3 overs. And he's looking and driving this one straight to the man at long off, takes single, and only a single on offer. And so yes, without probably taking much risk, they do stand a good chance of getting at least 300 on the board in these final few overs. They now require just 19 to get there in all
3 overs.
Yes, for the better part of the next 3 overs. Jam on strike. He's making room, and he's driving this one past the diving extra cover fielder. That's a good shot. He made some room, and he hit that one right of that man, Budu. And it runs away to the boundary for 4. So a good shot by Jam.
Well, it was in the air, and a good effort by Budu trying to get to it. It was struck away from him, but he succeeded. Well, he didn't succeed in catching it. Went away for 4.
Yes. And Jam is chipping down the wicket. He hits this one well down the ground. It's going to challenge the long off, who comes across. And good work by him. He limits it to just a single. And the score goes up by 1 to 286. As we look in the distance, our scorers over there at the far end, they've done a really good job of keeping the spectators abreast. Yes.
Sometimes they stand in the way of the figures, so I can't see it. It's okay. It's a good job they're doing.
Yes, excellent job by our scorers, by all of our scorers here. There's a whole team. And this one, he's taking it on the full. The batsman should be looking to get 2 here. It wasn't hit as firmly as the others, and they do. And good running again. Good intent by these 2 batsmen, trying to maximize as much as they can these last few deliveries and get as much runs as possible. Again, we can't really say until the chase starts much about the batting of the men from Trinidad. They would have in their first match chased 260 against the USA men's second team in this tournament. This one flicked to that man at fine leg for single, yes. So they have chased in excess of 250 successfully in this tournament. However, this total is
Close to 300.
yes, at least 20 plus more than what they would have gotten. And might we add, they got that 263 in 49 overs. So it was a really close encounter.
The mindset has to be that we can get as many runs as the opposition has made, and you can't go into it with an attitude that you've already lost, and that's why you must have some kind of psychological strength to believe that I can do it.
So I agree. It's important as a player to not let your head drop. Yes, it may not have been the first innings that you would have wanted, but the fact that the batting team was able to get there should give you encouragement that you can get there as well. It's not like you're playing on two different surfaces now. Of course, the nature of the surface may change throughout the match, but nothing too significant, you would believe.
One person has to stick, at least one. If two persons get stuck in, when that's even better, but one has to stick and stay, as did Gag.
Yes, and that is a important point that you bring up, and we should highlight again that the top three batsmen for the US were all able to get half centuries.
Yeah.
And those first two wicket partnerships yielded well over 200 runs, 100 each. First one were at 109, the second were at 110. And he's full, and he's clipping this one into the leg side. The man is hearing off the boundary and limits it to just one. So good work in the outfield. We'll get it to you. It looks like Budu. It looks like Budu. Sorry, Budu is in front. So he's sorry. That looks like Ruplal. That is on the deep mid-wicket boundary. This one driven nicely over extra cover for four. That's a lovely shot. There, full, and Jam just leaning into a nice drive, hits that one well over extra cover for four. Lovely shot by him.
Of course, taking the score to 290, which is dangerously close to 300.
Yes, and
which brings my predictions, as it were, more in line with reality.
yes. And this one shot, and he's driving this one down the ground. Budu comes across. He's very quick in the outfield, is Budu, and just limits it to single. Of course, Brendan Budu would certainly be one to look at in the Trinidadian innings. He is the top run scorer for them with 77 runs in the tournament so far, and so certainly would have some. The weight of this chase would be on his shoulders, a bit of it. And this one, a good slow delivery, and the batsman succeeded in inside edging it onto his pads, and they take a quick single. Yes, and we should note that as well that Christian Rampasa, the captain, he's the second highest run scorer with 76 runs, and to note, as what you would have said earlier, it's important, at least in the Trinidadian innings when it comes around, that especially the top order, they have to fire, they have to at least replicate what the men from the US have done, and they give themselves a good start. And this one full again, he's driving this one to the man at extra cover, and easy catch taken there by that man, Ali. Yes. It looks like Fariz Ali, number 81. And so the seventh wicket falls with the score on 294. And I think that concludes the 49th over, if I'm not mistaken.
48.
Yes, this is the 49th over. I think that concludes the over, yes. And so Jam, he departs for 22, caught by Fariz Ali. he was caught 22 runs, 16 deliveries with 3 fours, and the new batsman at the crease, Sabrish Prasad. And so this is the final over of the innings, and it's going to be delivered by the debutant Alexander Chase. And the Racha would have completed his spell as far as what he can bowl in this innings. He got figures of 2 for 48 from 7 overs, and so a bit on the expensive side, almost going at 7 runs and over, but did succeed in getting 2 wickets in the death overs.
With 300 runs, most of the bowlers would have figures that they are a little disappointed with, but it's 294 actually.
So, and Krishna looking to get this one away over mid wicket, just gets a single, and so brings the new man Prasad on strike. And of course, we have noted that the lower order batsmen for the US, they are no slouches. They can bat, of course, a different type of innings required, though not one of survival, but more of quick scoring. So let's see what Prasad can do here. Ooh, and he's bowled. He's beaten all ends up, and certainly probably would want to see that one again. He was bowled all ends up, and
Played the wrong line actually. His face was turning more toward long on area, and the ball was pitched just about the center and off, and just moving slightly, taking the off stump, and his face and head was heading the other way.
Yes, and yeah, he goes for a duck. He played all around that one. Really, it was a ball pitched on middle and off, and it kissed the off stump and loses his wicket. So he goes for a first ball duck, as the new batsman is Arya Gag. And I want to believe there must be some relation to opening batsman Sahil Gag. And of course, Arya Gag is a
bowler,
fast bowler, yes.
He's a fast bowler.
And Prasad as well, he's a left arm fast bowler.
No, I have a friend who if I told him that they're going to get 300 and they get 301, I'm the one who is wrong. I said 300. So now we have 295.
Yes, well, they have all but 4 deliveries left to get those 5 runs to get to that what would be a monumental achievement of 300 runs here, and it would certainly be the first 300 run score of the tournament. And this one wide. But the umpire doesn't call it, so it probably it must have hit the pad. Yes, it's a very interesting decision there by the umpire. It seemed to have passed the leg stump.
But I think he should not have been bowling that line, though.
No, that's a poor line. And he's looking to hit this one away. It hits it down the ground. They'll be looking to come back for 2 surely. But sent back is Arya Gag, I should add, as it looks like Adnit Jam wants the strike. Score now 296. 297 for 8, with just 2 deliveries now left in this innings.
It's been a long, hard day for Trinidad. They didn't get their first success until about the 30th over.
It was the 20th. And this is a full delivery. He's trying to hit that one over mid wicket and fails in making any connection. And so they score just under 300 here. And even if they don't get it, though, it's a monumental achievement. As we look at here the final delivery of the innings. And he's driving this one nicely to the man at long off. They'll push for 2, and they're coming back, and the throw goes to the wicketkeeper and hits the batsman. And so the men from the USA men's team won. They get to 299, and as you were saying, anything just about 300. You didn't say 300. You said about, and there's nothing closer to 300 than 299. And so good call by you, dear McCall. And those 2 runs now concludes the inning for the USA men. And we must start as we wrap up here by commending the top 3 batsmen for the USA. We'll go to the scorecard, but I want to say that there was a really well compiled innings overall by the men from the USA. They started out slowly. The 2 opening batsmen, they got themselves in. They got accustomed to the pace of the wicket, and they took the score to 109 before the first wicket was lost. And then a good partnership between Srivastava and Gag would have seen the score go to 219. And the US, after that 40th over, would have been trying, they would have lost 6 wickets for 80 runs. And so not a bad effort in the back end by them. They certainly got close to 300, just ended on 299. And I'll go to the scorecard for you. In the Gill, he scored 51 from 72 deliveries. Sahil Garg, man of the moment, he scored 111 in 129 deliveries. Utkarsh Srivastava, number 3 batsman, he got 52 from 48. And the rest of the scorecard, Nitesh Sudhini, he got 17 from 15. Sarhash Switan, he got 2 runs from 4 deliveries. Adnit Jam, he got 23 runs from 16 deliveries. Arjun Mahesh, the captain, got 13 from 8 deliveries. Krishna got 7 from 8 deliveries. And Prasad got a first ball a duck. Arya Garg ended not out on 1. For the bowlers, Abdul Rahim Toppin, he got 1 wicket for 69 runs in 10 overs. Alexander Chase was the most successful. He got 4 wickets for 52 runs in 9 overs. And on debut, Adrian Racha, he got 2 for 49 from 7 overs. And Brendan Budu, he got the crucial wicket of that man Gill for 19 runs in his 3 overs. And so as we take a short break here at the St. Mary's Park, just want to say that the score is 299 for 8, USA men batting first. And we'll take a short break here, get some lunch, and we'll be back in the next 30 minutes or so.
Number 9.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the St. Mary's Park for this game between Trinidad and Tobago and USA men won. And as we would have seen in that first half of the innings, the USA men would have compiled 300 for 8. As we rejoin the action here. The opening bowler, Arya Gag, left arm fast, coming from the far end. And the two opening batsmen for Trinidad and Tobago. Number 9, Riyad Mohammed. He's the striker. He's at the striker's end. And we'll get the non-striker to you in a moment. But as I welcome my fellow commentator, Wilman McCall.
Yes, good afternoon, Vijay, and good afternoon to all our listeners and viewers. 300 runs is a mammoth total in any form of cricket. Not so much so in Test these days, but as it relates to the 50 over limited game, 300 runs is a formidable total for Trinidad.
Son, Mohammed's opening partner, Luke Ali. And Prasad, a good start here as there's a nice breeze now coming across the ground. It's a nice steady breeze as Garg would be looking to swing it away from the left-hander. He has 2 slips in place. A deep third man, there's a backward point, extra cover and mid-off. On the offside, on the onside, there's a deep fine leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. And this one full. And Mohammed is looking to drive this one and missing. And so a steady start here in these first 4 deliveries by Gag.
Yeah, he would be advised not to search for those deliveries. He was actually reaching for it. It's a little wide of our stump. He was reaching, hoping to make connection and it go through the extra cover region, but it was more of a risk than anything else.
And this one driven to the man at the mid-off. So Mohammed now gets off the mark and he gets Trinidad off and running with that single. Yes, and as we would have been discussing during the lunch interval, McCall, for the Trinidadians to be successful here, one of their batsmen has to bat through the innings and get 100. And if we are to compare it to what the men from the USA did, their top 3 batsmen would have crossed 50. And of course, the man Sahil Garg, man of the moment, with 100, he scored 111 runs. And between the first 2 wickets, they would have accumulated 209 runs up to the 40th over. And certainly, of course, the Trinidadians would be looking to, as much as possible to copy that if they are to stand any chance in this game.
Yeah, they would have to bat in partnerships. They would have to take their time, avoid risk, and just take what is given to them until later.
This one. So a solid opening start by the men from the USA. They score 1 without loss after over number 1. Remember, Trinidad and Tobago are chasing 301 runs for victory.
Well, they now have 1, so that's 300 runs.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
that's a formidable total.
just to state and just to recap the innings by the men from the USA, they got off to a sedate start. It wasn't anything too fancy or they weren't very flashy in the way that they went about their innings. They just played good cricket. They dispatched the bad balls when they came along, but they also ran really, really well between the wicket, and that goes for all of the American batsmen. And of course, that is something that the Trinidadians again would have to look to emulate throughout their innings. Of course, they were also guilty of some moments of sloppy feeling and those moments would have, unfortunately for them, added to the score that they now have to chase. They, as we see, number 14, Jam, coming from this the pavilion, and well negotiated there by the left-handed Mohammed. Yes, and yes, it is important for at least one of these two openers to replicate what the Gag would have done. The Trinidadians would be hoping they can replicate what Gag and Gill did with that 100 partnership opening stand, which really set the platform for this big total.
Yeah, they may not be able to bat the same way. Somebody may not get 100, but somebody has to stay and stay long.
And this one short, and he's pulling this one to that man at a fine leg for a single. So the score moves on to 2.
So the target moves below 300.
Yes,
299, and it sounds funny, but it's significant.
It is important when getting or trying to get to such a large total. You have to take it in phases, and you have to break it down in manageable phases of play. And of course, the most important would be yes, to keep wickets in hand as you get deeper into the innings, but also try to score, not get bogged down at any point. You have to try to rotate the strike and get the boundaries where applicable. Of course, you still have to get the 300 runs. So it's about finding a good balance between attack and defense. And this one is played nicely to the cover region, and the batsmen are going to cross for 2. But a good shot there by Ali. He just opened the face and steered that past cover for 2 runs. He gets off the mark.
Yeah, nice stroke by Ali. The ball was short and slightly just outside off stump. He just tapped it away through the cover region and had 2 runs. They would have to take what is available and defend their wickets, take what is available, and when a certain time comes, you can launch. But you must have a launching pad, on which to go.
So this is Jam, and he's wide outside the off stump, well left. And we should note that the umpires were changed mid innings. Yes. Now the standing umpire Shannon Crawford is on the field, replacing the one of the umpires who was feeling ill during the innings break, and of course the umpires would have had a really good game so far. This one again, he's looking to get forward, and it's good to see that again the Trinidadians are trying to get on the front foot. It's something that we would have noted with the American batsmen as well, is that they're always seeking to get on their front foot and drive.
Well, the wicket allows that. There isn't a lot of lateral movement. The bounce is true and predictable as well, and so they are judging that very well. Ali looks nice and tall, and his execution of those drives are very nice.
See, he is a tall man, so that means that he has a good reach if he gets a good stride in at the end of over number 2, the score 5 without loss. And of course, although they are chasing a huge total, there really isn't a need at this stage. And again, I want to point out the fact that all of the batsmen that got runs on this wicket, they would have given themselves a good chance of getting in. And we saw that at the back end where wickets started to fall, the batsmen were really unable to really launch after that good platform, because this is still required to get in on this wicket, to get accustomed to the pace and bounce of it if you had to be successful. This one is just wide outside the off stump, and we should note in the first innings we highlighted the Trinidad and Tobago in terms of their discipline in terms of the extras that they conceded.
Yeah.
And I want to highlight that the men from the USA in their previous game, they only allowed 5 wides in that innings. And this one is cut away to that man at the deep third man boundary for a single. He'll probably be ruined that with Ali. It was short and wide, and he probably should have gotten that probably more backward of point. But the third man is wide though. There's still 2 slips employed for Aria Gag.
Yeah, the cut shot would be on if they bowl short and wide. Ali seems intent on taking advantage of those deliveries. He still will have to be careful. There are 2 slips and a man at point is still waiting for him.
And this one just holding up. A quick single taken to mid-on there. So, and the good thing about this opening partnership for Trinidad is that it's a left and right and combination, and of course, it puts pressure on the bowler to adjust his line and his length, particularly his line when these 2 batsmen take a single.
Well, he has to adjust both things because one guy is short and one guy tall.
And this one, he's flicking that one over mid-wicket is Ali. And to raucous applause by his teammates.
Now they're supposed to
and
push.
they're looking for 3, but a good feeling. They just get 2 runs, but good intent there by Ali.
Yeah, good fielding and a good strong throw in. If they had attempted the third, it could have been disastrous.
Yes, and I was saying you don't want to take any undue risk here. Just get yourself in and see how the game develops from there. Of course, what they can take from the first innings is that is the fact that the first team was able to score those ones, and they should try as much as possible to impress upon themselves the factors that made that first inning so successful, like we were talking about. The fact that a batsman has to bat through the innings, they have to run well between the wickets as well. They can't get bogged down. They can't lose quick wickets and wickets too early. And this one taking the outside edge beats that man at second slip, and the batsman cross for single. So at the end
that looks quite deliberate though. I think he slightly opened the face, which is not recommended with 2 slips and a gully around. I think he should be try to get it off the middle every time.
And at the end of over number 3, they scored 10 without loss. So, yes, a bit of a sedate start, one would say, by the men from Trinidad and Tobago. But of course, that is also how the men from the US would have started as well. And so, nothing much to read into so far. Of course, because of what has transpired so far, of course, it would probably be leaning heavily for now in favor of the US in terms of what they have accomplished so far in this match. But still left to be seen what Trinidad will do in this chase. This one is played nicely to that man at third man. So there seems to be a concerted effort between these 2 batsmen to rotate the strike, and that is very important, as we would have noted. There haven't really been any particularly bad deliveries yet from these 2 opening bowlers. They've kept it really tight so far, only allowing the singles throughout this innings. And I did mention that based on the previous history of this team, they don't really give away much extras. And if I am to just take a look, and this one is driven over the man at backward point. It's going to run close to the boundary, and well fielded by the man there. The batsman crossing for just 2. One would think that they probably should have run a bit harder. Could have
run harder and gotten 3,
yes.
which is one of the criticisms I've leveled at many of the teams. There seem to be no urgency in running. When the United States were batting, there was urgency. And if you do not get get your ball in on time, they will turn for third. But these guys, they just decided that's two and that's it.
And he's driving again, looking to get on the front foot. Gets a thick inside edge. Ball just trickles to mid wicket. Yes, and I was noting in the U.S. innings, the Trinidadians would have conceded 22 extras with 15 wides and 3 no balls, and so that is 18 extra runs added via that
And
ill
18 extra
discipline.
balls.
Yes, and we might add that those no balls were punished as well, especially those in the back end. This one again is driving nicely and taking a quick single. So good run there. Put the fielder under pressure who fumbled and succeeded in getting two for the quick singles. So not a boundary laden start here, but good run in between these two, keeping the men in the inner circle on their toes.
Rotation of strike. You said it upsets the bowler. It upsets his line and his length. They both, one is tall and lanky, the other one is short. And so a full ball to the short guy may not be full to the tall guy, maybe a full toss.
Yes. And he's getting this one. Good bounce there, but well negotiated by Ali. And it was interesting that in the back end of the innings, topping the right arm fast bowler for Trinidad, he persisted with a short line of attack, short bowling line of attack. And we haven't seen that so far. Of course, the man Ali, who is on strike, he is a tall player, and so of course you have to be perfect if you're gonna bowl short to a tall batsman. And he's looking to get forward, and he's cutting this one in the ear to point. And so a false shot there from Ali. He was trying to hit that one on the up, but failed in keeping it down. And the man at backward point there took a really good catch diving forward. So the first wicket falls for Trinidad and Tobago with the score on 14.
Yes, he succeeded in hitting the ball. Oh, we had the wrong guy.
No.
It's Ali.
Yeah, this is Luke Ali was the opening. Luke Ali, yes.
No, this
is Fariz Ali.
Okay. Yes, he got a short delivery. He tried to put it away to the backward point area, and he succeeded in hitting it straight to the fielder. He didn't get a full bat on it actually, and because of that, he went slow enough and catchable height. He's out.
Yes, and in looking at the replay, he didn't seem to have much by way of conviction in a shot. He seemed to play it half-heartedly, and again he was on the move trying to hit it. He wasn't hitting from a stable base, and of course all of these factors came into play and led to his demise. And so Trinidad now have to deal with the loss of that early wicket. And what I would say though is that it is a good reward for Jam, and at the end of that wicket brought the end of over number 4, so 14 for 1 Trinidad after 4 overs, and the US men really on top here. And this one, Mohammed is looking to pull. I don't think it was that short. He was wrapped on the pad and there was an appeal.
Stifled appeal. That there wasn't a vociferous appeal. It was stifled, realizing something else was in play, apparently an edge. Or maybe it's too high. But the appeal was stifled, and Mohammed lives to fight.
This is Gag. Gag has been steady from that, and a good steady start from both of these two opening bowlers. They haven't really given the batsman anything loose, especially nothing to let's say, any half volleys, even though they do have two slips in place looking for the edge, but they haven't been too full. They haven't given away any half volleys, and they certainly haven't been short. They've been just in a good length on this wicket, and of course Trinidad having to settle for quick singles. This one again, lined on the stumps and just play to that man at mid-on. Now, of course, with so much runs on the board, the US, they can't afford in this instance to be aggressive. They do have runs to play with, but I do wonder, based on the lack of lateral movement, how long they will persist with at least the slip that is in, of course.
Well, they will do that until
yes.
they start to get catted all over the park, and then they would change it. But if you're not being, if there's no offense, no offensive shots,
Yes,
you can keep things in place.
as we see now, there's a man at short mid-on, and he's driving this one nicely through mid-off. Is Mohammed a good stride in, and it doesn't go to the boundary. I think he was expecting that one to run away for 4, and he was a bit lazy, these two batsmen. I think he was under the impression that it would go for 4. However, it slowed up in the outfield, and they were only able to get 2 at a time when I think that they probably should have been pushing again, missing out on an extra one there. They should have been looking for 3.
Again, one of the weaknesses of Caribbean cricketers, the inability to turn 3s into 2s and 1s into 2s, 2 into 3. Now that was a clear 3 runs, and they settled. They thought it was going for 4. Whether it's going to fall up for 4 or not, your duty is to run until the umpire tells you 4. But no, they simply settled for 2.
And you can't get complacent at this point. You can't approach it that way so lackadaisically. Yes, you need to maximize the runs and get as many as much as possible. He's looking to drive this one to that man at a short mid-on. So really attacking feel here by the men from the US at the end of over number 5. This goes 16 for 1.
Yeah, it's an attitude that has permeated the Caribbean cricket culture, where singles, 2s, and 3s are not important. The only important thing seem to be boundaries. Now that ball might have been hanging for the boundary, but their duty was to run until such time when they hear it's 4. Now what would have been 3 runs now was made 2. So we have the ability to turn 3s into 2s and the 2s into singles, and eventually get bowled out when there are a lot of balls left.
Yes.
You know,
It's
it has penetrated right through the cricket culture in the entire Caribbean. In fact, some people say it is easier to score a 6 than to make a single.
As the new man Fariz Ali, of course, it was Luke Ali, the opening batsman, who was dismissed. So Fariz Ali now the number 3 batsman of really. It's almost like a replica we're looking at. He's tall, he's slender, just like Luke.
Maybe a twin brother?
Maybe.
Looks very much like that.
Yes, but he is tall, these two batsmen. Mohammed a bit shorter, but Ali for sure, he's about 6 foot, thereabouts. So would have a good reach for the drive. And Jam just bowling this one. A good steady line outside of the off stump. He's not going too full, and we see the field here. There's a mid-on, there's a mid-wicket, and a man at a deep fine leg, and on the offside there's a mid-off, an extra cover. There's a point, there's a deep third man, there's a gully, and so and the first whip. So they're looking to get these two batsmen, at least the right-handed Fariz Ali, looking to get him to drive. Ooh, and this one.
Ali sparring at one outside the off stump. Dangerous in a time like this. There are 2 slips and a point, a gully. And going after a ball like that is simply suicidal. It was not cutting, it was just fishing, as we say. It's important that Trinidad, from here, set a platform. Now, because of the fall of the wicket, the singles have now dried up.
This one played nicely by Ali. And yes, I do concur with you. They need a solid platform, but take nothing away from these two opening bowlers. They really haven't given them much to work with, and just to compare, even though the men from the US they got off to a sedate start. At this stage, they were about 30 without loss, so they have scored a bit more at this stage, the men from the US, but that of course was because the Trinidadians were a bit ill-disciplined as early in the game, and they did give up the odd boundary every now and again in the first power play overs.
Yeah, and they got of wides and no balls, kept the opposition taking over. They do not have that luxury.
Yes, and so it is really important for the Trinidadians to run every single run where they can. They're not the men from the US. This one's outside the off stump, and there's the edge, and he's out. Yes, it did seem that it came off the edge. I did hear something, McCall, as the ball passed the bat. The batsman, he seems
rather
disappointed.
disappointed.
Yes, but
I think he caught like on the edge if he had
Yes.
an edge, but I think that he hit over it, and one wonders.
yes, and really, it was a loose shot by him. Again, no conviction in trying to cut the ball. And as I said, I do believe that I heard an edge, and on the edge. Yes, there seems to have been an under edge that carried to the wicket keeper and the captain Mahesh, and so now Jam adds to his wicket tally. He gets 2, and the score now 16 for 2.
Okay, so it's disaster for TNT at this point in time.
Yes.
Force
16.
ball, just outside off some shot. He was trying to capitalize. He's a tall man. He hit over it. There was an on the edge ball taken, and the umpire, who is in the best position, signaling the affirmative that he had actually edged it to the keeper.
So, the batsman is really disappointed.
16 it is.
Yes, 16 for 2.
16 for 2.
And this one flicked away. It's on the leg stump, and Mohammed now gets into the act. The first boundary of the innings, and this coming in the 7th over. And really, the first bad delivery there by Arya Gag. It was on the leg stump, and Mohammed just flicking that one backward of square for 4. So good shot by him to get the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, well, Mohammed would have to be careful though. There is a deep fine leg. He's a bit wide, really, and he has adjusted himself because of that shot.
And this one lined badly again by Gag, and lucky to get away with it and not signal wide, and so probably brush the pad. We did see in the US innings that there were some close calls down the leg side not given, and that certainly now in this innings of the Trinidadians, it seems like the umpires have been a bit lenient down the leg side here.
Unless there was a touch of the pad,
Yes, I'd want.
which is the only explanation.
Yes, I'd want to think that it must have hit the pad. As we see now, the man at fine leg, he's now a much wider on the boundary. And this one again is driving nicely to me down for a quick single. So good work here so far in this over by Mohammed. He got the boundary now, looking to rotate the strike.
The new batsman Badu.
Yes,
Budu.
Brendan Budu.
He's going to take strike.
And
Right-handed, actually.
and he's a batsman that I would have been told is one that we should look out for. Of course, he's the top run scorer for Trinidad so far in this tournament. But outside of that, I was told that he's one of the better batting prospects out of Trinidad and Tobago. And of course, we get the opportunity to see it for ourselves here. And the Trinidadians would be hoping that he gets off to a good start. Played nicely, really solid. And yes, as you would have noted earlier, it is important for someone in this innings to bat to get 100 just to match what the US did if they had to stand any chance. Of course, as the deliveries go by, the equation it becomes much more difficult to get. This one played nicely by Budu. Played that one on the up pass the man at cover point. And again, the running again is lackadaisical. They only get 2 again, and really, it seems to be something that's happening here. The batsman probably trusting the outfield that it's going to go for 4. However, there have been numerous occasions where the ball has just stopped before the boundary, and you would hope that the batsman recognizing this would then look to maximize the amount that they run between the wickets. And he's driving nicely again is Bodo. He does so far in these few deliveries, he does shape up well. He hits the ball well. His trigger movements are good. At the end of over number 7, the score 23 for 2.
He seems to play with a straight bat. The one he played to the cover area was well struck. There was no big bat lift. He was simply pushing a full delivery to the cover, to the covers. But what spoiled it was that instead of hustling the first, turning for 2 and then 3, they were settled for 2 from the very beginning.
So these batsmen need to be more cognizant of the fact that it's a good outfield, and we've seen a few boundaries being shot on it, but it's a bit heavy, and you still need to run the runs, and you know they may rue missing these singles if as the game gets further into the innings. He's driving nicely. Is Mohammed just back to the bowler? No one taken. So Gag would have had a bit of an expensive over the last one, costing 7 runs. Jam, however, he is the successful bowler so far. He has figures of 2 for 8 with 1 maiden in this is 4th over. So he's been doing a really good job from the pavilion end here. And there is a good amount of chirping going on out there by the USMN, and in contrast to the Trinidadians who are a bit more quiet in the field.
Well, they have every right to be chirping.
It's on full, and he's driving nicely to the man there at extra cover.
2 successes, 2 batsmen out, only 23 on the board. There's reason to be chirping after making 300 runs.
Yes, as the dot balls building this innings, the equation now, the men from Trinidad required 278 from 256 deliveries. Of course, they would have started almost even keel, needing literally a run a ball. And so they need to be cognizant not to get bogged down by that deliveries here. And this one is looking to pull off the front foot just to that man there at mid-wicket. But an interesting choice of shot there. He was hitting that one off the front foot.
Much too early to be crossing like that. It's much too early in the innings. The position demands something straight, something. It demands that you stay. That stroke had some risk associated with it. You can't afford risk at this time. 23 for 2. Could have easily been 23 for 3.
So, Jam to continue. This one is full, and he's flashing outside the off stump and given wide. And so the first transgression in terms of a wide by the men from the USA, and it's conceded in this the 8th over. And at this time in the US innings, the Trinidadians would have already conceded an over of wides.
Extra over.
Yes, an extra over in wides. And so really a disciplined effort so far by the bowling unit of the men from the USA. And he's clipping this one over mid wicket, and it should run away to the boundary, and it gets there now. And so a good shot there by Mohammed. This one just too straight by Jam, and he flicked it over mid wicket for 4. Gets his second boundary of the innings.
Yeah, a poor delivery, and flicked away over deep square leg for 4 runs by Mohammed. The previous shot he played was at a wide one, and in fact it was called wide, but then it shows you his thinking. He wants to go.
Again, it's from back of Valent and negotiated nicely by Riyad Mohammed. One delivery left in this, the 8th over. And the Trinidadians scoring at just over 3.5 runs. Of course, the required rate creeping up. It's now just under 6.5 runs and over.
Let's look at it after 10 overs, and you will have a good idea as to what would.
And this one he's looking to get forward, drives it just to the man there, Gill, who would have gotten a half century. He got 51 in his innings as over number 8 concludes with the score on 28. So 28 for 2, the end of 8 overs. Trinidad and Tobago requiring 301 for victory.
Having lasted 2 alleys, Trinidad is now fighting from behind. Having lost 2 wickets, not even crossed 50, close to this is the 8th over. It means that you're fighting from behind. It takes effort. It will take some application. It will take turning over the singles regularly. Where there is 2, try to turn them into 3. And that sort of attitude must be adopted. Otherwise, it's a tame defeat.
Yes, as the man Brendan Boodoo, as we would have noted, one to look out for. He's on strike. He's looking to get forward. This one slices off the outside edge, beats the man at backward point diving, and good running this time. They are able to get 2 runs. So you would think at this point, Boodoo certainly would be one that the Trinidadians would be hoping, but a long time throughout this innings. As this innings progresses, if they stand any chance of getting this mammoth total.
Looking at Boodoo, he tends to hold the bat pretty straight, and if this is his way, then he could stay for a while. At the same time, Mohammed seems more expansive.
And Boodoo gets on top of that one. Good shot there, no run, but he really got on top of that one well. And he certainly has the looks to have the making of a really good batsman. As you noted, he plays the ball with a straight bat, gets on top of the bounce. He uses the crease well. You can see that he has good trigger movements, and the way that he sets up is very languid, almost. And he's on strike again. This one full, and he's driving nicely to that man there at mid-off. Good work by him there to get around and keep it to just a single. Yes, Boodoo looking really good so far.
Well, shaping well. I'm hoping that for the sake of Trinidad and Tobago, he would be able to stick around long and turn the strike over and be the foundation of this recovery, and then the walk towards victory. Of course, Mohammed seems as though he will score much quicker, but he also seemed to take a few risks.
Mohammed now, the left-hander on strike. Still 2 slips in place for him. This one. And interesting to note as well, with those 2 slips, there is a man at short mid-on. And right in the face of Mohammed, right in his eye line, and of course, a very rare position in cricket, those short mid-on and mid-off, especially in limited overs cricket. So they're looking to bowl to a plan here. This one again flicked to that man at a short mid-on, and so steady bowling.
Yeah, he was aiming that one behind square. Apparently, he played a bit early, and the ball went back toward the short mid wicket you're talking about. And so, again, Mohammed seemed to be the aggressor, but let's hope that he will curb that. For now, having lost 2 wickets, he can curb that for the next few overs, take the singles and twos, and try his best to get his team out of the predicament that they're in, and then he can launch into his extravagance later.
And this one badly lined, and the first wide conceded by Gag in his spell. Of course.
So Gags in his efforts to maybe bowl a little quicker, transgressed by going wide, and of course giving momentary reprieve to Trinidad and Tobago. He has to bowl that ball once again.
Yes. And this one short and cut to that man at a backward point. Good feeling. It traveled quickly there to him, but no harm, no foul. They score now after 9 overs, 32 for 2. And yes, a bit of a steady start. Of course, we have to take into account that the are chasing a big total. They have lost 2 early wickets, and so it's a matter of some consolidation here. And as much as we've been mentioning Riyad Mohammed being the aggressor of these 2 batsmen, it is important to note that he's on 17 from 29 deliveries with 2 boundaries. And I really highlight that to say that, again, the US bowlers have not given anything really loose away. And they've really limited the boundary scoring for sure. And that's something that when chasing a big total, you'd want to look at as a batting team, as we see a change in bowling here from the pavilion end. Advait Krishna, number 12. And yes, his last bowling performance was 3 overs for 21 runs, so a bit expensive there. And he's starting with 1 outside the off stump. A good shot by Budu, but doesn't get any run for it. He's certainly shaping up well. He seems to drive the ball really well.
Yeah, Budu hit that one with the bat away from the body. That's my only problem. And then it was in the air for a short distance. It'd be better served to just touch it out, and the eventuality would be the same. No runs. But rather than driving with the ball going 3/4 of the way in the air, giving opportunity for someone to catch.
Budu's driving this one nicely in the air for a bit, but past that man at extra cover, and it's gonna get to the boundary. So a really good shot there by Budu. He leant on it, he got over it, he hit it in the air for a bit, and the man at extra cover was probably thinking that he had a chance. That I think it's sweetened there, but no chance. And Budu gets a lovely, his first boundary of the inning. Score now moves on to 36.
I think Budu is taking his chances. Again, that one was away from him. It was he stretched for it, hit it in the air for some distance. It wasn't going to hand, but it went away between fielders for 4.
Yes,
he would have to be careful.
We see a change in the field. And this one short, and he's slapping this one off the front foot, just gets it to the man at mid-on. Now, we have seen a change. There was a man at gully initially, and after that shot, he was moved to more orthodox cover position. And so I was asking the question earlier in regard to how long would it take the US to start to get those catchers. It is important still to save runs, even though they have a good amount on the board. But it's still important to save runs and keep the Trinidadians under pressure. and he's looking to uh, hit this one over the leg side and called a wide. So Krishna, a bit erratic start from him. He's been driven twice to the cover region and one time going for boundary. So just struggling to find his line and length here.
He bowled at about 7 per over, if you look at his figures.
Yes. This one shot, and that is a lovely shot. Pull shot over mid wicket. It's going to trickle into the boundary. But what I really like about that shot, it stood up in the wicket, but it didn't try to overhit it. It just slapped it over mid wicket for 4. And so Budu looking really good here. Now he moves on to 13. The score now 41 for 2.
Yeah, I like the way he organizes himself. Apart from the 2 shots where he was playing away from his body, this one was short. It stood up in front of him. He slapped it nicely where no one was feeling. The idea about a short ball is that if you can put it where no one is feeling, it might be better for you. That's exactly what he did.
And of course, it's a good wicket to bat on. And that delivery, though it was short, there was not much pace behind it. So it just stood up and asked to be hit. And Budu really obliged here. And this one needs a slow delivery. He gets an inside edge and it's running close to the fine leg boundary. The man from slip cleans up and they get 2. So a bit of an expensive start here by Krishna. 11 runs already coming from this over with 1 delivery left. And so some respite in this over for the Trinidadians. They found run scoring at least in this over to be easier. And of course, Krishna, the first change bowler, and just speaks to how well the 2 opening bowlers would have done gag. This one shot again, and he's looking to that one to cover. Gets away with it, does Krishna, and that delivery brings an end to the 10th over. So at the end of the first power play, the score 43 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago looking to get 301 runs for victory here at St. Mary's Park in Keon.
Yeah, it's a nice afternoon. The sun seems to be hiding its face for a minute. And there's a nice cloud which has covered the sun. I guess it's cooling for the players as well. And having said that, if you look to the left side of the field, the sun is now creeping back. 43 for 2 is still a very precarious position for Trinidad and Tobago, given the amount that they have to score. It's 300 runs. Budu seems to be in control of himself, playing away from his body once or twice, but he seems to strike the ball well and strikes it well whenever he does so. On the other hand, Mohammed seems wanting to get on with it. I would want him to calm a bit. Let's take singles and 2s in the meanwhile and put away the expansive strokes for later.
So we see a change in bowling. Sabrish Prasad coming from the far end, and he has 2 wickets in 2 matches so far, but a good economy. He has a 2.84, and so we're looking to continue this one. Good start by him, and he's bowling right arm off break. We would have noted that in the Trinidadian innings there was Basant who was more flat. He was more economical. Again, this one flat again. However, the captain Rampasad was more inclined to give his off spinners more ear. And this one shot and just tickled into the leg side for a quick single. Well thrown there by the wicket keeper, but no harm done. The score moves over, ticks on by 1.
Well, the Trinidadians would have to now recalculate, recalibrate, look at things differently. The spin bowler is on. The scoring might increase. The scoring just might dry up. So they have to calculate the whole thing and make a change.
Yes, and
You have to turn the strike over much better now than how you did earlier.
I agree it's important in the middle in these overs to rotate the strike. And Budu plays this one off the back foot. Gets it down to mid-on for single. There's one delivery left in this, the 11th over. And Trinidad scoring at just above 4 runs and over. The required rate now 6.5.
Still possible.
And this one a bit more faster. And it's played into the leg side. The batsman just let settle in for a single. And the end of over number 11. And I think we'll have the first water break, if I'm not mistaken. I see yes, there is a call for drinks as we take a short break here at St. Mary's Park for the water break. And welcome back to St. Mary's Park here in Keon, as we're just getting ready to start or resume play after a quick water break. And Trinidad and Tobago, who are chasing 301 runs for victory, are 46 for 2 in 11 overs. requiring 255 runs from 234 deliveries. And the wicket taker so far for the Americans is Adnit Jam with 2 for 13 from his 4 overs, as Krishna is at the top of his mark. He was expensive in his first over, went for 11 runs. And of course, we have noted that it's important for batsmen to retain their focus after a water break, or any break in play in general, but specifically the water breaks. Mohammedan strike. And this one is short, and he's pulling that one awkwardly, but gets it away to the backward square boundary. So the man coming around at it was a fine leg there, unable to stop that one. A good shot. It was a bit. He seemed a bit uncomfortable in pulling that one, but
yeah, he looked a bit awkward, but he executed nonetheless, and he got away for 4. Again, the Americans give you very little, and to have heard in these 2 matches, in these 2 overs, is it's a little unusual.
yes,
But
and
Jamaicans can take Trinidad can take advantage of his bowling.
and again he's shot, and I think he may have gloved that one, and I think the umpire is having a discussion with him. He's going back around the wicket. He's trying to bowl short. Yeah, he doesn't have the pace, and he's been dispatched in the last over by Budu, and now Mohammed dispatching him again. So Krishna is expensive here. He needs to probably get more full, and this time he does get it right. A better delivery there invites the man forward. No run.
That ball was climbing into his fingers. If you look at him well, he was almost pulling his bottom hand away as he played. It was a good delivery and well negotiated by Mohammed.
Yes, and that boundary brought up the 50 for Trinidad and Tobago, and so they are now 50 for 2 in this, the 12th over, going at just over 4 runs and over. And this one driven nicely by Mohammed. A quick single taken. Misfield by Sudini there at extra cover allows a single now. The man Budu on strike. Budu, who is 16 from 14 deliveries with 2 fours, has looked good so far. He has 2 deliveries to negotiate in this over. That's Budu. This one full, and he's driving nicely to the man at the cover boundary, and really good running there.
Really good running.
But
Bodie was the one who pushed that when he realized that he had gotten into his crease and the fielder had not yet picked up. He asked for 2. And Mohammed, though he responded slowly, he did respond. But this is what is not seen. The urgency is not there. There's quite a bit of runs to be made. There's no urgency in the running. The all, boundary hitters thing seem to be hitting Trinidad. We have to take the singles.
Yes. This one short, and he's cutting this one to that man on the cover boundary, and he fumbles. They think about 2, but settle on 1.
Bodo was thinking about 2, but Mohammed had closed the deal a long time.
Yes, and at the end of over number 12, the score 54 for 2. And I want to note that last 2 that they ran, they hit it really straight to the man. He didn't have much to go, but the good running by them, they were able to maximize the fact that he was slow to get to the ball, and so they really need to continue in that vein. Of course, we have noted that of course outside of Krishna, who has been a bit expensive in his spell. He's bowled two overs for 19 runs so far. The other bowlers have been a lot more tight, and they have given less away, certainly, than Krishna. As we see the weather, a bit of a change here in the weather. It's a bit more overcast, and
Yeah.
there is some rain in the hills there, Mount
Yeah, that's
Lyomigua.
just clouds.
It's just
It's
clouds.
just mist and clouds, yes. If
as
there's rain, it will come from behind us. In fact, there's some, no, it will come from behind us. I've looked back, I haven't seen any rain clouds out there. Maybe it's somewhere where we cannot see it. But it's darkening as we speak. Looks as if there is some rain in the north in front of us. There may be some rain in the north. Maybe it's coming in behind us and we haven't seen.
and this one cut backward in front of point, and they come back for two. And so good shot there by Budu, and he was able to get it in front of point, but also as well wide of the man at cover. And so Budu now continues his work. He moves into the 20s, and good partnership here brewing between these two. They've now put on 40 in 39 deliveries.
What needs to happen in the Caribbean is that the coaches need to get tight.
And this one is swept just in front of that man, Krishna, and goes to the boundary. So good shot there by Budu. Got down for the sweep and hit it in front the man there, who was at fine leg, between that gap between short fine and deep square leg, and 4 more added to the total. So Budu really getting into his stride here.
Yeah, Budu seems to be propelling things forward. He's pulling Mohammed along with him as it relates to the running. Mohammed seems to be as if he gets the opportunity, a single will be all right. Budu is pushing for 2, sometimes 3. But there needs to be some adjustment to the coaching manual in the Caribbean regarding taking batting and taking singles. For it has gone right through our culture that batsmen do not like to run, or we have made them believe they don't have to run. Now, in this situation where we have 300 runs to get, you have to take every possible single.
I concur. And at the end of over number 13, the score 60 for 2. And yes, I do agree. And yes, there seems to be some darkening of the sky here. However, the groundsmen are very relaxed at the moment. They're not moving to get the covers, but a good cloud cover here in Keon, as Utkarsh Shrivastava is coming into the attack now. And Shrivastava, of course, who would have had a good time, a good go of it. Batting wise, he would have made 52 runs when called upon with the batting at number 3. And the US would be hoping that he would be able to get a breakthrough. As, the field for Mohammed, there's a long off, a long on, there's a deep mid wicket, an orthodox mid wicket, and a backward square. This one just a clip to that man at backward square. No run, and there's a slip. There's an extra cover, a point, and a man sweeping on the cover boundary for Shrivastava, of course. Shrivastava, the second highest wicket taker for the men from the USA in this tournament. And this one just holding up. And Mohammed forward played it well in the end. And he drives this one too long off for a single. And there's a good throw, a really good throw there by the man at a long off, and hits the stump on the full. The batsman, however, comfortably home, but good work by the fielder there, just making sure that the batsman know that he can't be too comfortable. That man Nitesh Sudini.
Yeah, Vijay, there seem to be some rain in the Connery, Bastia, St. Peter's area. And if you look off to your left, you can see the dark clouds. Apparently, the rain is either in that area or heading in that area. As it relates to coming here, well, it's unpredictable. It's still possible, but we're hoping for the best.
Budu driving this one nicely. Too long on Shivastava, persisting by going around the wicket to the right hander, and the score moves up by 1. Yes, well, let's hope that we don't have any rain interruptions. We have a good match here. And this one again, driven nicely. So milking the bowling. These two batsmen, they've rotated the strike well so far in this over. We see a bit of a change in the field, and so there's a man who is at short mid-on. Budu plays this one nicely through the offside, beats the diving backward point. It's going to run close to the boundary, and the batsman come back for 2. And so Budu, a good use of the crease there, just got back and hit that one past point. The score now 65 for 2 at the end of the 14th over.
Yes. One wonders if, well, it wasn't possible for 3, but you need to be a hustling. Maybe have the thing when you're facing 300 runs, the attitude should be different to when you're facing 150. And
yes, of course, the difficulty in this innings for the Trinidadians is it's the fact that they have such a huge total to chase, and off the bat needing a runner ball. Of course, the rate hasn't really gone up from the 6.5 mark since the start of the innings. When this one just tickled down the leg side. Is it? No, I think it's going to be called a wide, yes. And so this one wide down the leg side by Prasad, who's continuing with his 3rd over, coming from the far end. And I was noting that the USA, they have a disciplined bowling attack. However, they have conceded a few extras in this innings, the wide so far. And Budu again sweeping this one, lovely shot, and gets it past fine leg for 4. So Budu really peppering that backward square boundary, and the score now moves up by 4 to 67. Budu now on 32 from 25 deliveries, and without taking much risk, McCall, he's finding the boundary, scoring at a good clip here.
yes, he is also picking up the singles, and he's encouraging his partner to run 2, because I've seen instances where it seemed as though he only wanted 1. Budu called out, and he eventually obliged and turned for 2. There's a rain cloud.
So as we see a change in the field, Budu plays this one straight back to the bowler. Yes, we see a change in the field, and there's a man now at the backward square and a man at on the forward square boundary. And Budu leaves this one wide outside the off stump. Stylish leave there from Budu.
Yes.
He was very stylish in that. But it's good. It's good to see that he's also, much like Gag in his innings, he's manipulating the field well, is Budu. So we've been treated to some really good batting throughout this game. This one short, and Budu pulling this one in front of square, and it goes to the boundary. Yes, there was a man who was on the deep forward square boundary, but that one hit nicely between the gap between short mid wicket and forward square, and another boundary being accumulated there by Budu.
Well, he got to the boundary quite quickly. Didn't give the fielder much of a chance to catch it. So Budu is motoring on. He is pulling his partner with him, and he's breaking the field up as we speak.
And plays this one nicely. Just opens the face and runs this to the man at third man. So he does look a really competent batsman. He sets up well. He hits it with a straight bat. He doesn't try to overhit the ball as well. And certainly, based on what my reports would have been about him, this one shot, and he cuts this one to the man on the boundary that is sweeping on the offside. Yes, and by reports, I would like to say thank you to my scouts who would have identified Budu
as a man to look at.
Yes, and certainly they have not disappointed in regard to that. He certainly does look like one for the future so far. And Mohammed driving this one nicely. And so good job by these two. There was a moment where Trinidad would have found themselves in a spot of bother. Now, these two batsmen have done a good job of consolidating this inning so far, and they have accumulated a partnership worth 61 runs off just 53 deliveries. And so the men from Trinidad and Tobago would be hoping that these two can persist in the manner in which they are going. They are scoring at a clip just above 5 runs and over. And with that, the required rate just under 6.5. And so if they can keep this up, if they can keep the equation close without losing much wickets, we certainly would have a great contest here on our hands.
Yeah, well, the equation is important. How many balls, how many runs, because that is what the one-day game requires. 50 overs, about 300 balls. They made 300 runs. However, they took more than 50 overs to do that. The Trinidadians may not get more than 50 overs.
When this one just played with soft hands, dropping short of the man at slip after 15 overs, this goes 78 for 2 as Shrivastava continues. Driving this one past the man there at 1-2-1-2. difficulties. But we're back here at St. Mary's Park here in Keon. As Trinidad and Tobago 107 for 2 in their pursuit of 301 runs for victory. And batsman and striker Brendan Boodoo, he's on 44 from 43 deliveries. His partner Riyad Mohammed, 48 from 68 deliveries. And they've compiled a good partnership here after the loss of 2 early wickets. Partnership worth 91 runs as the 22nd over concludes with the score on 107 for 2 as I welcome my fellow commentator Wilman McCall.
Yes, Vijay. The technical problems have been solved apparently, and we hope that all will be well from here on in. The threat of rain has dissipated somewhat. In fact, up in the hills, there is rain, but where we are nice and bright. Trinidad facing 301. They are 107 for 2. Brendan Boodoo and Mohammed going on well, and if they get to about 120, 130 in another 5 overs, they could be in with some fireworks later.
Says Sahia Bhatia continues from the far end. This one short. Flicked to the backward square boundary.
He's 50.
Well, based on what I'm seeing here, he's on 49. So there, I think there's some discrepancy between the.
Oh.
I think there's a discrepancy between the scoreboard that we're using and the manual scoreboard. But we have Mohammed 49 as Boodoo plays this one back to Bhatia. Of course, the game is in the balance here. The equation 193 runs from 166 deliveries. So flighted and Boodoo plays a nice sweep shot. Goes all the way to the boundary for 4. He has played the sweep shot well in this innings, his third so far, and he's now moved up to 48 from 47 deliveries with 6 boundaries.
Yeah, Boodoo has been quite clinical in his execution of the sweep shot. What I admire about him is his straight bat whenever he's into the drives up front, and he seems pretty intent on getting these runs because he's forcing the ones into twos and twos into threes, and he's pushing Mohammed, beyond the limit.
And there's a little bit
It was
of
almost a run out there because Mohammed was turning for invincible one there, but he got back into his crease, so everything is okay. But Boodoo has been the driving force for this revival.
Yes, and much like Shrivastava in the first innings, he has added some good impetus to this innings. He's approached it really positively, and as I would have noted, these 2 batsmen have put on a really good partnership here, a partnership worth 96 runs of 100 deliveries, and the men from Trinidad and Tobago would be hoping that these 2 can carry on at the end of over number 23, the score 113 for 2. Utkarsh Shrivastava continues a no wicket, 23 runs in 5 overs. Both Boodoo and Mohammed just 1 run off of a well-deserved half century. And they are getting good encouragement from their teammates in the pavilion. Um, so, and just a bit loose. There is Budu.
Yeah, getting one just outside his off stump. It was a bit low, wide. He sparred at it, he missed it, and he realized his error, and he may not do that again.
So of course, they're scoring at just under 5 runs and over. Budu playing this one to mid wicket. Yes, they're going at just under 5 runs and over. The required rate just creeping to the 7 run mark. And a really solid over there by Shrivastava. He would have completed a maiden, and so at the end of over number 24, the score remains on 113 for 2.
Well, Trinidad can ill afford that maiden. However, it was delivered to Bodu, and of course, it shows you his commitment to getting things done. He did not let that fluster him. He took his time. Though the main was being bowled, some batsman would have bounced down and tried to go over the top and so on. He simply let it slide.
He's striking at just over 90 is Budu, so there's no need for any undue risk by him. Both these batsmen have done a good job. They've made a good start, and the men from Trinidad and Tobago would be hoping that these two can carry on. But a few dot deliveries, the last 8 have been dots, and so does bring some pressure onto the batsman. And another dot delivery. So the equation now 188 from 156 deliveries. Sorry, it's 188 from 153 deliveries. And he's flashing at this one, just gets it to point for no run.
The dot balls hurt. The dot balls, of course, makes a difference as it relates to the equivalent between balls and runs. There has been about 8 delivered a while ago. 8 straight dot balls, which puts the pressure. It will change the rate, and of course, Trinidad, they're mindful of this. Budu is now facing. Let's see what he will do.
Yes, and that single brings up the 50 for Riyad Mohammed. And that single now brings up the 50 for, and so a really good innings by him so far. He has looked really good. He's played the ball nicely. He's driven well, and he's also played the sweep shot well. And so these two batsmen would be hoping to carry on. They have a partnership now that is worth 99 runs off 114 deliveries, and at the end of over number 25 here, the halfway mark in terms of deliveries in this innings. The men from Trinidad and Tobago require 186 from 150 deliveries. How do you see this one going, McCall?
186 from 150. It could go down to the wire. What could happen is that they would want some heavy hitters at the end. If these two, Badu and Mohammed, keep going as they are, they would have to look at the dot balls though, because a while ago they were 7 or 8 delivered on a trot, and each one brings a difference. It's a tall order, and one would hope that they would begin some acceleration, having recovered from what was 20 plus for two. Um, they have not recovered from that. So now they can begin the process of acceleration. Um, Continue to take the singles, um, limited risk, but something must be done to accelerate the scoring. Because if the runs get well ahead of the balls required, then it becomes harder for them.
And it is important that one of these two batsmen who are on 50 bat to the innings, of course, just to reflect in the innings of the USA men's one team. Their top three batsmen would have gotten 50, of course. For Trinidad, it's different. They lost both Luke Ali and Fariz Ali early in their chase with the score on 14 and 16, respectively. And so, a really good job by these two batsmen. Uh, I think one of them have to go on and score 100, as you would have noted, McCall. It is important for one of them to bat through the innings. We did see that in the back end of the USA men's innings, they lost wickets when the batsmen were trying to score quickly. And so it is incumbent on one of these two batsmen to try to see it out as long as they can. However, on the flip side of that, the USA team would be hoping to get a breakthrough here. And of course, there's still the captain, Christian Rampasad, to come for Trinidad and Tobago. And he's their second, at least up to this game, he was the second highest run scorer for them with 76 runs in the tournament so far. Of course, a defeat for the USA in this game would be their first of the tournament so far, and it would be
In terms of team number one.
yes, the USA men's one. It would be their first loss if they were to go on to lose this game. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago have had mixed results. They won their first game against the USA men two in what was a close affair, winning by 1 wicket in the final over, but they did suffer a really heavy defeat in their last match to Barbados, losing by well over 100 runs. So a place in the final, it's not a long tournament, and first and second play for the winner spot. So the USA men who are now in third would be hoping that they can claim one of those top two positions to get into the finals. Trinidad, before this game, was in fifth, and they'll be hoping to at least get between third and fourth. This play is about to resume, and Shivastava, the bowler, to continue from the pavilion end. His figures so far: 6.1 overs, one made and no wicket for 23 runs. This one, quick single taken to the man at mid wicket by Budu.
So this is the final quarter of this encounter. Last 25 overs. It's all hanging in the balance for Trinidad. Mohammed attempts a sweep at one, lined up close to leg stump. The umpire would have none of it. 116 for two.
And this one clipped to the man at a long on for a single by Mohammed. And yes, the game is in the balance. I would agree with you. slightly maybe in favor of the men from the USA just because of the not only the loss of the 2 wickets, but also what they've done in terms of restricting the scoring as well. But of course, as we've seen, wickets in hand is crucial. Uh, these two batsmen be hoping to bat as long as possible. This one played nicely by Budu to that man there at backward point though. And that concludes the over. So at the end of over number 26, the score 117 for 2.
Okay, so the Trinidadians are still behind, and the run rate escalating. The ball is diminishing because of the number of dot balls being bowled by the bowlers and the lack of turning over of the strike. So it's in the balance for Trinidad. They are not having the advantage as we speak. The advantage lay squarely at the feet of of the uh, the Americans. One ball remaining in the
Yes, in
26th over.
yes. They initially the umpires would have signaled over,
Yeah.
but we're just getting word from the scorers that there's one more delivery to be bowled in the 26th over.
Final ball to be bowled.
It's the final ball to be bowled by Shivastava to complete his 7th over as well. Has been fairly economical for the most part, just going just a bit over 3.5 runs in his spell. And they conclude that over with a single. And so officially now at the end of the 26th over, the score 118 for 2.
Badu has a way when he drives, he takes a nice stride out. I think that's important. I'm looking at all the batsmen. He seems to be the one that strides out well when he's into the drive. Um, Mohammed element to it, especially when he faces the faster bowlers. That is not evident in many modern day cricketers. Everybody stretch from the leg stump across the wicket to play. He goes back on the cross.
But yet to continue from the far end, yes, Budu is quite a stylish batsman. And he plays this one nice and late. And just a single conceded to third man. The man Jam doing the fielding there. Jam, the successful bowler so far for the United States. He was able to pick up 2 wickets in his initial opening spell. And Mohammed takes a quick single to cover. And the 120 now coming up for Trinidad and Tobago in this, the 27th over. And that required run rate is just creeping up now over the 7.5 run mark. It's 7.65 at this moment. And certainly something that we should keep our eyes on. As well, these two batsmen have put on 104 runs. It's a really good platform. After that early loss of 2 wickets in their innings, these two have done a really good job of consolidating and compiling this partnership. And Trinidad would be hoping that they kick on for as long as possible. He drives this one nicely to the man sweeping on the deep cover boundary, and they push for 2. So really good running by these two batsmen there. It was hit
Yes.
firmly to the man at deep cover, but good running, they get two.
Yeah, one gets the impression that Mohammed was slightly lagging behind.
And this one short and pulled nicely by Budu. And they should be pushing for two. It goes for four. And so a really good shot there by Budu. It was misfielded by the man there at the mid wicket and allows the boundary. So a good end to the over for Trinidad and Tobago. They score 126 for 2 at the end of over number 27.
Yeah, you have to be fair to the fieldsman, though. There seems to have been a slight bounce there, and he missed it, and it ran away for four. Bodo seems to be finding his range, and he seems to want to be able to stay long. However, the running between the wickets still seems a little patchy because Mohammed seems to be lagging behind most times. I have to be fair to Mohammed. He's slightly bigger than Bodo in terms of size. He carries a few more pounds, therefore might be a little slow.
It says, we see Sabrish Prasad coming now from the pavilion end, and he did have an initial spell of 5 for 29 in his first spell. Now changing ends. This one is again bowling really flat. It's not giving him much air, as we see the sun again peeking out from the clouds.
And the wind picking up for a minute. I think a lot. You could look at the coconut trees. It's swaying heavy on the to our left.
Ooh, and this one, Mohammed is lured into a false shot there. It wasn't that short, and missing that one completely. Lucky that he didn't lose his wicket there. There is a man on the deep square leg boundary as well as long on. This time just plays this one to cover for single. Brings Budu back on strike. Budu now has overtaken Mohammed in terms of run scoring. He is now 59. And that last boundary that he scored, it seemed to have kept a bit low. But quick hands, he was able to get it past the man at mid wicket. So Budu looking really good here. As we see a change in the field, there's a man now that's gone out to deep backward square, and mid off now comes up into the circle. And Budu drives to that man there at mid off and gets a single.
"22 overs after this one required, and
oh, and this one just chip back to Prasad and tame dismissal there for Riyad Mohammed. He played a really good innings. He got 53 from 82 deliveries with 4 boundaries, and he really did all the hard work, but a really tame dismissal. The change of bowling works for the US. Prasad picking up the wicket off the final delivery of that over. Trinidad and Tobago losing their third wicket now with the score on 128.
yes, he played at one. It was struck back to the bowler. Apparently played a bit early on it, and he struck it back to the bowler rather than it go down into the pitch. It went up, so which tells me I think he played a bit early, and Mohammed played a good hand. Remember, they were 16 for 2 when these two got together, Bodu and him. They put on 100 and is it 115?
It would be Tell you in a minute.
Yeah. 110, that is.
112.
112.
Yes.
Yes, that was a good partnership between Budu, who is still there, on 60, and and Mohammed, who seemed always to be the more aggressive guy, seemed wanting to hit boundaries, and it wasn't possible to on this track, and with this sort of bowling, it wasn't possible to go with a series of boundaries. So running was the way to go. Singles, twos. When both he encouraged a lot of the singles and turning over the strike. At the same time, the Americans were very tight, very disciplined in their bowling. They gave nothing away. Very few. There was a few. There were a few wides, a few no balls, but very measly. They didn't give an inch, and so they're in the ascendancy, 127 for three.
And the gap between runs required and deliveries left is continuing to widen the equation. Now 173 runs needed from 132 deliveries as the captain Christian Rampersad comes to the wicket. And Udu, late cut there. Rampersad, who before this game would have been the second highest run scorer for Trinidad in the tournament with 76 runs. He'll be hoping to replicate that. And Budu looking to pull this one. That's it to mid wicket. So steady bowling here by the men from the USA. Run rate right now just over 4.5 runs. It's short again, and he's hitting this one out to cover, and they should come back for two. And what has been a good hallmark of his innings so far, Budu, he has run well between the wickets. He has had an occasion needed to coax Mohammed, who was the less keen of the two when it came to running between the wickets. But Budu has certainly pushed as much as he could to maximize the runs on offer in the field. And he's driving this one again. Good shot and quick single take, and there, well fielded by the man, yet extra cover. As we see now, the captain Rampersad taking his guard. He'll be facing up to Sahir Bhatia. Bhatia, who is in his 5th over, as figures of no wickets for 22 runs. One is to get a bit expansive there for first delivery. Ooh. And a good delivery there by Bhatia to end the 29th over. And so at the end of the 29th over, the score 131 for 3. And again, the equation, the gap widens. Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 requiring 170 runs from 126 deliveries, and the required rate now creeping over 8.
It is still manageable from here. Most statisticians will tell you even up to when you get to 10, it is still reasonably manageable. However, I don't know if Trinidad has the power at the back to do some catching up. But most statisticians would look at it that way. If you have power at the back, then it's no problem. When there is no hitting power, then you must do it from the front.
Listen, really. Budu is the key here. You would think for Trinidad and Tobago, he has to be the man that carries on and gets a big score and bats deep into this innings if they stand any chance of getting close to this target. but he has done a good job so far. He has batted well, and that partnership with Mohammed, getting Trinidad back into the game. Unfortunately for Mohammed, he got out to a very tame dismissal, one would say, considering the start that he had, just tapping a ball back to Prasad. Yeah. A good pressure being applied by these two bowlers here. The last over just going for 3 runs, and we can see so far 3 dot deliveries to start this over. It's Bodu. Oh, and a misfield there at mid wicket. It would have been interesting had he collected that. The non-striker didn't seem to respond as eagerly as Bodu would have liked. The captain there, and had he collected cleanly and thrown to the wicket keeper, it would be interesting to see.
What the outcome would have been.
Yes. When this one is played nicely to backward point. And so at the end of the 30th over, the score now 132 for 3. And the men from Trinidad and Tobago require 169 runs in 120 deliveries with 7 wickets left.
Well, once you have wickets left, there is need for some comfort. There's reason to be comfortable. However, my point is, how potent are those wickets? How good are they? Do you have enough power to get you 40 in the last 5 or 50 in the last 8? And it is, those are the questions that you must ask at this point in time.
Oh,
Bodu
and
goes.
Bodu now he falls, and that really a tame dismissal, and such a good innings comes to such a tame end, and he's distraught with himself, and the partnership, the blossoming partnership between the captain and Bodu now broken, and Trinidad now certainly in a spot of bother. The score 132 now for 4.
Yeah, and with that goes some of the hope of Trinidad making these runs. For he seemed to be the one that could likely bring this thing home for Trinidad, but he got out by hitting a ball to the short mid-wicket area where he was taken. So Mohammed as well his dismissal was rather soft, and Bodu following with that soft dismissal. I don't know if they were tired. I don't know. With all that running, could be physical exhaustion. But they've had a few moments where they rested and had water and so on. But I think the bowling must be praised. They kept things tight. The feeling is good, and the Americans are closing in on what could be a very famous victory over Trinidad and Tobago after making 300 runs. Trinidad 132 for 4.
Says that wicket brings Christian Lal, the wicket keeper, to the crease. And this one keeping low. And I would say, yes, the Trinidad and Tobago now certainly in a spot of bother, losing 2 set batsmen in quick succession, Mohammed and Bodu. This one short, and it's punched to the man sweeping on the cover boundary, and only a single on offer. And yes, we must commend the bowlers from the USA. They haven't bowled anything loose. They've kept it quite tight. There is the odd boundary here and there, as you would expect, but for the most part, they've done a really good job of restricting the run scoring.
From the time Trinidad got to 100, 102, it's been slow going from that is what forced those 2 wickets. The fact that they were not free as before to seek out those boundaries and 2s and 3s in between. They found themselves getting bogged down, being quiet, and so to break the shackles, a few soft dismissals.
Certainly, that one with Budu would be considered a soft dismissal, and this one is cut away backward of point, beats the man, and it's running close to the boundary. They cross for 2. The batsman Arya Gag, the man there at backward point, and it looks like Lal was
Interested in 3.
yes, but his skipper sent him back, and so that concludes the 31st over. The score now 135 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago requiring 166 runs in 114 deliveries. Yes, another tight over there. The wicket and 3 runs, and in the previous over would have gotten just 1 run. So the men from the USA have done a really good job of being well disciplined, and certainly making these Trinidad batsmen work for their runs.
Well, helping to contain the Trinidadians, and each batter would take at least 3, 4, 5 balls to get himself set and going. Those are balls that they could well do with, they can use to make runs. So as the wicket falls, the chances of winning dissipates or gets smaller.
Oh, and this one is driven nicely but well fielded by the man there at extra cover. And this one again hit to that man at extra cover. So it is going to take some time for these 2 batsmen to get in. We have noted that it's important for batsmen to get in on this wicket. This one just peeling off the outside edge. It's going to run close to the backward point boundary as third man reels it in. Only 2 runs acquired by the batsman there. So yes, it is important for these batsmen to get a start, play themselves in.
Two and 3 runs over at this point would not fit it. We need 8 and 9 runs over for at least 3, 4 overs to kind of get back on track with winning this match.
Excellent.
Somebody has to be aggressive on and see if they can get Trinidad to a safe place.
Oh, and this one and beats the man in the infield at mid wicket as Gill comes across from long on, and the batsman they collect 2. So that concludes the 32nd over with the score on 134 for 7. And I want to say, McCall, that I do take your point in regard to, there needs someone to get a move on here. The question is, though, how quickly can they start without risking another wicket? Of course, at some stage, they're going to have to get at the bowling if they want to get anywhere close to this target.
Yeah, but you can't wait until all the balls are bowled.
Yes, I agree.
You still have another 110 or 15 balls going.
108.
108 balls still to be bowled. So somebody has to take the bull by the horn, as we normally say, and do something.
San Lal, well, he probably has you on an earpiece there. Sorry, it's the captain Rampasad. He looked to get a bit expansive there. There is mid-off and mid-on in the circle. This one short, and he's cutting this one to backward point. Take a quick single. So the field in place now. There's a man at third man point. A man sweeping on the cover boundary. There's an extra cover, and a man now going out to long off on the offside. And there's a long on, a mid wicket orthodox in the circle, backward square, and a deep forward square. As this one is played over the bowler's head. Batsman thought about a quick run there, but good fielding by the man coming around there at extra cover. It looks like Shivastava who denied the single. Oh, and this one is swept into the leg side, and they're coming back for two. But the non-striker, he didn't respond, and he's run out. And so, in a moment of confusion there, the batsman, he was looking for two, and I didn't hear any calling there. There wasn't any clear communication, and so probably just ran hoping that his partner would respond. However, he didn't. He was caught halfway down the wicket, and a good throw from the bowler hits the stump directly.
And the call came from the pavilion.
And it leads score on 141. So Trinidad now slipping further into the mire here.
Yeah, it was miscommunication. He heard two. But that's what the coaches were saying too. But then there was only one on show. And he was short of his ground. In fact, he was going back for a run. When he realized his partner did not respond, he simply tried to get back in, and he failed to.
Yes, and it was the captain there who was run out. And again, we have stressed on it throughout this game, the need for the batsmen to run well between the wickets. And
yes,
in this instance, it was just, I wouldn't say miscommunication, but no communication at all, really. The captain, he just turned expecting his partner to respond, but his partner was quite happy to settle for the single. And so really an unnecessary wicket to lose there, especially when we were discussing how important it is for one of these batsmen to get going, to start to up the tempo. And as I would have noted, Trinidad falling more behind in this game now. The equation 161 runs required from 105 deliveries with 3 overs left in this, the 33rd over, as Toppin, Abdul Rahim Toppin now comes to the crease. And we would have noted he's muscularly built. And the men from Trinidad and Tobago would be hoping that he can tee off and get this equation back to some semblance of parity. He's quick single taken, so he gets off the mark with that quick single. And at the end of over number 33, the score 142 for 5.
So what's diminishing? The balls are getting fewer. Well, as a result, the overs as well. But the deficit as it relates to the runs is not going anywhere. The total 142. The required one, is that 160? 160. And
yes, 160.
You know, it seems hopeless, but in cricket you can't. You can never say over until it's over.
It would certainly be, dare I say, miraculous should Trinidad win it from here. One would want to believe that at this stage, and considering the game state, that the men from the USA are in the ascendancy, as we see a change in bowling. Adnit Jam, he's now coming back for a second spell. He had a really good first spell. He bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 13 runs. Sorry, 2 wickets for 13 runs, and the captain Mahesh is probably turning to him to see if they can prize out some more wickets. He's bowling now to Abdul Rahim Toppin. And he's flashing outside the off stump. A wide delivery.
Yeah, wide is a welcome sign at this point in time for the Trinidadians, reaching to a state of almost desperation, having lost 5 wickets and 143 with a deficit of still 158. It is rather desperate at this point in time.
This one played into the offside. Quick single taken. And yes, and at a certain stage of this innings, even rotation of the strike, it's not going to do much for the equation. You have to start to think about getting boundaries. The required rate
Yes.
now just below 9.5 runs and over, with the current scoring rate just under 4.5 runs and over.
There need to be one big over of about 15 or 18 runs.
And Lal is flicking this one in the air to the mid-wicket region, and the batsman just get a single. So he probably would have wanted to maybe follow through a bit more with that shot. It was there to be hit, and he hit it nicely, but not much power behind it, and so only getting one. I think of these two batsmen, Toppin will probably be the one to try to get after the bowling. He certainly seems to have the
big guy.
mass for it, yes, and one
He's
would
a
want
muscle.
to believe the position that he's batting in at now.
Does he have the guts?
Yes, as we see a change in bowling, there's a change in the field. There's a man now at long on, and the deep third came into the circle. Oh, and this is a good delivery, but nicely played by Toppin. It was full in the block hole, but he was able to squeeze it out for a single to the man here at long on. So the field set, there's a man at deep mid wicket, there's a man at long on, and there's a short fine leg in the circle on the onside, and on the offside, there's a long off. There's a man sweeping on the cover boundary. There's an extra cover in the circle, a backward point, and a short third man. Sorry, a point, backward point, and short third man, all in the circle. And he's driving this one nicely. Islal straight down the ground. It goes for 4. And so that's a really good shot by Lal. It was not really a half volley. He hit it on the up. And so a really good shot by him.
A deliberate shot nonetheless. That is required at this point in time. There needs to be an over of about 15, maybe 18 runs. One over. And it will bring things, it will level off the equation. Well, 2 big overs of 10 would be just good too. But you need to take it one at a time.
Lal again looking to get on the front foot, and a misfield allows easy completion of the single. And smart batting here from Lali. He got the boundary and looking to rotate the strike. And
Yes.
it really was a good shot by him, because he's hitting in the V, he's hitting straight. And on a wicket that we have seen that it has deteriorated in terms of the pace and the bounce in it. And so there's nothing wrong with hitting straight. That's probably the safest shot that he's going to get away with. Top in to face the final delivery. When he's flicking this one, and the batsman should be looking for 2, and they turn and they're gonna get there. So really good batting there by Toppin. There is a big gap in the onside. The only man in the circle is at short fine leg, and so really delicate.
Smart cricket,
Yes.
smart cricket.
And at the end of over number 34, the score 153 for 5.
Yes, it's important for the batsman to know where the fielders are, because if something presents itself, I know there is no mid wicket, so I can lift this one into that area and get 2 or 3. But if you don't know where the fielders are, when an opportunity presents itself for you to score, you may not know what to do.
It says, so you see there's a bit of a consultation happening between the umpires and the captain.
The umpires momentarily seem to have lost their communication equipment. Not lost, but apparently we had a power failure some time ago, and may have affected those. Normally they communicate otherwise.
Yes, and that a power issue would have caused interruption in the broadcasting, and we do apologize sincerely for that. But we were able to rectify that quickly, and you can see it to the end as Batia continues from the far end. It's ball into Lal, who is 12 from 13 deliveries. He's looking to get down, and he whips this one into the leg side for a single, brings that man topping back on strike. When this one is full outside the off stump, and Topping decides to leave it. Of course,
You can't afford to leave balls like that.
yes, and
Unless it was close to the wide mark and you misjudged it.
and this one short, and he's hitting this one to extra cover. And now they get a single. It was a wild throw from
Yes, you're
Shiva
right.
Stava, and it hit the wicket, and the batsmen were able to come back for 2 runs. So he certainly would be disappointed with that Shiva Stava. There wasn't really a need for that, and I think he was trying.
Close.
Yes, he was,
close.
was trying to
So
get
there
it.
was no need to shy like that. And the ball ricocheted, and 2 runs were had.
And for the Trinidadians, of course, it may be a situation where they are not able to get these runs, but it is still important to try to bat out these overs, as there's an appeal for a caught behind, I believe. But no, says the umpire. And I say that in regard to the bonus point system that is being employed in this tournament, as well as the net run rate of the teams. And of course, all of these aspects put together will determine the placements of the teams. And so,
So they will try not to be bowled out.
yes,
Even if you have lost the match, it may serve you better to bat out the overs, and so far you can get, rather than get bowled out.
it's at the end of over number 35, the score 156 for 5. And in these last 15 overs, Trinidad require 145 runs in 90 possible legal deliveries. And yes, it is important when you think about this holistically, that maybe they may not be able to be successful in this game. But as I said, the net run rate and the bonus points, they come into play. And there isn't really a semi-final and final. How this tournament is structured, at the end of the league phase, first will play second, third will play fourth, and fifth will play sixth. So it is important for them to at least try to be within that grouping of 1 to 4. They're currently in fifth.
Got you.
And this one cut away nicely to the man that is sweeping on the cover boundary for a single. So Lal has looked good so far in this innings. He played a immaculate straight drive for 4, and looks to be strong on the cut as well. He'd be hoping that his partner Toppin can support him by adding a few boundaries. The required rate now over 9.5. And a quick single taken here, and that one was close. They'll come back for two on the overthrow, but had that hit, it would have been a really close call there.
It is alarming though between 102 for 2 in the 102 for 2 in about the 25th over. Yes.
Sorry, it was 128 in the 28th over. And so they've lost a few quick wickets.
And haven't scored many.
And Toppin walking down to this one and driving nicely to the man Gill here at Langan. Is feeling just in front of
Toppin
us.
seemed to have the knack for hitting it firmly. But could he go long? My question. He seems pretty correct in the way he hits most of his balls, but could he go cross-batted and go long?
Well,
that is a requirement at this point in time.
I think he should probably emulate Lal in terms of hitting it straight. He did it that one well, straight, firmly. It just needs some elevation. And Lalo, that is a stylish flick down to long on. They are trying to press for two, but only a single on offer there brings that man Toppin back on strike. Two deliveries left in this the 36th over. And Toppin is hitting this one again out to the man Gill here at long on. And we really should commend the bowlers of the USA. They've done a really good job of keeping a lid on the scoring. They've so far just allowed the Trinidadians to score at just over 4.5 runs and over. And this one is full and it's driven firmly back to the bowler who feels it and is in a bit that cost him a bit. He's flicking his hand, so you could tell that it came back with some power at the end of over number 36 to score 162 for 5. Trinidad requiring 139 from all but 84 deliveries.
The shadows are lengthening at St. Mary's. The sun has peeped out as it goes for its final lap towards setting the next hour and a half, maybe 2 hours. It sets pretty late within recent time. But it is also setting on this game because 182 for 5 or 6.
162.
162 doesn't give Trinidad a good show. However, there are two batsmen here. Lal, who seems capable of hitting it straight, and Topping, who seems capable of hitting it long. Now we need something drastic to happen. The bowlers from the USA has bowled well in terms of restricting the scoring rate in the last 10, 12 overs. They have also taken a couple of wickets. And one wonders if these two can somehow break loose. And before the balls get too few, they might be able to do launch an attack.
So they need to start to do some damage here as Arya Gag comes back into the attack. And Toppin is walking down to this one and driven firmly to the man that is at a long off. And so the field in place for him, there's a short fine leg, there's a man on the deep forward square boundary, there's an orthodox mid wicket in the circle and a long on That's on the onside. On the offside, there's a man at short third man. There's a man at point, and the cover in the circle, and there's a man at long off. So Gag, the left-hander. This one is short outside the off stump. It's close to being a wide, and he is a bit bemused. Is Lal? He's looking up at the umpire as if he's expecting him to call a wide. Now, of course, he didn't get the call, but interesting. I thought that one was a bit wide myself.
Well, based on his reaction to the ball, at the same time, maybe he was liming on the leg stump and then stretching in the last couple of seconds. So we cannot know from here. We're not directly behind the bowler's arm.
Oh, and this one flicked to the man there, short fine leg, and he's lucky to get away with that one. Is Arya Gag as anything to the right or left of that man would probably run away to the boundary. He did hit it well, and he has to be careful. Arya Gag, he doesn't have a man on the deep mid wicket boundary. The man is more forward of square on the boundary. This one is played back to the bowler. When this one is reaching a fight outside the off stump, so
That was a good delivery.
yes.
Ball was going away from him. He was trying to hit it, but as the ball curls away, he stretched and just barely get a bat on it.
Ooh, and this one is full in the black hole, and is able to get it pushed to cover for a single, and that concludes the 37th over. And at the end of that over, the score 164 for 5, and we'll have our final drinks break of this game, and Trinidad and Tobago now requiring 137 runs from 78 deliveries. We'll take a short break here ourselves, and we'll be back with you after the break. Welcome back here for the final phase of this game between Trinidad and Tobago and the USA men's uh, first team in this the CWI Rising Stars Men Under 15 50 over challenge. And just to recap, the men from the USA would have made 300 runs in their 50 overs, 300 runs for the loss of 8 wickets, and Trinidad in response 166 now with the completion of those 2 runs for 5. They require 135 runs in 77 deliveries. As I welcome back Wilman McCall, my co-commentator.
Yes, I was saying to one of the scorers that if I can take 15 runs from what is required and put it up to what is already there, and somebody said to me, yes, that's a big 15 run over, which is what is required now. Just one big over, and the whole dynamics changes.
And this one is clipped past that man
Oh.
diving at short fine leg, goes for 4.
Goes
So
for
a
4.
badly does it go for 4? Yes, it goes for 4. A badly lined delivery by Jam. It was on leg stump, but good job there by Lal to get it past the man there at short fine leg, and it ran away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, one of those times when you get something from the Americans, they hardly give anything. And a badly lined delivery is one of those things that they hardly give you. And I believe the Trinidadians need to make something happen.
Yes, and they certainly do with the required rate now over 10 runs and over. And Lal is getting nicely forward, driving this one to cover. Yes, the Americans have done a really good job. They've been really disciplined in their bowling effort.
And their feeling has been impeccable.
Yes.
They've been diving around, they've been chasing down balls. They've done everything to secure, to restrict Trinidad and Tobago.
Topping skips this one to mid wicket, but good feeling there by number 63. That is Sahia Bhatia, and he does a good job of limiting that to no run. And yes, the Trinidadians really require someone to start going here, even with a big over. The equation is still a good way off from parity. And Toppin is walking down the wicket. It's in the air, and the man, Nitish, I get his name, Nitish Sudini, takes a good catch on the long on boundary. And so with the water break comes a wicket. And really, you can't blame Toppin there. They really needed to start going after the bowling, however, unsuccessful on this occasion. And a good catch taken there by Sudini off the bowling of Jam. He picks up his I think it's his 3rd wicket of the game.
Yeah, a shot by Toppin which went high. It didn't have the extension, but it had some elevation, and it was caught. I was telling someone a while ago that Toppin needs to hit under the ball and lift it, but most times he hit a ball, he hits it savagely hard, but it goes down most times. In this case, he needed to get under,
yes,
and lift. He got under this one. He lifted it, but not enough extension.
Yes, I think he needed to just follow through. He seemed to have held back a bit.
And going for the shot.
Yes, he did get under it, as you would have noted, but he just didn't execute. He just didn't execute in the way that he probably should have, and he probably needed to extend a bit more and follow through. He probably would have gotten it over the boundary. It did travel close to the boundary, considering he didn't seem to, let's say, hit it with much ferocity, as you would have noted, McCall, that he does hit it firmly.
Yeah.
He does hit the ball well, but on that occasion, and as we hear, the new batsman now at the crease is Adrian Racha, the right-arm fast bowler. He's a left-handed batsman, and Trinidad now 171 for 6 with one delivery left in the 38th over. And this one off the edge and single taken. So Racha off the mark from his first delivery at the end of over number 38. The score 172 for 6 with Trinidad and Tobago requiring 129 runs from 73 deliveries.
Sorry.
Gag set to continue from the far end. Racha taking his guard. As we see the field set for him, there's a short third man and a backward point and extra cover in the circle. And there's a man at mid-off and sweeping on the cover boundary on the offside. The leg side, there's a short fine leg and a mid-wicket in the circle. Ooh, Gag just beating Racha outside the off stump there. Yes, as I was saying, there's a man on the forward square boundary and a man at long on. Racha just playing and missing at that one there. Good delivery by Gag, had him fishing outside the off stump. And what Racha needs to do here is try to get a single and get Lal back on strike. Lal has been batting for a while. He's 23 runs from 26 deliveries. And this one clipped nicely to mid-wicket. And there's a chance for a run out. And had he hit, he certainly would have been gone with Lal. And the fielder head in hands there. It really was a good effort by him.
Lal had given up actually. He was not trying to get back in. He seemed to have been given up on the whole effort. 172 it is, and yet 126 runs out.
When this one just past the leg stump is given wide, and the Gahag will have to bowl that one back. It's curious to see Lal is really pushing to get back on strike. He really wants the strike, and he should get the strike. He's been hitting it well. That's 2 boundaries so far in his innings of 23. So Racha just needs to get off a strike here. And this one played to that man at point and a quick single taken. So Lal now gets back the strike. It would be interesting to see how he goes from here. I think he would be probably looking to maximize as much deliveries that are left.
Can he go?
Yes, it would require a few maximums to get the equation even down to less than 100. Of course, they would still have to make back up the difference between runs and balls to get it back to some parity. And Lal is flashing hard, gets the outside edge. It's gonna run close to the boundary, and Jam retrieves it from the third man boundary, and 2 runs taken there by Lal. But you can see his intention. He's looking to go hard at the ball in here, and you can't blame him considering the situation that Trinidad find themselves in. They have nothing to lose from here. They have to go after it, and they would certainly be hoping to make best effort in seeing how close they can get to these runs. He's hitting this one nicely past mid wicket. There's a man coming around from forward square. He beats him, and so good shot there by Lal, bisecting the mid wicket and the man on the deep forward square boundary. 4 runs.
So can he get another 4 at least? So we can get at least a 10 ball over.
10 run.
A 10 run over, and another, and if one in the next over, then you're almost back on cue. All we need is 10 or 12 runs off the required.
I'll play this one, and he sold his partner shot there. Did Lal? He called for a single and
backed away.
Yes, and
almost
he
had a
pulled
run
out of it. Yes, and it would have been another clumsy run out for the Trinidadian. However, no harm done for them at the end of over number 39. They score 180 for 6.
Lal was seeking to get the strike, and the bowler was intent on not giving him that strike. So at least they tried. And what I'm pleased for is that the batsmen are responding to what is required. What is required is that you must know if you can get a 10 run over or 12 run over, you can take that one. And then maybe next over you can get a 15 run over. And then you can get the balance. What is required will go down, and it becomes manageable from there. But the Americans are very mean. They're not giving you anything. They're bowling very, very well. And the feeling is backing up even better. And so therefore it's difficult for them to break loose. It's difficult for the Trinidadians to break loose and try to get these runs.
This jam continues from the pavilion end. Oh, and this one driven powerfully down the ground. A good stop by Sudini. And 2 runs taken. So good running, and that actually came as a result of Lal pushing to get 2 runs there.
Yes.
But a good shot nonetheless by Racha. He hit that one powerfully down the ground. And Sudini having to come across, fumbled and allowed the second run. The required rate now above 11 runs and over. It's close to 11 runs and over.
Reaching the avenues of impossibility.
And Racha is looking to go big again. He gets this one to the right this time of Sudini. The first one went to his left, and this one he had to go to his right. So 4 runs off the first 2 deliveries, and a good start here by Racha. This one is full, and he's slicing a drive
Maybe
out
another 2.
to deep cover. They settle for 1. And you would have noted, McCall, that they need big overs. A big over, but I would say that they need multiple big overs. They need at least 2 overs worth 15 runs as a start, just to bring the equation down a bit. It's now 119 required from, it should be 116 required from 62 deliveries. Oh, and he's bowled. Lal, that one pitched on middle, and it seemed to keep a bit low. And he was playing from the crease, beaten all ends up. And so Jam getting his 4th wicket of this innings. And Lal, who was batting really well, he's dismissed for 29 runs off 30 deliveries with 3 boundaries, and Trinidad sliding further to defeat here. And now 185 for 7. Your batsman coming to the crease is Aaron Bassant.
yes, it is even more difficult when the set batter gets out. When the one that has been there a while, who has been controlling the partnership, when he gets out, it makes it even more difficult. Now we have gone down the corridors of uncertainty. Um, we do not know if Trinidad has a resolve to win this match.
Yes, well, at this point it would seem like the game is out of their
Slipping.
grasp
Yep.
at the moment, and especially losing uh,
Lal.
Lal, who was hitting it well, and not only that, but he was running well between the wickets as well. And so Trinidad now require 116 from 62 deliveries, and Jam now on 4 wickets. And this one is full a lovely drive and a quick single take, and that was a lovely drive. He leant nicely into that drive, but unfortunately for him, he was only able to get a single. But gets off the mark right away. It does Basant, and it brings back Racha on strike. Racha, who's been looking to go big uh, during his short stint at the crease. And the hope will be for the Trinidadians that he can start to connect with a few and get them into or over the boundary. And this one, a Yorker length delivery that he's digging out to short fine, and the throw just over the stumps, and that single concludes the 40th over. It is, yes. And so the score 187 for 7 as we enter the last 10 overs. Trinidad requiring 114 runs.
Signal in the last 10 overs. And so we are going down to the maybe not even reaching the 50th over, but at least Trinidad's quest for victory has been spoiled with the dismissal of Lal, who is the set batter at the time. And the two batsmen at the crease are relatively new. And I do not know if they have the hitting ability to take Trinidad even close to 200. But we'll have to see. But 114 runs still adrift. There are only 60 balls, 60 balls available. And of course, the two batters are relatively fresh at the crease. But the Americans are cock a hoop. They, as far as they're concerned, this thing is done and dusted. They're not sure as yet, and so they're still relatively quiet.
So as we see a change in bowling from the far end, it looks like Sabrish Prasad is coming back for a third spell. And he has a 1 for 36 in his 8 overs. And this one, tickled fine, lovely shot, a late cut, and it beats the man at short, third man. So good shot there by Racha.
151.
That one was short, and Racha just opening the face. The field for him, there's a third man, there's a backward point, and there's an extra cover in the circle on the offside. Man sweeping on man on the long off boundary. Again, he's looking to dab this one late, and they just get a single. On the onside, there's a short fine. There's a man on the deep square leg boundary. There's a man on the deep mid wicket boundary and long on. And so again, just short. So away with it, just a single conceded. The required rate now over 11 runs and over. And with 3 wickets in hand, it's starting to really highly favor the men from the USA. I think they would be hoping to see if they can wrap up this innings and not give the Trinidadians an opportunity to bat out these overs. Again, I would have noted that these are important elements to consider when you take into consideration the nature of the point system and the net run rate system being employed. And this one, Prasad is a lot
So-
more flat in this spell. He's pushing it too quickly.
Yeah, these guys are maneuvering and getting the signals much easier than it was earlier. Apparently, with the change of bowling, the earlier batsmen, some of them struggled to rotate the strike. However, it's important to note that these guys are trying, even though.
Oh, and this one flighted.
Oops,
And the
oops.
man at long on is in business and he takes a really good catch. And just as I was saying that Prasad has been pushing it too quickly in this over, he gave this one some flight. And Racha, his eyes probably would have opened wide, tried to
Yes.
hit that one well over mid on, only succeeding in hitting it straight down the man there at long on's throat. And Trinidad now lose their 8th wicket with the score on 192.
Yeah, Trinidad is, well, like I said, down the corridors of no return. That's the way it is. They will lose this match. They have reached 195. I see that. Am I correct?
Yes.
195.
It's 195 the score. 195 for 8 at the end of over number 41. As Racha has to leave, he made 14 runs from 12 deliveries with 1-4. And the new batsman Anil Ruplal coming in at 10 for Trinidad. And yes, the US men would be hoping to bowl out the Trinidadians and limiting as much as possible the runs that they can get. And they would be hoping as well to limit them and get a victory well over 100 runs. That would certainly boost their net run rate. Again, they were third in the table coming into this match. Oh, and this one pulled away. And it goes all the way for 6. So a lovely shot there by Basant it is. And it was shot by Jam, and he's pulled that one well in front of the man at square. It went over the deep mid-wicket boundary. And Jam just guilty there of being a bit too short.
So I see the Trinidadians do have them at the back to do a little hitting. I've seen most of them who can hit the ball. Toppings seems capable. And a few others that seem capable of hitting the ball a long way. But that was not to be. The Americans were very direct and very measly in what was given.
Yes, and that 6 brings up the 200 for Trinidad. And with it, the equation is Trinidad requires exactly 100 runs from 52 deliveries with all but 2 wickets left. And you have to ask yourself, though, the left-handers, they came one after the other. This one flicked nicely to that man at deep mid-wicket. They're going to push for 2. And a good running, especially by the non-striker, Ruplal. They were able to get 2. And so 8 off this over so far. Sorry, 9 off this over so far. There was a wide. And
Oh,
Basant is looking to go over the leg side. He gets a leading edge and just succeeds in skying it. And the catch taken by Sahia Bhatia. And so the ninth wicket falls for Trinidad and Tobago with the score on 204.
Yeah, the writing is on the wall, has been for a while. Many of the Trinidadians on my right, the coaching staff, they were quite hopeful, and as it is, it's not possible for them to come back from this one. This is done and dusted.
Yes, as
100 and 201 for 9. The required is still 96 from about
yes, well, 50 plus
40
deliveries.
50
Yes,
plus deliveries.
Just-
It's impossible. So this one is done and dusted for the Americans.
yes, and they'll be hoping to wrap up this inning soon as the debutant Alexander Chase, he strides out at number 11. And as you would have noted, McCall, certainly an impossible situation from here for
Yeah.
Trinidad and Tobago. There's really no realistic chance that they can get these runs.
When they were 100 plus for 2, there was a possibility. But both men went to very soft dismissals, and they never recovered from that.
Yes, Budu and Mohammed would have put on an enterprising 100-run partnership, and they would have put on just about 120 runs in their partnership. When this one down the leg side, and we should also add that Jamb, with that wicket, he would have collected 5 wickets, and so really good on him. A really good spell of bowling. He's bowled in 3 spells, and he was able to get 5 wickets. He now has 5 wickets for 55 runs in this his 9th over, and the Americans would be hoping he can wrap it up here by
With the
getting this
6th.
final wicket. Yes. Ooh, and this one is full, and it's just sliding down the leg stump. So you can see that he's trying to get in his Yorkers. He's trying to get it Yorker length, just erring and being a bit wide. But good on him trying to get a full and in the block hole and to test the debutant Chase. Ooh, and this one was banged into the pitch in just keeping a bit low. Of course, it would be then interesting to see who gets the man of the match. We've had some really good
The
performances.
man of the match, obviously, well, it would be a guy with 100 runs.
Yes, but we
I
can't take anything away though from the man who has 5 wickets.
5 wickets, which reduced the Trinidadians' chances of making the runs.
So I would give it to Gag though for sure. His innings would have been the platform by which the US built such a formidable total, and ultimately, as we can see, a winning total. And no one for sure can be upset that he does get it. I think he's the man of the match, but commendation must go though to Jam for really good spell of bowling to get 5 wickets.
Yes, he restricted the batting, the scoring, and he took a few wickets. And of course, he's in line for a mention, a worthy mention.
Yes. Oh, and this one is full, and the batsman is fishing outside the off stump. There's a throw from the keeper trying to get the batsman caught out, but he was well in his crease, and that concludes the 42nd over with the score on 207 for 9. Trinidad and Tobago from 48 deliveries require 94 runs with 1 wicket in hand. And an expensive last over there, but a successful one by Jam. He has figures of 5 wickets for 57 runs with one maiden in 9 overs. Bhatia is set to continue from the far end. He has figures of 1 for 31 from his 8 overs. When he's struck on the pad here and he's given out, yes, he was hit flush on the pad there. And he goes, I believe, LBW.
Looks like hit him on the boot.
Yes.
It's right there.
And that concludes the inning chase, missing really a full delivery, played all around it, struck on the pad. And the umpire, yes, took some time to deliberate, but certainly wasn't missing anything from what we can see from here. And so that concludes this match with Trinidad losing by 93 runs, being bowled out for 207 in the 43rd over. And so a really comprehensive victory by the USA men's first team in this under 19 CWI Rising Stars competition, as we see the teams now going out for handshakes.
Yeah, I would like to say it differently to you. USA won by 93 runs.
Yes.
Rather than Trinidad losing by 93.
Yes.
The USA U19 number 1 won by 93 runs. It's a fantastic victory led by Gag, who scored 111 and then got out. And then the bowling figures of Jam, of course, further sealed the deal for them. On a Trinidad standpoint, they tried their best, they worked hard, and when they did manage to get wickets from the Americans, the Americans were well ahead and well into close to 250 runs. And so it was a good match. I appreciate the fact that both teams played hard. I think in some cases the Trinidadians were a bit lackluster in their running between the wickets. They were unfortunate to have had run-outs. And whenever there are run-outs, the psyche of the team becomes different. And for some reason, losing becomes a habit. And we saw good knocks by the young man Badu and by Mohammed. Those two put on over 100 runs in very quick time. But they both left close to each other by very soft dismissals. And of course, the American under 19 team number 1 won by 93 runs.
Yes, and we'll just do a short recap of the score card. The Trinidad under 19 batting, Riyad Mohammed, opening batsman, he got 53 from 83 deliveries. Luke Ali got 8 from 13 deliveries. Fariz Ali, he got naught. Brendan Budu scored a well-compiled 64 from 76 deliveries. Captain Christian Rampersad, he got 3 runs from 8 deliveries. Wicketkeeper Christian Lal got 29 from 30 deliveries. Abdul Rahim Toppin got 12. Aidan Racha got 14. Aaron Bassant, he got 11. Anil Rupland came not out on naught. And Alexander Chase, the final man dismissed by Bhatia, he got out for 1. And the bowling for the Americans, Adnit Jam, the most successful, he got 5 for 57 off 9 overs. And he was supported by Sabrish Prasad, who got 2 for 44 from 9 overs, and Sahir Bhatia, who got 2 for 31 in his 9th over. And so that will be all from us here at St. Mary's Park in Cairn. Thank you for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you back here on Saturday for round 4. So it's goodbye from us for now, and we look forward to seeing you back here on Saturday.